The Master of Poisons transforms Douluo. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, Tang Clan in name only, Tang Ye's determination. Because he was too obsessed with a blue-silver grass, the decline of the Tang sect was actually inevitable. Coupled with the impact of soul guides on hidden weapons, the decline of the Tang sect was greatly accelerated. Siga Tang San said that he couldn't bear to see the Tang sect decline to this point, but he didn't care about the Tang sect at all. It was only when he was planning the Sun of Luck that he thought of the Tang sect's unique skills and the Tang sect as a useful tool. When the Tang clan was passed down to Tang Ye's generation, only Tang Ye and her parents were left for Tang Ye. Rather than saying that the Tang sect is a sect, it is more like her home. However, when Tang Ye was 10 years old, Tili and Tidang of the Tixia sect bribed the city defense forces of Xiandao City and raided the Tang sect at night. Tang Ye's parents were also killed by Tili in the end. Only Tang Ye managed to escape. The Tang clan's foundation was thus seized by the Iron Blood sect. The reason why Tang Ye is obsessed with reviving the Tang clan is simply because she wants to take back her home. This is what she couldn't let go of. I didn't tell Bibi about this before so as not to drag him down. After all, Tang Ye didn't know that Bibi, who was playing the pig and eating the tiger, had Mulao, a powerful backer, and her enemy, the Iron Blood sect, has a strong man at the Soul Emperor level. For Tang Ye, who is not very talented, this was an insurmountable gap. In order to divert attention and also for the sake of her illusory hope, Tang Ye devoted herself wholeheartedly to the revival of the Tang sect. Bei, who originally approached Tang Ye because of Mulao's mission, was gradually attracted to Tang Ye and fell in love with her while playing the sect game with her. Tang Ye appears to be careless on the surface, but she is actually very clear-headed. Unlike the extremely talented Bei, it is difficult for me to even graduate from the Foreign Affairs College. Such good days will come to an end sooner or later. Tang Ye hid her thoughts, and she also didn't want to be abandoned. This is why in the original novel, during the time when Bibi went to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy soul fighting competition, Tang Ye felt that she was getting further and further away from Bibi, and the restoration of the sect was even more distant. So she finally chose to fall into darkness for revenge. But in this world line with Huo Yuhao's action, everything was different. After receiving the soul bone from Huo Yuhao, Tang Ye was able to control her talent in devouring blue-silver grass. Just by absorbing some of the plant's vitality, she had made rapid progress in her soul power training, especially after he became Yan Xiao's apprentice with the help of Huo Yuhao. Tang Ye has completely taken off. After all, Tang Ye, who no longer suppresses her devouring ability, is definitely top-notch in terms of talent in Shrek Academy. Coupled with the allocation of resources, the soul power level can be said to be booming. After winning the soul fighting contest with Bibi and others and entering the Shrek inner core, Tang Ye has more and more people she cares about, and she also has several close relatives and friends. The overlapping joys gradually allow her to break free from the shackles of reviving the Tang sect, especially through the benefits of entering the inner courtyard. And after deep meditation under the golden tree, Tang Ye finally found her own way. The main reason is that she understands that she is not cut out for it. Hidden weapons and the like are indeed not as convenient as soul guides. If you want to take hidden weapons to the next level, you can only do as Bibi said and combine hidden weapons with soul guides. Take the new era hidden weapon route, but there is a very realistic problem. Their talent in soul guides is very poor. Without Huo Yuhao's help, this would be impossible. Although he K-Tao nominally joined the Tang sect, others were not interested in this matter and could not force him. Gradually, Tang Ye lost that idea. It feels better to practice, but she still has a score to settle with the Iron Blood sect. As for the revival of the Tang sect, let it go. We always have to look forward, don't we? Moreover, as early as the moment Tang Ye taught Huo Yuhao the Tang sect's unique skills in order to repay a favor, she had already made a decision that went against her ancestors. And today the reason why Huo Yuhao brought Tang Ye here for revenge, in fact, it was also Yan Xiao's secret hint. As the dean of the spirit department, it was not easy for him to take action, so naturally he gave the task to Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao originally planned to refuse, but the dean offered too much, and considering Tang Ye had a task on her head, he just agreed. Tang Ye had no objection to this. It's just an easy win. It would be great if I could get rid of this worry as soon as possible. Tang Ye wiped her tears and said to Huo Yuhao, "Yuhao, be careful. The leader of the Iron Blood sect is a soul emperor. Don't worry, don't you know my strength yet, Huo?" Yuhao smiled and activated the mental interference field. This is a skill that is mastered naturally after one's mental power evolves to the tangible and intangible realm. In just a moment, Huo Yuhao induced all irrelevant personnel around the Iron Blood sect to evacuate, and with the help of simulated soul skills, it seemed as if this place was completely isolated from the outside world. Everyone from the Iron Blood sect, get out here. With the spread of powerful mental power, Huo Yuhao's voice resounded throughout the Iron Blood sect. For a moment, everyone in the Iron Blood sect, from the sect master to the elders and disciples, and even the 2 disciples guarding the gate outside, suddenly had the urge to go out and gather together. They all stopped what they were doing and slowly walked towards the Iron Blood sect's gate. The 5th level poisonous insect, the heart controlling poison, with the help of Huo Yuhao's powerful spiritual power, it only took him a few words to break the Iron Blood sect apart. Although the Iron Blood sect is only a small sect, it also has nearly 200 disciples. However, the cultivation base of these Iron Blood sect disciples is only at the 1st or 2nd ring, and most of them are unable to enter the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Among them, the sect leader Tili is a Soul Emperor level strong man, and he has 2 Soul King level sect elders under him at this time. The 3 of them had quickly arrived at the front door, followed by a tall middle-aged man. It was Tili's son, Tang, a 4-ring soul master. Different from the other Tixia sect disciples who were in a daze, Tili and the other 3 were still rational because of their soul power level. Looking at the extremely young man and woman outside the gate, the 4 of them turned pale. It was obvious that they were not the ones who had just caused the commotion in the sect. There must be other masters who have taken action, and their intentions are not good. Therefore, Tili directly summoned his martial soul, released his aura, and spoke first. Who are you? I am Tili, the leader of the Iron Blood sect. Please meet me. Tili's martial soul is called Iron Arm Bear, a very common bear martial soul. Compared with the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, it is like the difference between the bottom and the top of the food chain. The release of his martial spirit made his body grow to a full 2 meters and 5 inches tall. In addition to his exceptionally thick arms, his body also became extremely strong. 1 white, 2 yellow, and 3 purple. Compared with Shrek's Soul Emperor, he seems to be a fake without even a 10,000-year soul ring. This also means that Soul Emperor is the end of Tili. Huo Yuhao naturally did not answer the other party's question. He was too lazy to speak and was not worthy of listening. 4 blade energies flew out from the fingertips of Huo Yuhao's right hand, destroying the cultivation of the 4 people who still had combat power. Sister Xiaoya, I'll leave it to you to finish off the enemy from now on. After all, he is a Soul Emperor, and Tili's strength is one of the best in this area. If Tang were allowed to act alone without using her ability to devour vitality, the odds would be 50-50. Half a year later, relying on the right leg bone of the human-faced demon spider, Tanya has been able to skillfully control the devouring ability of the dark blue silver grass, and has achieved remarkable results in devouring the opponent's soul power. That's why she prefers the auxiliary and controlled types at this time. Tanya was already filled with blood and rage, and her body was shaking with excitement. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Tai Tang. Have you ever thought that you would end up like this after killing my parents and taking away my Tang Sect's foundation? Today I will use your lives to pay tribute to the spirits of my parents in heaven. The kind-hearted Tang at least let them know. As she spoke, Tang took out the hidden weapon, the dragon beard needle, from the storage soul guide, and flicked her hands. Dozens of golden lights and shadows instantly penetrated into Tili and Tang's bodies. Their faces were all distorted, their bodies were shaking as if in spasm, and screams like pigs being slaughtered suddenly rang out. If Huo Yuhao hadn't blocked off any noise around him, that shrill and loud voice would probably have been heard by half of Xiandao City. Among the Tang Sect's hidden weapons, the dragon beard needle is not the most powerful one, but it is definitely the most painful one for the opponent. The thin golden threads usually shrink into small particles, but when they are released, they become long needles, penetrate the enemy's muscles, and then shrink again. The pain is so intense that it feels as if the muscles and meridians are completely tangled together. Soon, the leader, the young leader and 2 elders of the Tixia sect were killed by Tanya's hidden weapons. As for the ordinary disciples of the Iron Blood sect under Huo Yuhao's control, they were standing in a row in front of the sect gate, waiting for trial. In the end, Tanya did not kill innocent people indiscriminately, but asked Huo Yuhao to disperse them. After all, every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its creditor. Since then, the Iron Blood sect changed its appearance again and returned to the Tang sect. However, there are still some minor follow-up issues to deal with. That is to arrange bribes to make the return of the Tang clan's foundation appear reasonable, just like what the Iron Blood sect did in the past. The wool comes from the sheep, so this money is naturally sponsored by the Iron Blood sect at this time. Tang Ya's tears continued to flow from her red and swollen eyes. She simply gave up wiping her tears and burst into tears, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances she had suffered over the years. Huo Yuhao also patted Tang Ya's back to comfort her. It took a long time for Tang Ya to regain her composure. By the way, Sister Xiaoya, are you still planning to revive the Tang sect? Huo Yuhao changed the subject when this was mentioned. Tang Ya fell silent. Finally, she couldn't help but sigh and said, "Actually, I've given up. It's not bad to just let the Tang sect disappear into the long river of history." Along with all this, Tang Ya felt relieved. After her great revenge, she no longer had the heart to continue maintaining the Tang sect, which existed in name only, and decided to close the sect after all. Although Xiandao City was where she grew up, she was now alone here. As for those old friends from the Tang clan and her parents' friends, Tang Ya had no intention of looking for them. Adding icing on the cake is far inferior to providing timely assistance. Her current home is in Shrek. Whether it was the straightforward senior sister Mazaya Ateo, the calm and reliable junior uncle Huo Yuhao, the cheap dean master, the considerate master's wife, Shrek's friends, and Bibai, these people are indispensable to Tang Ya, especially Huo Yuhao. Tang Ya felt that she owed him a lot, a favor that could never be repaid. "Yuhao, thank you so much." Tang Ya looked at Huo Yuhao seriously. Huo Yuhao shook his head and said with a smile, "Sister Xiaoya, I'm not used to you thanking me like this. I still admire your unruly appearance in the past. Why are you like this?" "I finally thanked you seriously for once, Tang." Ya pouted her cherry lips. Huo Yuhao looked at Tang Ya and asked a riddle. "I don't do this casually. All the gifts given by fate have been secretly marked with a price, Tang." Ya took a deep breath and said carefully, "What price?" "I already have Bibai, and Sister Zaya Ateo won't agree." "Ho Yuhao, let me ask again, does he look like Boss Xiao?" "I don't think I'm that hungry." What did Sister Zaya Ateo say to Tang Ya? After coughing twice, Tang Ya realized that she had misunderstood him, and quickly said, "Anyway, if you need me for anything in the future, I will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation." Ho Yuhao nodded and said nothing more. Since he doesn't want to revive the Tang sect anymore, it's just right for me to be a laborer in his future. Spirit Pagoda achievement triggered. Achieve Tang Ya's home. That can't be let go achievement and receive the Shanmeng Gu as a reward. Mountain Alliance Gu, 6th rank Immortal Gu. When using it, one needs to face a mountain and swear an oath. Once the oath is broken, it will turn into ashes and be completely extinct. However, as long as the corresponding mountain is destroyed, the oath will become invalid. Evaluation, a solemn pledge of love. Is Tang Ya's 5th mission already a reward for the Immortal Gu? Not bad from the current perspective. Tang Ya is the one who has the fastest progress in completing tasks among Huo Yuhao. As for Tang Ya's next and final task, Huo Yuhao also had some ideas. The most likely possibility is to evolve the dark blue silver grass martial soul once you can use the blue silver emperor in the original book, or maybe rely on the specific magic grass in the Yuan Yang pot. Huo Yuhao has a plan for his next trip to the Yin Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. Although I promised the group of immortal herbs about the soul contract, not everyone can perform such a soul ceremony in addition to the physical fitness requirements of the host. Huo Yuhao also has to do some screening and can't let outsiders get away with it. The highest priority, naturally, is to wait for the auspicious beast to transform or the Snow Queen to come out of seclusion, and then take the two of them there to try to sign the soul contract. Next are Mazaya Ateo, Zhang Lexon and others. For the others who don't have a close relationship with Huo Yuhao, there is basically no possibility. Of course, if there are other magical herbs that want to go out and see the outside world, there are solutions to this problem. Huo Yuhao has now marked out a piece of land in the undead demi-plane, which can be used to temporarily grow magical herbs. Even though the breath of death is very strong, it is derived from the attribute of light. I believe the immortal herbs will not reject it. Speaking of Zudi, I don't know how she is doing now. At the beginning, I asked her to accept the inheritance of the Ice God and then call me through the contract. Did you forget? I feel like I should go check out Zudi's progress. End of this chapter. Chapter 227. A space where you can't leave without XX. Half a year has passed since Huo Yuhao signed the soul contract with Zudi. Normally, Zudi should accept the inheritance very quickly. After all, as a 700,000-year-old ferocious beast, the Ice and Snow Girl, who has transformed and rebuilt herself, her talent must be among the best. Even among humans who have received inheritance from the gods, he will definitely defeat Tang San in seconds, and it can even be said that he is not inferior to Ho Guo. In the original novel, Huo Yuhao suspected that the reason it took so long was due to a bug. After all, the Ice God has long disappeared, and the Ice God's inheritance is not as complete as the Sea God's inheritance. It seems reasonable that the Snow Emperor got stuck in the process of accepting the inheritance after actively calling Zudi to ask through the soul contract. Huo Yuhao understood the other party's difficulties. You must complete the first 2 divine test tasks before you can leave that damn place, and now Snow Queen is in the second test of the Ice God, which requires her to practice to level 40 and enter the soul sect. That is to say, Huo Yuhao left her a portion of the Ice Emperor's origin in advance. This allowed her to quickly break through to the Soul Master realm. Later, with the reward she received for completing the Ice God inheritance, it seemed possible for her to enter the Soul Sect realm. Of course, the greater possibility is it is precisely because of the existence of the Ice Emperor's origin that the Ice God's inheritance was adapted to local conditions and organized such a level breakthrough assessment. From this point of view, the Ice God assessment seems to be quite intelligent. Huo Yuhao recalled the ray of Ice God's consciousness he sensed before leaving the far north. Last time the form it manifests is similar to the one we encountered before, when the Sea God wanted to take over the body of the auspicious beast. Although Huo Yuhao did not hesitate to assume the worst of these gods, but if the Ice God's consciousness wanted to take over the Snow Emperor's body, that would be impossible. Is it because Poseidon has a daughter that he can do this, or is it because he covets the Golden Dragon bloodline and the Golden Dragon Spear artifact that he does this? It's impossible that the daughter of the Ice God would suddenly appear from nowhere. Besides, Snow Queen had already successfully transformed and rebuilt herself, leaving no chance for others to take over her body. Douluo continent is not a world of immortal cultivation, and it does not have a mechanism for taking over another's body and rebuilding. In the original novel, Princess Tang's possession of another's body was more like a fusion. What's more, although Zudi is the biological daughter of the far north, she is now penniless and there is no need for the gods to calculate against her. Even if the Ice God really had malicious intentions, he only had a wisp of consciousness left now. Huo Yuhao even felt that just quietly opening the Ice God's inheritance had already consumed a lot of the other party's energy. This is also verified in the message conveyed by Zudi. That means the Ice God can only have 7 trials at most. At most I can help Zudi reach the ultimate Douluo, but she needs to walk the rest of the way on her own. After the conspiracy theory, Huo Yuhao felt that there was no need to worry. Zudi also said that her breakthrough would happen soon, so Huo Yuhao didn't need to worry. Therefore, Huo Yuhao gave up the idea of going to visit the prison immediately. Since there is no breakthrough yet, there is no need to rush. That's it for now. Let's eat first. But he had promised Wang Donger a grilled fish meal the day before yesterday. That is, after Huo Yuhao and Zhang Lexun returned from the starred out Great Forest because he was worried about the influence of the Sea God's consciousness. Huo Yuhao went to check on Wang Donger's condition. The result is nothing happened. The lively Wang Donger just wanted to eat. Sure enough, it was still too difficult to ask Tang Sen, who had 100 times delay, to react quickly. Huo Yuhao had made such a guess as early as when he triggered the Sea God achievement. Coupled with this experience, he confirmed this matter again. I laugh at the Poseidon's lack of strategy and Shura's lack of wisdom. Ahem, don't expand. It was the day before yesterday that Huo Yuhao received a mission from Yan Shaos, and he and Tang Yu planned to go to Xiandao City for revenge, and Wang Donger, who happened to be following him, also learned some details about this matter. After seeing Tang Yu temporarily leave to prepare hidden weapons, Wang Donger quietly approached Huo Yuhao and asked, "Yuhao, didn't you just come back from the Xingdao Great Forest? Why are you going out again?" "I have accepted the mission from Dean Yan this time to help Sister Xiaoya regain the former foundation of the Tang sect." "Ah, Tang sect? What foundation? How come I don't know?" Wang Donger, a disciple of the Tang sect, was a little confused. She had been in the Tang sect for so long, but she had no idea about this. To her, the Tang sect might be more like a small research group, where everyone gets together to learn the unique skills of the Tang sect. The situation is very complicated. Even your senior brother Bibi doesn't know about this. Don't tell anyone casually. Then, can I come along? Wang Donger was eager to try it out. After getting the new light demon breaking soul bone from Master Mu, she had not yet tried it properly. Fighting is fun. Originally, I planned to continue the experiment by looking for Toolman Daihuobin, but after the last challenge between Class 1 and Class 2, that guy disappeared for some reason. It was said that he had dropped out of school, leaving only his fiancée Zulu alone in Shrekba, scumbag. Thinking of this, Wang Donger felt a little indignant. This was definitely not because she lost a very good sandbag. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have used the clear sky hammer. Now Daihuobin would have been so frustrated that he would have to drop out of school. No, Huo Yuhao shook his head to refuse. Huh? Why? Seeing Wang Dongzhi suddenly look a little aggrieved, Huo Yuhao thought of an explanation and said, because the journey is quite long, it will take a long time to travel with you, and this is also your sister Xiao's private matter, so don't disturb her. As he spoke, Huo Yuhao displayed the soul bone attached to the wings of the evil god and explained the method of flying. Seeing this, Wang Dongzhi also remembered the air sickness experience when she was taken flying by Xuanzi last time, and was persuaded to quit on the spot. Of course, this is not the key. Huo Yuhao flew very steadily. With the help of his powerful mental strength, all the oncoming strong winds were blocked. Moreover, Huo Yuhao also developed a version of this pair of energy wings that can carry people for flight, that is to input mental power and soul power to make the wings of the evil god close and expand, and transform the form into a flying vehicle mode under the feet, which is more than enough to carry several people. It has many uses and is much more useful than ordinary wings. The main reason for not bringing Wang Dongzhi along, besides the fact that Huo Yuhao found it troublesome, was also because of the possible danger maybe when leading Tangya on her revenge journey. She will encounter the evil soul master that appeared in the original novel. Moreover, this cruel scene of the sex annihilation was indeed not something that could be shown to Wang Dongzhi. Huo Yuhao raised his hand and ruffled the girl's pale blue hair, and consoled her, "Don't worry, we will be back soon, it will only take a day or two. I will make you grilled fish when we come back." Hearing this, Wang Dongzhi's big blue eyes, which had been somewhat dim a second ago, suddenly lit up, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Then, as if she felt that she had lost her composure, she forced herself to hold it together, pretending to be serious, and began to bargain. "Humph, don't think you can buy me off with just one meal of grilled fish. You'll need at least 2 meals. Okay, then 2 meals. That's good, have a safe trip, go early and come back early." In fact, Wang Dongzhi has been feeling a little anxious and worried recently, especially in the past few days. After she felt dizzy, her mind seemed to become clearer. All of a sudden Wang Dongzhi suddenly realized that if she didn't take the initiative, she might not even be able to drink the soup later. However, after learning that Sister Xiao Tao had succeeded, Wang Dongzhi felt a little uncomfortable and became hesitant again. Just pulling myself up like this until the day Huo Yuhao came back, Wang Dongzhi witnessed with her own eyes the extremely intimate posture of the inner court senior sisters Zhang Lexun and Huo Yuhao when they walked together, which was like a clarion call for an attack. The senior sister did it too. In this case, Wang Dongzhi convinced herself and felt that she could go ahead. She had originally intended to make an appointment with Huo Yuhao to improve their relationship alone, but she was suddenly involved in the matter of Tangya, and so this conversation took place anyway. There is no way anything will happen between Sister Xiao and Yuhao. Let's talk about it next time. Wang Dongzhi felt that she still had a great chance. The core area of the far north is a restricted area for humans. This place is covered by blizzards that block out the sun all year round, with extremely low visibility. It is a cold place where only a very small number of ice-attributed soul beasts can survive. But at this moment, a handsome young man was walking in the wind and snow without any worries as he continued to move forward. The cold gale that would have made even soul masters of Soul Douluo level dare not stay here for long stopped him in his tracks. Wind and snow surrounded him, as if celebrating the king's return. This person is Huo Yuhao, who has activated his ice soul body at this moment. He did not use any mimicry. Under the full power of his ice soul body, his loose black hair had turned into crystal clear silver hair, like tassels, and his exposed skin, as white as jade, was even whiter than snow. It was a rare opportunity to have such a suitable opportunity. In addition, Huo Yuhao was itching to show off his skills after breaking through to the Soul King level, so he took this opportunity to test the depth of his ice soul body. Martial soul. Looking closely, there was a palm-sized soul standing on each of his shoulders. Standing on the left shoulder is a small scorpion with a body that looks like a dreamy ice blue and a tail that looks like emerald green crystal. On the right shoulder is a huge silkworm as white as jade. With its head held high, it seems to be enjoying the long-lost cold breeze. Ah! This wind. This snow. It still feels better at home. You're so noisy. You've been yelling since we set foot in the far north. Ahem, this isn't happiness. Actually, Bingbing, you should be happy too, to see Zudi again. Shut up. You're the only one who talks too much. Listening to the quarreling in his ears, Huo Yuhao smiled, feeling the extreme cold power from the outside world waving like an arm. He even felt that if he continued to practice here for a long time, the second awakening of his ice soul body martial soul might be achieved ahead of time without even having to reach the soul saint stage. It's like the second awakening of the Lingmao martial soul originally. Huo Yuhao estimated that his spiritual eyes would be able to achieve a second awakening only after he obtained his martial soul's true form. However, because of the long-awaited relationship, this process was greatly accelerated. As for the ice soul body, it still needs to be practiced on schedule. And after waiting for the soul's true body to be formed, it will naturally open. On the one hand, it was because there were too few additional soul rings, and on the other hand, it was naturally because of the lack of the secret techniques of the body sect, that is, the related combat skills that utilized ki and blood. But at this moment, with the ice soul body's martial spirit being used without scruples, Huo Yuhao suddenly had an idea. The orange, gold and red soul rings behind him lit up slightly, and the energy forms of the Ice Emperor Scorpion and the Ice Dragon King appeared beside him, mimicry true form. In this state, Huo Yuhao seemed to have transformed into a beast tamer, with two more ferocious beast-level fighters at his disposal. Afterwards, the true forms of the two soul beasts entered Huo Yuhao's body. After fusion and absorption, the aura on his body surged again, and an extreme chill that even the Ice Emperor felt trembling emanated from Huo Yuhao mimicry fusion. The second awakening ability of the Ice Soul body has already begun to show its potential. Just like the moment when his spiritual eyes awakened, the incomplete second awakening alone has already allowed Huo Yuhao's strength to reach a higher level. Just as Huo Yuhao was testing out his new skills, Tianmeng and Bingdi on his shoulders subconsciously looked at each other with horror in their eyes. This martial spirit is really outrageous, Bingdi sighed. Unlike Tianmeng, who had completely stripped herself of her ice attribute, she had a deeper feeling for Huo Yuhao's ice soul body martial spirit. This was the first time that Huo Yuhao activated the full power of his ice soul body after absorbing the Ice Dragon King's soul ring in particular. Just now the Ice Emperor even saw his former self in the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, which has at least 50% of its combat power in its prime. Of course, this was also thanks to Huo Yuhao being in the core area of the far north, and using his domain to borrow the vast amount of heaven and earth energy, which allowed him to successfully accomplish this action. Huo Yuhao still has a long way to go before he can control his mimicry true form at will. Moreover, this was not the only thing that amazed Bingdi at this moment. It was actually afraid of Yuhao's true form fusion state. This means that the difference in the quality of the ice attribute between the two is not a little bit, but a complete suppression, like when Huo Yuhao faced Ling Lujin before. It is the relationship between the ultimate ice and the ice element with strict hierarchy. However, at this time, it actually appeared on Ice Emperor and Huo Yuhao, who were both of the ultimate ice. It was simply outrageous. Although the Ice Emperor's cultivation is not as good as the Snow Emperor's, but in terms of extreme ice alone, she is actually the strongest existence in the far north. What Ice Emperor is proud of is the temperature control. Even compared to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, the extreme ice displayed by the Ice Dragon King's corpse made the Ice Emperor feel that he had the strength to fight, but she was ruthlessly killed by the current Huo Yuhao in an instant, even though she could join in by driving the true form mecha summoned by Huo Yuhao. But doesn't Bingdi have any respect? Don't let yourself be defeated even by the fakes in the future. All I can say is that the quality of the Ice Soul body is ridiculously high. The Ice Queen sighed softly. With only 2 rings, she had already demonstrated a quality that could crush her, the strongest and most ultimate ice in the continent. It was simply hard to imagine what would happen if Huo Yuhao reached the 9th ring. Huo Yuhao didn't say anything, his eyes staring into the distance just as he was adapting to the new power of the Ice Soul body. With the help of the power of the ice element under his control, Huo Yuhao could feel from afar that the Ice Bear King guarding the Snow Empress had been alarmed by his breath. Just wait here for the Ice Bear King. It's a good time for me to get used to my current strength. Huo Yuhao made a decision not long after. A giant white bear on all fours, nearly 20 meters tall, came galloping from a distance. It looked like a white hill approaching. Less than half a minute later, the giant bear's mountain-like body stopped precisely in front of Huo Yuhao. Bingdi spoke first. Xiao Bei. Long time no see, Hayori? Long time no see. Looking at the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion standing on Huo Yuhao's shoulder, the Ice Bear King couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes, and then he suddenly realized, is this the soul that the Snow Queen mentioned before? It's really unique. Come up quickly, we can talk while we walk. The Ice Bear King was not in the mood to reminisce about the past because Zudi was really trapped by the Ice God inheritance and needed Huo Yuhao to rescue her. This was also the reason why Huo Yuhao cancelled the grilled fish he had promised to Wang Danger and rushed over here after receiving Zudi's hesitant request for help after cleaning up the mess of the Tang sect nanny. A space where you can't get out without XX is the ice god playing such a big game. End of this chapter. Chapter 228, Snow Emperor. Damn, I became a substitute? Regarding Zhu Di's request for help, in fact, it's not that she is trapped in a space where she can't get out without XX, but as the only inheritor of the ice god, there are conditions for him to leave the far north freely before completing certain assessment tasks. It was different from the conspiracy theory that Huo Yuhao had imagined after receiving the 7 tests of the ice god. The ice god's consciousness became extremely friendly towards the Snow Empress and also granted her great authority. Zhu Di can be said to have become a true inheritor instead of being like Tang San in the past. His inheritance progress was deliberately delayed by the high priest of the Sigid, who abused his power for personal gain. The ice god's consciousness is like a cold machine, carrying out its work step by step. As early as when she accepted the inheritance, Zhu Di could freely leave the ice god temple, which is a certain range of the ice god ruins. However, Zhu Di only went out to see the Ice Bear King's Iobe from time to time, and spent the rest of the time concentrating on cultivation. After all, she also handed over the position of Lord of the Far North to the Titan Snow Demon King. The only thing she has to do now is to continuously improve her cultivation and complete more divine examination tasks. Normally, after Snow Queen completed the 2 divine tests and cultivated to level 40 and entered the Soul Sect, she would be able to leave the Far North. After all, this is what the information contained in the 7 tests of the Ice God told Zhu Di. But Zhu Di, I want to leave the Far North, Ice God. No, beyond the Far North, there are enemies. Zhu Di. But I have to go out to practice properly. Ice God. No, just stay here and practice slowly. It's a dead loop indeed. After all, after a soul beast successfully rebuilds into human, if it wants to quickly improve its cultivation, it must stay with humans for a long time, feel the breath of humans, and absorb the popularity necessary for the soul beast to rebuild. Based on what Zhu Di found out from Bing Shen's spiritual consciousness under the current plane rules, it is very difficult for soul beasts to become gods. Just transforming into human form and rebuilding himself is already a life-threatening situation, let alone accepting the throne as a god. Although the ice temple is a bit dilapidated, it is still able to provide some help in concealing the information of the inheritor in the Far North. If you leave the Far North, there is no way to control you at all. If the aura of the divine inheritance is captured by the divine world, there will be a risk of exposure. Under the current policy of suppressing soul beasts, the result can be imagined, because before the soul power level of a transformed and rebuilt soul beast reaches that of a soul sage, it is still essentially a soul beast and will still drop 100,000-year soul ring and soul bones after death. In other words, only those whose soul power level reaches soul saint can go out freely. Even because of the special nature of the Ice and Snow Girl, she still needed at least the strength of a soul emperor, that is the Ice and Snow Girl. If other ice-attributed soul beasts were to transform and cultivate again, they would basically not be qualified to inherit the ice god's legacy. The requirement of better to have nothing than to have something less than perfect, coupled with the fact that the core area of the Far North is sparsely populated, has led to the gradual decline of the ice temple. Especially after the first ice god fell in that battle, the throne disappeared, and the ice temple closed itself off, gradually forming such ruins. And now, having finally found a suitable successor, the remaining ice god's consciousness certainly doesn't want her to die out there. This is probably her only chance in this life. The ice god's spiritual consciousness can no longer wait for a second suitable successor. Staying here and practicing alone may be a little slow, but it is safer. Therefore, the ice god's divine consciousness has been rejecting the Snow Empress requests. Zhu Di then went to Huo Yuhao for help. Huo Yuhao, a lie. I'm here to help you. Because the communication of soul contracts is actually intermittent and cannot be sustained for a long time, it is difficult to form effective communication, so he just came straight here. Snow Queen walked out of the ice temple. Her gaze first swept across the 2 souls on Huo Yuhao's shoulders, and then fell on Huo Yuhao himself. After a brief eye contact, Zhu Di had a smile on his face, and his cold voice carried a hint of inexplicable softness. You came, well, long wait, seeing the current girl form of Snow Empress. Huo Yuhao also felt emotional this time. The legal lolly disappeared after only appearing once, but it's nothing to regret. As early as when he left the Ice Emperor's origin, Huo Yuhao had already seen the future. At this moment, her long, white and crystal hair falls to her waist like a waterfall, her slender body is flawless, her white skirt sways in the wind, occasionally revealing half of her snow-white, slender calves, and a pair of white and tender feet floating above the ice make people imagine a lot, especially those pure and clear sky blue eyes, which remind people of the clear winter sky at a glance, setting off the other than mortal cold face. Zhu Di, long time no see. Bing Di's tone was filled with excitement of meeting an old friend again. It Hasn't been long, it's only been half a year. Even in this short period of time, the life we experienced with Yuhao was really rich and colorful. Tian Meng gave a weak reminder, but it attracted Bingdi's angry glare. Snow leopard, shut up. Half a year, for us in the past, it was just a blink of an eye, but with the transformation and reconstruction, this short period of time has given me a sense of urgency. Zhu Di sighed. Yuhao, this is why I asked you to come here, then. Zhu Di roughly explained the situation. Huo Yuhao finally understood the cause of the incident at this moment. Huo Yuhao happened to remember the copywriting of Qin Shi Huang in his previous life. Snow Emperor. Hello everyone, I am Snow Emperor, the Lord of the Far North. Now I have transformed myself and cultivated again, and my strength is only 1/100th of what it was. If anyone can lend me 50 to help me cultivate, when my cultivation recovers to its peak, I will make you the great general of the Far North. However, Huo Yuhao was naturally willing to be tricked by Zhu Di's request. The two of them already had a close relationship due to the events of Ice Emperor and Conferred God platform. In addition, they signed a soul contract, forming a community of shared destiny that they now stand together. In addition, Huo Yuhao understood Zhu Di's character well, so of course he was willing to help her solve her problems. Coincidentally, he also has a solution: secretly transfer the immortal goo. Using the Dark Crossing immortal goo, not only can the remaining soul beast aura on the Snow Empress be concealed, but even the divine test aura can be completely concealed. According to Huo Yuhao's estimation, a full-scale cover-up could ensure peace of mind for at least 2 to 3 years. This period of time should be enough for Zhu Di to cultivate to Soul Emperor unless there is a god level or higher being forcibly spying. The duration of the secret crossing effect will be shortened. Consume the stored hidden energy of the ancient golden tree. The problem is solved at this moment. Just standing outside the ice temple, even the ice god's consciousness still in the ice temple found it difficult to sense the presence of his own inheritor. The effect was extraordinary. Ice god's divine consciousness. I don't understand, but I am greatly shocked. No wonder this person refused his inheritance before. It turned out that a master had already taken a fancy to him and gave him the inheritance. Achievement trigger. Achieve the Snow Emperor's Troubles achievement and receive the reward of Flying Snow Goo. Flying Snow Goo, a rank 5 goo. Once activated, heavy snow will fly violently, and the area within a few thousand steps will turn into a cold ice field. Evaluation. The heavy snow is like the Emperor's sword, the Emperor's palm, and the Emperor's frost. After solving the problem, Huo Yuhao had no intention of rushing back immediately. Now that I have come to the core area of the Far North, I might as well take advantage of the venue and make further progress in my understanding of the ultimate ice. He also relied on the Ice Emperor's sword and the field of ice soul body to exchange learning experiences with the Snow Emperor. Although the current Snow Queen's soul power level is low and she is only a 4-ring soul master, her vision is still there. This is much better than Hyodoi's powerful teaching method that can break anything. Zhu Di takes the technical route and is more inclined to application. Besides, there is always a teacher among 3 people with 4 minds and 2 spiritual consciousnesses present. They can also take this opportunity to perfect their own self-created soul skills. Why not? So, after seeing Huo Yuhao's many soul skills, Zhu Di began to doubt her life. Oh no, I have become a substitute? If Huo Yuhao said that she was the one who taught him how to make such a pure imperial sword, she would believe it without a doubt. However, it was a shock. Zhu Di also taught her his knowledge of ice and snow without any reservation. The palm of the sword makes the sky ice cold, and the palm of the Emperor's sword makes the sky cold. Zhu Di gave Huo Yuhao a lot of cramming instruction on her famous skills. As for how much he could comprehend, it all depended on Huo Yuhao's luck. Zhu Di, Yuhao, do you remember? Huo Yuhao, yes, I remembered them all. After demonstrating again, Zhu Di asked again, do you remember it? Huo Yuhao, I have forgotten half of it. Very good. Zhu Di also praised Huo Yuhao's understanding. This is how you should learn the insights that suit you and gradually integrate them into your own skills. This was mainly due to the limitation of soul skills. As for the true meaning of the 3 unique skills of the Snow Empress, Huo Yuhao could not learn them in a short period of time without the help of soul rings and soul bones. Unless he could turn into an ice and snow girl. Huo Yuhao, I can, but there's no need for that. He still cherishes Ioho very much. Don't do anything like transformation or anything like that. And so, I stayed in the core area for a few more days. Huo Yuhao prepared to go home. He also suddenly remembered that he seemed to have promised a certain girl 2 meals of grilled fish. I feel a little embarrassed that I have been postponed for so long. Zhu Di naturally followed along, not only because of the other party's request, but also because of a previous agreement. Therefore, The Ice Bear King Xiao Bei also planned to leave with the two of them. Xiao Bei, wherever Zudi goes, it goes. Zudi frowned slightly. Xiao Bei, you have to know that although the fierce beast can directly transform into human form, that kind of human form will retain some of the characteristics of the soul beast, and the breath of the soul beast can be said to be completely unable to cover up. Indeed, isn't it like sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth for the Ice Bear King, who has only cultivated for 200,000 years, to appear within the Shrek area? Zhuanzi, it's just perfect. This stupid bear can be used as a spirit ring for Huo Yuhao in the future. Then he will have something to eat with his wine. However, Huo Yuhao also has a solution to this problem. Huo Yuhao, I have a plan. Of course it's not a soul contract. The main reason is that it feels a bit unreasonable to carry out the soul contract now. After all, they are our future and our family. It is a bit too much to force them to sign a soul contract without even improving their favorability. In fact, Huo Yuhao was not in a hurry at this moment and decided to talk about it later afterwards. Huo Yuhao explained his undead dimension. After listening, Zudi's expression relaxed. That's good. If we encounter danger that we can't defeat later, we can call out Xiao Bei to help in time. Huo Yuhao had a strange expression on his face, but he didn't say much. If the enemy is one that he cannot defeat, calling out Xiao Bei would just be a waste of effort. After placing the Ice Bear King in the undead demi-plane, all arrangements were completed. Huo Yuhao took Zudi away from the Ice Temple where they had been training for half a year. Of course, now that he was here, Huo Yuhao planned to add a soul ring to his ice soul body. The age of the soul rings he can now absorb has reached as much as 100,000 years, so the plan to rapidly increase his soul power can be put on the agenda. Huo Yuhao thinks that as long as the bloodline is strong and the attributes of a 100,000-year spirit ring are suitable, it is acceptable. It is even possible to try a higher age limit as long as the spirit ring cannot burst him all at once. He can absorb it forcibly. As for the hidden dangers that absorbing spirit rings beyond the limit brings to the body, it may be very fatal to other people. But for Huo Yuhao, who possesses the gold of life, it is just a physical test. You can even ask Cheyenne Men to seal the soul ring. It can be said that Huo Yuhao has already turned on the simple mode in Douluo continent. However, 100,000-year soul beast is already an extremely rare existence, not to mention those that are older. The top 10 ferocious beasts on the list are only over 200,000 years old. Those who have reached the level of a ferocious beast are something that you can only encounter by chance. Therefore, Huo Yuhao does not actually have such a great demand for years. Just 100,000 years would be enough. After asking for the opinions of the two emperors of ice and snow, they both thought of an existence at the same time. The deep cold blue dragon possesses both ice and spiritual attributes. Yes, he was the producer of the deep blue skull that Shrek auctioned to Ling Luchan at the Starlight auction during the last Soul Master competition. In terms of bloodline, the deep cold blue dragon clan should not be underestimated. Although they have not reached the ultimate level of control over ice attributes, their strong physical and mental advantages have allowed them to rank among the top in the far north. It can be said that if it weren't for the number limiting them, coupled with the dragon race's traditionally arrogant temperament, the Deep Frost Blue Dragon clan might be a more terrifying existence than the Ice Jade Scorpion clan. Moreover, Zudi was not just talking about the Deep Cold Blue Dragon 100,000 years ago. Among this rare tribe, a Deep Cold Blue Dragon with the ultimate ice attribute emerged originally. Zudi was quite optimistic about it. As long as the other party expanded his harem, perhaps the opportunity for the revival of the Shinhan clan would lie in it. However, after practicing for 100,000 years, he began to show extremely rebellious thoughts and began to cause chaos in the core area without restraint. Although the Deep Frost Blue Dragon was no match for the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Bear King, it had been around for 100,000 years and had become a powerful force, so escaping was not a problem at all. In addition, the Ice Emperor disappeared and the Snow Emperor was in seclusion, which is why they have been acting arrogantly and domineering without fear. Zudi had originally planned to work with Atai and Xiao Bai to solve this problem before leaving. And now they have hit it off. Huo Yuhao agreed with this. The third soul ring of the ice soul body is determined to be the deep cold blue dragon. What is the value of the Sun of Fortune? When you feel sleepy, use the pillow. That's good. End of this chapter. Chapter 229, the third test of the ice god, the expanding blue dragon. Ice god? The intermittent voice fell into Zudi's ears, and her brows furrowed slightly. What happened? Zudi turned her gaze to Huo Yuhao. This is most likely the other party's ability to secretly transfer the immortal goo. What's wrong? Huo Yuhao asked. It's not that I ask even though I already know the answer. He just sensed a fleeting fluctuation of divine power from the Snow Empress, and then followed the connection to find the source, which was the consciousness of the ice god in the ice temple. But Huo Yuhao naturally didn't know what exactly happened. It has to be said that Ling Mao's insight ability is indeed top-notch, especially now that the Eye of Destiny has transformed. Combined with the secondary awakening ability of the spirit eyes, it seems as if it can see through everything and capture the trajectory of all things. Zudi explained, Ice God has passed the third test, but because your goo insect's hiding effect is too strong. I haven't got the specific content yet. Determined to be out of service area, Huo Yuhao immediately proposed a feasible solution. Why not try entering the Ice God Temple? Since the signal here is not good, let's go into the Ice Temple and receive the signal at close range. I didn't expect that the secret immortal goo would even guard against its own people. This is also related to Huo Yuhao's current control over the insect. Fan Goo is fine with the improvement of his realm and mental strength, as well as the insights gained from using the poisonous insects many times. Huo Yuhao's understanding of the poisonous insects became deeper. Man is the spirit of all things, and goo is the essence of heaven and earth. The essence of the goo worm is the Dao mark, which corresponds to the original power of the martial soul. Immortal goo is the embodiment of Tao, and the embodiment of the laws that only God-level beings in the Douluo plane can access. The immortal goo is unique, and can be equated with a divine position with specific functions. This is also the reason why Huo Yuhao is so confident about his future path to becoming a god. Whether it is becoming a god through faith or inheriting the throne of God, neither can compare to this way of proving the truth through force. As Huo Yuhao gained a deep understanding of the origin of his martial soul, there was basically no barrier for him to use any ordinary goo below the 6th level. Coupled with the almost universal spiritual origin, there is no problem at all with feeding especially the poisonous insects with properties related to the spirit eyes and ice soul body martial spirits. They are easy to use. Even Huo Yuhao, relying on his wisdom, has already shown some signs of upgrading his ice and snow Dao immortal goo. But immortal goo is completely different compared with ordinary goo. The two can be said to be as different as fireflies and the bright moon, with huge differences for other people. If they want to activate the immortal goo with their own strength, it is basically impossible without becoming a god. Even Huo Yuhao has to wait until he reaches a higher level of soul power. He is now using the immortal goo with the help of external forces in his mortal body. Most of the time, it is a one-time deal and it is not easy to achieve precise control. This has led to the current situation. After Snow Empress entered the Ice Temple, the divine test was successfully updated as Huo Yuhao had expected. The third test of the Ice God is to suppress rebellion, repel exile, kill a soul beast with a cultivation level of 100,000 years in the Arctic ice field, limited to soul beasts that do not obey the teachings of the Lord of the Far North. During this period, you can borrow any external force to help, and the time limit is 1 month. It seems that I can only go back to the Ice Temple to update the divine examination quest. Huo Yuhao sighed. Fortunately, the rewards for completing the Ice God assessment do not differ based on the degree of completion. Otherwise, you have to consider whether to give up the last animal head. You are right, but I can tolerate everything in the world, let alone you. Exile is the greatest mercy. Next, the 2 people and 2 souls rode on the Ice Bear King and set off immediately. Xiao Bei, let's go and find the deep frost blue dragon that disturbed us not long ago. It is good. The Ice Bear King beneath him responded, activated his powerful sense of smell, simply identified the direction, and then ran on the snow. Has that deep cold blue dragon come to our door before? Why is it so stubborn? Huo Yuhao asked curiously. He remembered that although normal deep cold blue dragons did not like to live in groups, they were usually gentle in nature. Although they had dragon blood, they did not like to fight. If it weren't for its excellent mental power and the strong physique brought by the dragon bloodline, this kind of soul beast might have been regarded as a hot commodity by soul masters long ago. Yes, Zudi said, that blue dragon is different from the normal one. It has mutated into a rare dark attribute. Although it has barely reached the ultimate ice, it is not pure. That is why it has an extremely bad temper. Hearing this, Bingdi seemed to remember something and took over the conversation. I remember it too. It's the guy who calls himself Deep Frost Shadow Dragon, right? I remember that as early as 30,000 years ago, it was driven out of the core area by Zudi and was ordered never to return. Next, with their explanations, Huo Yuhao gradually understood everything. To put it simply, a genius traitor appeared among the Blue Dragon clan. When the deep cold blue dragon was weak, it mutated into a dark attribute, causing itself to enter the extreme ice realm. Therefore, the Blue Dragon tribes all set their sights on his bloodline. and when his cultivation level was suitable, they began a life of vaccination on a mutually voluntary basis. Really creepy. At first, the deep frost blue dragon was obedient and even enjoyed it, but later, perhaps because it was exploited too harshly, it broke up with the tribe and became rebellious. Later, one person isolated the entire clan, cut off ties with the deep cold blue dragon clan, named himself Deep Cold Shadow Dragon, and began to grow independently among the major clans and upgrade himself. But perhaps because of what happened in the tribe when he was a child, the dragon's lustful nature was aroused, causing this dragon to like to snatch other people's mates and do thieves things until 30,000 years ago, when he was doing something sneaky. He hid a wall and the matter reached the ears of the emperor. That's why Zudi took action and drove them out of the core area until recently, because of the breakthrough of 100,000 years and the disappearance of the two ice and snow emperors, plus its own 100,000 years of cultivation. The expanded deep cold shadow dragon secretly returned to the core area of the far north. The corner of Huo Yuhao's mouth twitched. My goodness, this guy is really tired of living. Not only did he disobey the orders of the Lord of the far north, but he also wanted revenge? It is highly likely that this inflated deep cold shadow dragon has found traces of the Ice Bear King's activities and is taking this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Snow Emperor, who is in seclusion. Zudi said calmly. So, I was planning to find a suitable opportunity to call a tie to clean up the pests in the house. In a one-on-one fight, a 100,000-year-old deep frost shadow dragon could rely on its mental advantage to escape from a 200,000-year-old titan snow demon king or ice bear king. But if the two beasts unite, it will be absolutely safe. Bingdi also snorted coldly. Humph, this guy is so reckless. He definitely has ulterior motives. I'm afraid he dared to disobey orders like this because he realized that I was not on the core area. He is really courting death. Tian Meng also nodded. Leave it to us. It's just a 100,000-year soul beast. We will ensure that it is foolproof and will never come back. Well, I'll take action. Huo Yuhao agreed. Anyone who dares to disobey the orders of the Lord of the Far North will be punished with death. This deep frost shadow dragon is indeed a pest. Have you never heard of reproductive isolation? In the past, the Snow Emperor could suppress it and prevent it from being so unbridled. Now that there is no one to suppress him, this guy has become even more aggressive. In other words, the Snow Queen is now in retraining, and her strength is not as good as before. If she had encountered this situation before, she would definitely have directly slapped the Snow Wuhan. As the ruler of a soul beast settlement, mercy is definitely not a quality that should be possessed, and killing a chicken to scare the monkey is just the norm. Don't say it's rare in 100,000 years, or that the bloodline is powerful. Any soul beast that poses a threat to the soul beast settlement must be eliminated in a timely manner. After hearing this, Huo Yuhao no longer planned to take it as his soul. He didn't want a flower thief to live in his spiritual sea. That's so immoral. Huo Yuhao's soul naturally intends to be constantly improved, and he does not want any soul beast that is not pure and good. It has to be said that this ice god is quite good at choosing the right time. However, isn't it a bit too outrageous to let a 4-ring soul master challenge a 100,000-year soul beast? In particular, the blood strength of this deep cold shadow dragon is likely to have reached the level of the azure bull python and the titan giant ape. If an ordinary title Douluo came here, he would not dare to provoke him easily. And because of the rewards from the first 2 tests of the ice god, Zudi's soul power level was improved, and the age of her soul ring was also improved. The configuration of 3 purple and 1 black is even better than Huo Yuhao's on the surface. Coupled with the combat experience before the rebuilding, it would most likely not be a problem for the Snow Emperor, who only has 4 rings, to challenge a 7-ring soul saint without using any trump card. But it is still difficult to reach the level of hanging on the wall like Huo Yuhao. But Snow Emperor, are you still the Lord of the Far North now? Didn't you say that you have passed the throne to the Titan Snow Demon King? Huo Yuhao suddenly became curious. Snow Emperor was silent. Snow Queen singled out Ice Bear King and said confidently, "Of course it is. Snow Queen is the only ruler of the Far North." Tian Meng said, "I think it should be." The Ice Emperor also explained, "The Titan Snow Demon King is now only the successor of the Snow Emperor. With his current strength, he is not enough to become the true lord of the Arctic ice field." Huo Yuhao understood this wave is about decentralization and ruling from behind the scenes. Back to the serious matter, Huo Yuhao could also see that the current Snow Queen had no intention of returning to the throne. Of course, there is no need for the time being focus. For now, the reason why Zudi arranged the position of the successor to the Lord of the Far North in advance was that she had already made up her mind to die. After all, her good sister Bingdi was suspected to have died in a natural disaster at that time, And Zudi was also in a dilemma between the end of her life and the transformation and rebuilding herself. If you choose the first path, you will be doomed to fail because Zudi's own origin was severely damaged after his failed attempt at the yin-yang complementary soul core. Taking the latter road is basically a life-threatening situation. Taking the Ice Bear King along is also to ensure safety during the reconstruction process, but that's all. In fact, it is already difficult for the Snow Emperor to protect the Arctic ice field. Human power is limited, and there is nothing we can do. Even the ultimate Douluo can only live for 1,000 years. This amount of time is so short for soul beasts, and the Arctic ice field. Only by becoming a god can one truly achieve what Zudi wants. Huo Yuhao knew something about the 7 tests of the ice god. It can be seen that neither the divine seed nor the divine position can be given by the broken ice god's consciousness. The main reason is that I don't have the ability. Therefore, it is reasonable that the Ice God's 7 trials stops at the ultimate Douluo. The future path of Zudi will most likely be to become a god through faith. If you want to take this route, you will definitely not be able to escape the Arctic ice field. The ending of wearing the yellow robe is inevitable. Huo Yuhao narrowed his eyes slightly and looked into the distance. I'll be back soon, leaving. Behind these words, his figure disappeared on the ice bear. The next moment, Huo Yuhao appeared directly above a giant lizard that was 15 meters long. Its layers of blue-black scales intertwined, and it looked huge yet very agile. This is also the time to test Huo Yuhao's practice. During this period, ice soul field. Needless to say, a deep blue field instantly expanded towards the surrounding space and time with Huo Yuhao's body as the center. In an instant, it formed a world of its own, encompassing all the surrounding wind and snow. Such a blatant invasion naturally alarmed the deep cold shadow dragon, who was still resting. Roar. Sensing the enemy's approach, it tensed its body and let out a thunderous roar. But the deep cold shadow dragon was surprised to find that the ultimate ice that he had always been proud of had been completely suppressed. At this moment there is no time to think. As the wings spread, the straight horn above its head suddenly lit up with a dark light and kept flashing. A series of dark light balls shot towards Huo Yuhao. However, such an attack had no effect on the enemy in front of them. The dark light ball actually passed through Huo Yuhao's body out of thin air, without any effect. Divine power empty. Now Huo Yuhao's 2 soul skills are ready to be used. Ice Emperor Sword. The limit of ice. Holding the imperial sword in hand, a figure stood majestically above the dragon head, like a high and mighty god overlooking the ice field, domineering and indifferent. Huo Yuhao's expression froze, and the gorgeous ice sword let out a mournful howl, carrying an indestructible sharp aura as it fell like a meteor. It was as if it was the roar of a latent dragon hanging high in the sky, telling the magnificent beauty of destruction. The sword light seemed to split the space in two, like a hot knife into butter, easily breaking through the black light and shadow protection on the surface of the deep cold shadow dragon's body like flowing water, penetrating deeply into its flesh and passing through the skull. After an instinctive twitch, the dark blue-black eyes dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Deep frost shadow dragon, death. With a thrust of the sword in his hand, Huo Yuhao brought out a soul bone emitting a bluish-black glow. It was the bone of his left arm. Although this soul bone is of excellent quality, it was not in Huo Yuhao's plan, and he had no intention of absorbing it. If you need it, this soul bone is for you. With a flick of his right hand, the soul bone fell into Zudi's hands. Her expression was a little complicated, but she didn't refuse. Thank you. Why are we so polite? After saying that, Huo Yuhao began to absorb the spirit ring on the spot. With the protection of Xianmeng Ice Emperor, as well as the Snow Emperor and Ice Bear King beside him, safety is guaranteed. Looking at the boy's face, Zudi's eyes no longer had the usual coldness, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. This is a 100,000-year-old soul bone. Both the strength and character displayed by Huo Yuhao were far beyond Zudi's expectations. In this case, I can't betray the other party's trust. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Special Achievements, the Enrollment of Rushao and Zudi. For hundreds of thousands of years, as the Lord of the Far North, Snow Emperor naturally preserved some soul bones, including some 100,000-year-old soul bones. Most of these soul bones were left behind by the natural or unnatural deaths of Far North soul beasts, and a small number were left behind by human soul masters who broke into the Far North. Just like the legacy of the unknown title Douluo that Huo Yuhao picked up from the Ice Bear King, there will always be soul masters with an adventurous and suicidal spirit in this land. For this reason, After receiving the Ice God's inheritance and being able to enter and exit the Ice God temple freely, Zhu Di specially took Xiao Bai to her former residence, took away an 8th level storage soul guide, and brought suitable treasures and soul bones. Unlike Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor can be said to be a loner. Although there are not enough snow maidens in the far north to form a tribe, their number is actually not small. However, these snow maidens are not of the same race as the ice snow maidens in the original novel. The owner of the ice and snow girl martial spirit that appeared in Poseidon was actually just a snow girl. Although she had reached the level of extreme ice, in terms of quality, she was far inferior to Hogua's Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. The Ice and Snow Girl is a creature formed from the purest ice-attributed force of heaven and earth in the core circle of the far north. After countless years of nurturing, she has acquired a unique intelligence that can be described as one of a kind. The fact that only one Snow Empress appears in hundreds of thousands of years in the far north shows how difficult it is to give birth to such an Ice and Snow Girl. It can even be said that the Snow Queen is almost as important to the far north as the auspicious beast is to the starred-out Great Forest. The soul contract between Zhu Di and Huo Yuhao is like the relationship of attribute guidance between the auspicious beast and Huo Yuhao. This is also the reason why Huo Yuhao trusts Snow Empress so much. In addition to the reference in the original novel in his relationship with Ice Empress during this meeting, Zhu Di also presented Huo Yuhao with the external soul bone and the 100,000-year soul bone that she had carefully selected. However, Huo Yuhao rejected these 100,000-year soul bones and only picked out the highest quality 100,000-year-old Arctic ice bear left metacarpal bone from several external soul bones. After all, the Arctic ice bear and the dark gold deer or claw bear are almost at the same level. If there is no suitable external soul bone in the future, it is not a bad idea to absorb it and complete a bond between the left and right claws with a mission of defeating the deep cold blue dragon completed. The left arm bone that Huo Yuhao gave to Zhu Di was of the best quality among all the soul bones brought by Zhu Di. Moreover, Zhu Di could sense that the soul skill that came with it was a status type soul skill, which was very suitable for her. Therefore, she asked Xiao Bai to be on guard and then began to absorb the soul bone as expected. The soul skills she obtained were very suitable for her. Snow hide passively increases the speed of soul power recovery, provides a stealth effect in snowy conditions, and increases the speed and power of soul skill releases. Because the ultimate talent of Snow Empress's Ice and Snow Maiden martial spirit is called Snow Dance Domain, which complements the Snow Hidden skill perfectly. The effect of the Snow Dance Domain is similar to Huo Yuhao's 2 innate domains, which has the effect of strengthening oneself and weakening the opponent. Huo Yuhao's absorption of the soul ring was also extremely smooth. The third ring of the ice soul body after 100,000 years also brought 2 soul skills. Arctic Ice Shadow condenses a large number of shadow balls with locking effects. After hitting the target, it will cause compulsory shadow binding effect on the target and burst out the power of extreme cold, causing secondary damage and freezing the target at the same time. Deep Blue Dragon Breath can form extremely cold flames on itself to protect or attack. Can also remotely release Deep Blue Dragon Breath that is enough to freeze everything. Similarly, Huo Yuhao's soul power level rose again, reaching level 56. Next, they rode the Ice Bear King back to the Ice Temple and updated the progress of the Ice God assessment. The third test of the Ice God, to fight against rebellion, passed. Soul power level increased by 1 level, and all soul rings increased by 500 years of cultivation. An additional reward of 10% compatibility with the law of ice and snow, perhaps. She knew that Zhu Di was about to leave, so when the reward for the third test appeared, the questions for the fourth test had already appeared in her mind. The fourth test of the Ice God is training. Raise your soul power level to level 70 within 3 years, thanks to the Ice Emperor origin left by Huo Yuhao, as well as the excellent talent after transformation and reconstruction. Snow Emperor's progress in soul power level was extremely fast. In just half a year, she made a leap from level 10 to level 40, and this was under the premise that she had not absorbed soul bones plus the rewards from the divine examination and the improvement brought by the 100,000-year soul bones. Zhu Di's current soul power level has reached level 45. In addition, although Zhu Di is the owner of the ultimate martial soul, she does not have the negative impact of slowing down her cultivation speed. It is basically a foregone conclusion that she will break through to the Soul Saint level within 3 years. That's it. After finishing everything riding on the evil god's flying vehicle, Huo Yuhao, who had reaped a lot of rewards, started to return to Shrek with the Snow Queen. Speaking of which, Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor have now completed 2 of their missions. Bindi, when will you be able to stand up and stop just eating and waiting to die? The same goes for Tianmen. His favorability has been raised to the highest level. Confidant, but he has only completed 3 achievement tasks. Don't stop. But Huo Yuhao also knew this kind of thing can't be rushed. Let's just look at the senior sister in the distance. They are quite generous. As for the old masters in the academy, Huo Yuhao no longer expected to trigger any achievement tasks from them. Think of this. Suddenly, the reminder sounded. Ding. Start optimizing the achievement triggering rules. Achievement triggered. Achieve Tang San's special achievement of shocking wisdom, so embarrassing, and receive the reward of pure soul. Soul purification, 6th rank immortal goo, used to assist soul cultivation, can refine souls of immortal god level and remove impure souls from the body. However, if overused, it will also remove the essence of the soul from the body. Evaluation, used to assist practice, highlight the key points. Huo Yuhao. Another benefit for my buddy, Senzi. It has to be you. However, can he really be considered a friend in Tang San's mind? What is the principle? Huo Yuhao was somewhat curious and looked through the system logs. If nothing unexpected happened, it was most likely because of the optimization of the first rule. This optimization mainly adds a special achievement based on personal achievements and others' achievements. Personal achievements are closely related to Huo Yuhao's own experience, and it depends on luck. Other people's achievements are triggered by the favorability of other people. Among the 4 favorability levels, acquaintance, friend, close friend, and confidant, the first 3 levels each refresh a task. In the final confidant stage, 3 more tasks can be refreshed in sequence, for a total of 6 tasks. Special achievements are included in others' achievements, and are randomly triggered by specific plot characters. They are not restricted by favorability and are also counted in the 6 mission times of others' achievements. Although Huo Yuhao has always been kind to others in the past 2 years, it is inevitable that some people will hold a grudge against him. For example, Tang San. But Tang San is a man whose strength goes beyond Douluo continent, and he plays an important role in Huo Yuhao's future development trajectory. Therefore, the achievement system launched a special achievement for him. It is also unique. However, Huo Yuhao had no objection to this. After all, it was a free reward, the more the better, and he would accept any that came his way. Although Huo Yuhao didn't know what conclusion the God-King Tang's amazing wisdom had led him to, however, the emergence of the soul-purifying immortal goo is undoubtedly a great help in the subsequent improvement of mental power. After it reaches tangible and material mental power in the original novel, Huo Guo was able to surpass the limits of the planes during his time as a titled Douluo, that is, to reach the demigod level of mental power, mainly with the help of the gift from the evil emperor and the divine seed passed down by Rong Nianbing. After obtaining the soul-purifying immortal goo, Huo Yuhao still had the capital to surpass his limits even without Rong Nianbing's help. There is no need to inherit the throne. I will surpass the gods. About Zhu Di's whereabouts. It is naturally the Shrek inner courtyard. Putting aside the monitoring mission, the inner courtyard is indeed a good place for soul masters to practice. Besides, with Huo Yuhao's protection, completing the monitoring mission would be a piece of cake. Moreover, with the help of the Dark Crossing immortal goo, the soul beast aura on the Snow Empress, which was originally so weak that even Huo Yuhao could not recognize it if he was not serious, was also covered up. No risk of exposure under the leadership of Huo Yuhao. The 2 of them arrived at the Wuhan Department Teaching Building without any obstacles in Yan Xiao's office, feeling the ultimate ice of the Snow Empress and the 4 soul rings. 3 purple and 1 black. Behind him, Yan Xiao's raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, and rubbed them again. What's going on today? Yet another peerless genius has arrived. What exactly is the situation? Or is it the ultimate ice? Since when did the ultimate martial spirit become the cabbages that can be seen everywhere on the roadside? Moreover, this girl started with a 1,000-year soul ring, and absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring on the 4th ring. Although the owner of the golden dragon martial soul brought by Du Weilin just now had an unreasonable configuration of 3 purple and 2 black soul rings, which was even stronger than Huo Yuhao, but that is a pure-blooded dragon spirit whose bloodline is even better than that of Mulao's holy dragon of light, so it is reasonable that it is stronger in terms of physical fitness. And the martial spirit of ice and snow girl doesn't seem to have any bonus to physical fitness. Dean, this kind of spirit ring configuration is actually very normal, as if sensing the other party's doubts, Huo Yuhao also revealed his spirit ring 3 purple and 2 black. Especially the 5th black soul ring, which is much deeper than the normal 10,000-year soul ring. Yan Xiao's took a breath of cold air in disbelief. If I remember correctly, isn't Huo Yuhao's first soul ring of the 100-year level? Good boy, you were hiding it from them before. As early as when Huo Yuhao revealed his simulated soul skills, he had guessed that, given his physical fitness, perhaps the opponent's soul ring configuration was not limited to 1 yellow and 2 purple. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. Huo Yuhao, my yellow spirit ring is indeed somewhat out of place, so I might as well disguise it as purple. No one can tell it anyway. Yan Shaos came back to his senses and coughed twice. He tilted his head to look at Huo Yuhao and asked hesitantly, "So, your friend, Yuhao, wants to apply for the Shrek Inner Court in advance? Well, just call her Xiaoxu. I don't know if this is in accordance with the rules." Huo Yuhao nodded. "What? Rules? The Academy will not miss such a genius." Yan Shaos waved his hand and continued, "It just so happens that there is also someone who wants to join the inner courtyard and is taking the assessment. Yuhao, you can take Xiaoxu and go directly to find Lelexuan, although it is not the time for Shrek to apply now and Xiaoxu does not have an admission recommendation letter. It does not matter at all. Geniuses always have privileges. However, at the age of 12 or 13, he had already cultivated to the 40th level of Soul Sect. He was an unrivaled genius in the entire Shrek. It can be said that he is second only to Huo Yuhao. Asking them to find Li Xuan is just a process. If Yan Shaos let such a genius go, he would have to slap himself several times when he woke up in the middle of the night. What's more, Xiaoxu is Huo Yuhao's friend, so she can't be refused. All the talented people in the world have entered Shrek. Thinking of this, Yan Shaos became more and more excited. I thought the previous owner of the Golden Dragon Martial Spirit was lucky enough to get lucky, but I didn't expect another one to come. Originally, he was still worried that Huo Yuhao's strength far exceeded that of spirit masters of the same age, which might be detrimental to his subsequent training. After all, spiritual practice is also about cultivating the mind. Now, with the encouragement and company of these two people, things are getting better. From now on, Huo Yuhao will have his left and right arms. As for whether it would bring competitors to Xiaotao, Yan Shaos didn't care. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. What's more, among all of Huo Yuhao's confidants, Xiaotao is the one who has made the fastest progress, so there is basically no possibility for her to lose even if something unexpected happens. Polygamy is not a problem. Yan Shaos, who prides himself on being a romantic, can see that Huo Yuhao is much more thick-skinned than himself, so having a partner like him is just a piece of cake. Under Yan Shaos's burning gaze, Huo Yuhao took Zudi and said goodbye to her and headed to Shrek's inner courtyard. As for the salary and stuff, there's no need to discuss it now. It's nothing more than some academy doing its best to help you hunt spirit rings or something like that. But even Huo Yuhao rarely uses this right, although, if he needs help, he can ask the elders in the Sea God Pavilion for help, and they will definitely not refuse. In fact, if the day came when Huo Yuhao really needed a spirit ring, Huo Yuhao would not need to ask for it at all. Those old guys would rush directly towards the 100,000-year spirit beast while shouting "School and glory." This is the value of being the successor to the master of Poseidon Pavilion. But this kind of care, whether for the Snow Emperor in front of him or the auspicious beast that was being tested, was just unnecessary. With their identities, plus Huo Yuhao's soul technology, they basically don't need Shrek's help in hunting soul rings. The Snow Queen can even use her own origin to condense a soul ring that best suits her. Not to mention, there is also the magical grass at the yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Huo Yuhao had already guessed that the person Yan Shaos had just mentioned who wanted to join the inner courtyard and was undergoing assessment was most likely the auspicious beast. He also didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. They quickly crossed the Sea God Lake and arrived at the martial arts training ground in the inner courtyard. At this time, under the leadership of senior sister Zhang Lexuan, Chu Qingshan, the owner of the electric leopard martial spirit who had not been seen for a long time, was fighting with a girl with brilliant golden scales. But the battle situation at this time has become one-sided. It can be said to be a cat playing with a mouse. Obviously, this level 50+ agility attack Soul King didn't dare to confront the girl head-on, but instead used his agility attack advantage to flee in panic. Huo Yuhao was filled with emotion as he looked at the stunning girl whose appearance and hair color were completely different from the description in the original novel. Snow Queen looked at Huo Yuhao with a hint of curiosity in her cold voice. "Who is this?" "About the names of auspicious beasts, tentatively choose one of the two, Emperor Kitor or Emperor Rachel. What are your opinions?" End of this chapter. Chapter 231. My name is Chuer. Remember, we met each other. I have seen this sister before. Huo Yuhao was able to identify the blonde girl as soon as he saw her for the first time. It was none other than the auspicious imperial beast from the starred-out Great Forest, the three-eyed golden lion. He then used his soul power to transmit the message and briefly explain the other party's identity to Zudi. However, Huo Yuhao was not sure of the specific name of the auspicious beast in the original novel. Huo, who had improper thoughts about his brother, happened to be because of Wang Donger's lies, as well as Huo's love at first sight for the goddess of light who appeared in the fusion skill of their martial souls, the colorful clothes of light. His XP tendency was undoubtedly revealed for this reason. The appearance of the auspicious beast when it entered the human world was based on the most beautiful goddess of light in Huo's memory, and it was renamed Wenqiao. But the current Sea King Huo Yuhao is not that loyal. He will not give up the whole forest for one tree. Besides, Wang Donger is just average. Of course, he didn't mean to say that Wang Donger was ugly. It was mainly because with Poseidon above him, staring at him like a gloomy rat, it was difficult for Huo Yuhao to develop any sexual interest in Wang Donger at this time. The auspicious beast in combat has golden hair and golden eyes, and its original hair color cannot be seen because of the influence of the golden dragon martial spirit, but it is obvious that her appearance is completely different from Wang Donger, or the goddess of light. It can be concluded that the aesthetics of the auspicious beast that obtained most of Huo Yuhao's memories also changed, so its appearance after transformation is very different from that in the original work as the Emperor's auspicious beast, although she has only been cultivating for more than 10,000 years. She has the only chance in her lifetime to transform early. Moreover, this transformation is different from the ordinary transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast. It will not allow the auspicious beast to completely rebuild like the Snow Emperor's transformation, but will retain its own power. Although the three-eyed golden lion has a cultivation base of 15,000 years, its combat power is enough to compete with an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. But judging from the level of cultivation, 15,000 years of cultivation converted into the soul power level of a human soul master is exactly between Soul King and Soul Emperor. The 3 purple and 2 black soul ring ratio behind the auspicious beast is also very different from the best soul ring ratio of 2 yellow, 2 purple and 2 black in the original work. It's an auspicious beast that wants to be strong throughout its life. And it also has a competitive spirit, but it makes sense in the original novel. The golden dragon martial soul was hyped up as the ancestor of power. It was an ultimate martial soul that was even more powerful than the ice blue emperor scorpion martial soul, with ultimate power. When I looked at the soul rings, I found that there were only 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black. To be honest, even if the second soul ring is 1,000 years old, it is far more reasonable than the original as a top-level beast martial spirit genius. Possessing a super configuration spirit ring is as easy as eating and drinking. Although his soul power level is 1 level lower than the 6-ring soul emperor in the original book, the auspicious beast entered school a few years earlier than in the original book, so it is normal to have a lower soul power level. Seeing the appearance of Huo Yuhao and Zhu Di, director Du Weilin, who is watching the battle calmly on the side, also greeted the two of them. His mood today can be described as a roller coaster of ups and downs. First of all, today a young girl with a letter of recommendation from the city lord suddenly came to Shrek and caused trouble at the admissions office, because not only did she miss the registration time, but she also looked a little old. Du Weilin, who is always strict and unkind, said bluntly that it is totally against the rules to choose to go to school when you are over 12 years old. However, after seeing that the other party directly burst the blue crystal ball used for testing, it was definitely a peerless genius with a maximum value of more than level 30. Du Weilin made a prompt decision and took the other party to report to Yan Xiao's. Yan Xiao's waved his hand and directly approved the other party's admission. As a result, with both of them looking incredulous, the other party chose to challenge the inner court assessment, especially after the auspicious beast revealed the true strength of the 5-ring Soul King. The 2 people present were stunned. Monster. A real monster. 13 years old, a 5-ring Soul King, and a super standard configuration of 3 purples and 2 blacks that surpassed the limit. And a pure golden dragon martial soul. This kind of talent is also the best in Shrek, the #1 Soul Master Academy on the continent, and he will definitely defeat the sea god Tang San in seconds. It can even be said that in terms of pure martial soul talent, even if Huo Yuhao's 2 martial souls are compared separately, they may be slightly inferior on the spot. The 2 made up their minds. We must let the auspicious beast stay in Shrek. As long as her personality is suitable, Shrek will do its best to train her and provide her with resources second only to Huo Yuhao. However, if one enters the inner court directly without laying a solid foundation in the outer court, one can imagine how difficult it would be. Even Huo Yuhao stayed in the outer courtyard for more than a year. However, the auspicious beast only wanted to enter the inner courtyard. There is no one in the Shrek outer court who can fight. I came here today for only one purpose, and that is to join the Shrek inner court. In Huo Yuhao's memory, The auspicious beast also obtained valuable information. Not only are there many things to do in the Foreign Affairs Department, there are also various exams. The most common physical training methods are running and weight-bearing running. The inner courtyard only needs to complete specific supervisory tasks, and does not require as many courses as the outer courtyard, so the degree of freedom is huge. Most importantly, the inner courtyard cafeteria is free. No, the most important thing is that Huo Yuhao spends more time in the inner courtyard. Moreover, she didn't want to live in the shabby dormitory in the outer courtyard. It would be best if she could live with Yuhao. The auspicious beast came to Shrek mainly to find Huo Yuhao, and the Silver Dragon King's plan for a win-win alliance was just a byproduct. Upon hearing this, Yan Shaos and the other person fell silent. Yan Shaos immediately made a decision that went against his ancestors. You can choose to take the inner courtyard assessment, but if you fail the assessment, you will be admitted to the second year of the outer courtyard as a transfer student. Having good talent means you can do whatever you want with his talent. He must find ways to stay in the academy. As soon as Shaos said the words transfer student, Duelin's expression suddenly became a little strange. When did Shrek have a transfer student? Ahem, but in special circumstances, it is understandable that we have to take emergency measures. It has to be Yan who came up with the best of both worlds in one go. The auspicious beast did not refuse this. If I remember correctly, if I transfer to the second grade now, I will be able to enter class 1 where Huo Yuhao is. Besides, she won't lose just an inner courtyard assessment. Basically, there will be some changes in Shrek's inner courtyard assessment every year, but no matter how things change, the core remains the same. What Shrek focuses on most is actual combat. The value of actual combat is far greater than any test. It is an opportunity to see clearly what a person has learned in the past and his potential for future development. However, the time for this year's internal college assessment has also passed. Yan Shaos directly decided on a simple and rough Soul Master duel assessment. As long as the auspicious beast can defeat the students in Shrek's inner courtyard, it can enter. This is also the reason why Yan Shaos treated Zhu Di, who also signed up later. In this way, it's not just because of Huo Yuhao's face, but also because there has been a precedent. Just now that you are here, you can drive away one sheep or let go two sheep. It is the same. In fact, there are also 4 ring soul masters in the inner courtyard, just like Tanger and others who were admitted to the inner courtyard as an exception not long ago because of the soul master competition. But in order to be fair, the battles must be between soul masters of the same level. Chu Qingshan is the unlucky guy chosen by the auspicious beast. The battle had just begun. Chu Qingshan fell into an absolute disadvantage facing the auspicious beast's ordinary punch. Chu Qingshan's forward steps came to an abrupt halt, his heart beating wildly. He shouted that he could not take it head-on, and immediately used his third soul skill, Thunder Transformation. As countless electric lights swirled and burst out, between the flashes of lightning, his entire body seemed to have merged into the lightning and suddenly disappeared. Oh? The auspicious beast uttered a slight sound of doubt. As far as he could remember, when the regular team members were being selected, Huo Yuhao had also fought against this guy named Chu Qingshan in the quarterfinals, but at that time, Huo Yuhao relied on his powerful mental strength and the suppressing force of extreme ice. After teleporting, he knocked him down with one punch, but under his fist, the fragments of lightning scattered and flew everywhere, flashing and gathering into a beam of lightning. With a flash of light, he returned 200 meters away and restored his human form. At this moment, Chu Qingshan's face was very solemn. Why are all the junior students who have recently enrolled so perverted? Whether it is Bei Bei who crushes him in terms of martial spirit, or Su Sanchi who has invincible defense, or Tangya, Jiang Nanan, and K Tao, all of them are extremely talented, not to mention the great devil Huo Yuhao who has been invincible in the academy since he entered the school. And on the golden girl in front of him, Chu Qingshan felt a suppression force that was no less than the one Huo Yuhao had given him. If he hadn't sensed the crisis in advance and activated the Thunder Transformation skill in time, the battle would have ended immediately with this one punch. It still has to be the life-saving skill of Thunder Transformation. Thunderization: transform yourself into a lightning element for a short period of time, reducing most physical damage and avoiding half of energy damage. Chu Qingshan just wanted to complain, is this the Soul King? Oh, a configuration of 3 purples and 2 blacks, that's fine. Weird. Chu Qingshan had been studying in the inner courtyard for nearly 2.5 years, actively completing his supervisory tasks and experiencing countless battles, large and small. However, apart from Huo Yuhao, he had never seen such a horrifying fist. This is under the premise that the opponent has not used any soul skills, just the pressure from the opponent's momentum made him sweat profusely. It was really suffocating. Good junior, Can't you give way to the senior? Chu Qingshan just felt that he had been unlucky recently, but for the sake of his own reputation, no, for the sake of Shrek's reputation, he still did not give up easily even though he felt defeated. You can lose, but you can't lose without dignity. Otherwise, how will Wu Ming look at him in the future? Question mark. The first, second, fourth and fifth soul rings light up at the same time. Chu Qingshan simply put in all his effort as a soul king of the agility attack type. His lethality is actually quite strong. This was thanks to the fifth soul ring given by the 14,000-year-old thunder leopard that Huo Yuhao hunted with last time. Thunder flash, while greatly increasing Chu Qingshan's speed, can also dramatically increase the lightning attribute of the electric leopard. This instantly increased his lethality by far. It can be said that it makes up for the biggest shortcoming of Chu Qingshan's lightning leopard martial spirit. Generally speaking, soul masters with lightning abilities use lightning to attack. After all, lightning is actually an extremely violent attribute, and most lightning attribute soul beasts have terrifying destructive power, just like Beaver's blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the thunder leopard that gave Chu Qingshan the fifth soul ring. But Chu Qingshan does not follow the usual path. His lightning is used to increase speed. He abandons the destructive power of lightning and turns all of it to his own speed. Fortunately, I got this fifth soul ring of extremely high quality. Otherwise, Chu Qingshan might continue to go further and further down the road of speed. The fifth soul ring's thunder flash is the main one, combined with the first soul ring's lightning for acceleration. The second soul ring's thunder slash gives both hands considerable killing power, and the fourth soul ring's thunder clone creates 4 clones with some of the attributes of the original body. Moment lightning surged behind Chu Qingshan, and his real body and 4 lightning clones appeared at the same time, like 5 lightning afterimages. With a sharp aura of lightning in his hands, he rushed directly towards the auspicious beast. 5 against 1, the advantage is on my side. Coupled with a short distance position exchange mechanism between the clone and the original body, it can be said that it is elusive and has considerable lethality. Faced with this situation, the auspicious beast no longer fought perfunctorily as expected. I didn't kill my opponent instantly because I was too careless. Just as Yuhao said in his memory, there are so many heroes in the world. Just this unknown senior in the inner courtyard has taught me a lesson. Ru Xiao decided to take his debut battle seriously. With a loud bang, a huge pit suddenly appeared where the auspicious beast was. As for herself, she rushed out like an arrow. Her speed was as fast as a golden flash. This short-term burst of speed might even be better than that of Chu Qingshan, a soul king of the agility attack type who specialized in speed. Even some other inner court disciples who were watching the fight nearby had not yet reacted, as the fight between the two had already entered its final stage. After locking onto its target, the auspicious beast leaped high into the air at the same time. The first 2 soul rings behind him lit up with a deep purple light. Golden dragon body. Dragon power grants improvements in physical fitness and strength. The golden dragon scales on the auspicious beast shone brightly, and it swooped down from the sky like a falling sun and directly hit the 5 figures below. Boom! In an instant, a huge pit appeared with her as the center, and hideous cracks continued to spread in all directions like a spider web. The 4th soul skill, Golden Dragon Explosion, who released 3 consecutive explosions centered on himself, even when the auspicious beast intended to hold back, and instantly killed the flashy Chu Xianqing. Everyone watching the game was horrified. This martial arts arena was clearly specially built to withstand a full-force battle at the Soul Emperor level, but it was as fragile as tofu in front of this violent girl monster. Oh no, it's a monster. The same monster as Huo Yuhao. This adjective was the only thing left in their minds. As for Chu Qingshan, he was rescued from the field in time by Zhang Lexun. Zhang Lexun announced calmly, "Pass the inner courtyard assessment." The inner court disciples who were watching the match celebrated. There were teasings towards Chu Qingshan, as well as celebrations for the schoolmate's successful admission. Senior Chu, thank you for letting me, imitating what he remembered, the auspicious beast spoke seriously. My name is D. Kidor, remember it? If responding to Zhu Di's question, the auspicious beast looked in the direction of Zhu Di. The 2 people's eyes met. Kidor felt a little jealous. As expected, there are still parts of my memory that are hiding something from me. It's not just what happened between Huo Yuhao and Mazaya Ateo that night, but also this. I sense Snow Girl? Looking at the delicate face that was almost identical to the Snow Empress in Huo Yuhao's memory, Kidor immediately recognized her origin. Since when did Yuhao and Zhu Di have such a good relationship? Did you go out specially this time just to pick up Zhu Di? Why don't you come find yourself? He was obviously the one who came first. Zhu Di had a calm expression on his face. Is this the auspicious imperial beast of the starred out great forest? However, I came here for cultivation, so why did the other party come to Shrek? Moreover, why is the auspicious beast now acting like a little girl in love and feeling jealous? Thinking of this, Zudi's gaze unconsciously turned to Huo Yuhao. Look what you have done. Huo Yuhao spread out his hands. We didn't say anything. Rushao enrolled voluntarily, and it had nothing to do with him. End of this chapter. Chapter 232, Huo Yuhao's Heartbeat, The Delayed Awakening of Xuanwu. I saw Kidor coming out of the state of martial spirit possession. The dazzling golden hair flowed softly, spreading out like a waterfall, covering the entire back to the curve of the hips, cleverly concealing the round outline. The dreamy face is like an elf. Every line is the most delicate brushstroke of nature, and the pair of golden eyes are bright, noble and dazzling. The crescent moon between her eyebrows adds a touch of gentleness and elegance. The thin and long eyelashes gently rise, casting a shadow that adds a touch of depth to her golden eyes. Her lips were as soft and rosy as spring petals, tempting to pick. Her nose was straight and delicate, giving the whole face a perfect three-dimensional look. Her skin is crystal clear and whiter than snow. Her figure is upright, slender, tall, smooth and elegant, and her waist is slender and can be held in one hand. She was wearing a white outfit that fit her body tightly, with silver piping highlighting her heroic figure. She exuded an air of nobility that could not be ignored from top to bottom, as if the whole world was eclipsed by her. The perfect combination of beauty and strength, gentleness and fortitude, is like a white lotus proudly blooming in the wind and rain, pure and flawless, tenacious, making people feel awe and at the same time want to get closer. Even Huo Yuhao had to admit it. This girl is so pretty. North of Douluo, our autumn is the most beautiful. Huo Yuhao, in terms of appearance, among all the living beings I have ever seen, no one is more beautiful than you. Would like to call you the strongest. Although it's not that exaggerated, it really fits my aesthetic and is great for my XP. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but recall his lost youth in his previous life. Maybe it was because of the attention of the big star kid where everyone in the inner courtyard suddenly realized that Huo Yuhao had brought back another beautiful schoolgirl. Exclamation mark. Why say it again? Because Kidor sighed subconsciously the first time she saw them. Yuhao, isn't he here? When the students saw Kidor, they were captivated by her at first sight. Hearing my good sister's sigh, I felt a pitiful sense of brokenness. A group of male students, my heart has been taken away by Kidor, and there may be no more sadness or joy in this life. Oh, damn it, damn Huo Yuhao, how could he have deserved this? Ahem, you are so bold, don't be disrespectful to Lord Huo Yuhao. Moreover, after witnessing Kidor's violent fight with Chu Qingshan, who was using one punch after another, all the students were sweating profusely. Oh my god, I didn't say anything wrong just now, did I? It's better to leave this obedient and violent schoolgirl to Huo Yuhao to deal with at this moment. After noticing Zudi's proud appearance, everyone unconsciously compared Kidor and Zudi together. They are equally stunning and have the same noble temperament, but they are very different. If Kidor is a kind of clear and ethereal, exuding the aura of a youthful and lively schoolgirl, then Zudi is the kind of cold and aloof that strangers should stay away from, just like a plum blossom in the wind and snow, outstanding and proud of the snow and frost. Although, due to her age, her figure seems not to have fully grown yet, but she can already be said to be a high-end version of the inner courtyard's ice goddess Ling Luochen. I have an opinion, no pulling down or criticizing. What? There are experts. I want all the information about this cool schoolgirl, now. Immediately. Immediately. Just as Kidor and Zudi were looking at each other and the students were busy eating melons, Huo Yuhao did not just stand there and watch, but quietly transmitted his soul power to Zhang Lexuan, briefly explaining the situation of the Snow Empress without even bringing up Yan Xiao's remarks. The other party agreed directly. Zhang Lexuan knew very well that Huo Yuhao would never do something without a purpose, and that this soul master named Xiaoxu must have some extraordinary qualities. The next inner courtyard assessment of Zudi was also held in the form of a soul master duel. Of course, not everyone is qualified to skip the outer courtyard and go directly to the inner courtyard. Combat assessment talent is the best stepping stone. Zudi and Kidor, both of whom were still young, had unprecedentedly reached the realm of Soul Sect or even Soul King. This talent is somewhat terrifying. If he is trained well, he might become the next Huo Yuhao and Zudi's opponent. It just so happened that Su Sanchi, who had been promoted from the twin stars of the outer courtyard to the twin new stars of the inner courtyard, was chosen during the time he spent in the inner courtyard. Su Sanchi was in high spirits, especially after Jiang Nanan accidentally discovered that her mother had been secretly taken to Shrek City by Su Sanchi and was being taken extra care of. It became difficult for her to continue to treat Su Sanchi with a cold face. Of course, What should be ignored, but Su Sanqi only felt that, as expected, the roundabout attack from Jiang's mother's side was effective. Now Jiang Nanan, who had always disliked him, would occasionally pay attention to him. This also made Su Sanqi more grateful to Huo Yuhao for his guidance with this. Su Sanqi became the #1 Ho Chui in the inner courtyard. In particular, the nickname Su Sanquan that he gained from his first battle with Huo Yuhao became his capital for bragging. Are you kidding? Who here hasn't been killed instantly by Huo Yuhao's punch? With Emperor Yuhao suppressing the inner court, who can claim to be invincible and who dares to claim to be undefeated? My buddy was able to fight Huo Yuhao on equal terms at the beginning, and he fought for several moves before admitting defeat. Can you do the same? Everyone could only admire his shamelessness, but one has to admit that Su Sanqi is indeed a capable guy, especially after the explosion, that is, the awakening of the Zhuanghui bloodline. Even the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was known as the strongest offensive spirit in the inner courtyard, could not defeat the opponent in a short time. This is not like the previous match between Bibai and Su Sanqi in the foreign court. The two men showed their true abilities in the exchange of fire in the inner courtyard. The more sweat you shed in peacetime, the less blood you shed in war. After all, the inner court's supervisory mission is no joke. After the end of this Soul Master competition, Bei, knowing that he had not worked hard enough, learned from his mistakes and went to learn from his great-great-grandfather, Mu Lao. Because of Huo Yuhao's sudden rise, the dragon pill can be said to have found a home. Moon, who felt that he owed Bibai a lot, was not stingy. He not only stabilized the bloodline of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex for Bibai, but also began to teach him his best skills. However, Bibai's mental power is not as abnormal as Huo Yuhao's. In order to meet the prerequisite of learning the two great skills of Dragon Emperor Breaking Evil and Dragon Emperor Shocking Realm, Moon also specially gave Bibai a precious 10,000-year-old skill to absorb. Then, Moon discovered that the gap between people might be even greater than the gap between people and dogs. At the beginning, Huo Yuhao only saw his two unique skills for the first time, and immediately learned the essence of them and integrated them into his own self-created soul skills. As for Bibai, Moon has been teaching him step by step for a long time, but he still finds it difficult to get started, let alone the two unique skills. Bibai even found it difficult to comprehend the prerequisite of ruling the world. It would take at least a year and a half to get started. Although he is stronger than Yan Xiao's at the beginning, with the example of Huo Yuhao in front of him, Moon N can only shake his head and sigh. Back then, Huo Yuhao relied on himself to figure out the same fighting skill judgment as Zhenlin Dianxia. Comparing people with others will lead to death, and comparing goods with goods will lead to throwing away. Moon could only resort to this last resort because their lineage is inherited from Yu Zia Gang, the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family that founded Shrek Academy. They have the same bloodline of the Holy Dragon of Light, and their martial spirit origins can be said to be exactly the same. As long as one absorbs the soul ring of the corresponding soul beast and then transforms it through secret methods, he will be able to rely on the fusion of mental power, soul skills and combat skills to learn the Dragon Emperor's Evil Breaking and Dragon Emperor's Realm Shocking. Although this means that the soul skill lacks 2 soul rings, it is still very cost-effective. High EQ, Bibai is the true inheritor of Dragon God Douluo. Low EQ, Bibai lacks talent and can only follow Moon's old path, but even so, Bibai still relied on the bright Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit and a little bit of Zhenlin Dianxia's skills to become invincible in the inner courtyard's 4-ring opponents. Even if the 5-ring Soul King faces Bibai, the outcome is uncertain for a while. The same is true for Su Sanqi after entering Shrek's inner courtyard, with the strong support of Zuanming sect and the inner courtyard's secret techniques. His control over the evolution of his martial soul became more and more proficient. It no longer requires huge stimulation like before to evolve the martial soul into the black tortoise shield. The occasional burst of energy also made him have a strength second only to Bibai. In this way, Su Sanqi and Bibai gradually made a name for themselves in the inner courtyard as the 2 new stars of the inner courtyard. This is another unusual configuration of 3 purples and 1 black. All the disciples in the inner courtyard took a deep breath. Why is there another one hanging on the wall? Originally they were still regretting that Zhu depicked Su Sanqi, but now it seems that the final outcome is still a matter of debate. As long as Su Sanqi doesn't use his power to bully the weak and awaken, it will be fine. However, powerful soul skills do not mean anything, especially for Shrek's inner court disciples. They possess many secret skills and can completely make up for this shortcoming by combining their soul skills during the battle. What matters more is the strength of the martial soul and the talent of the fighting. Just like Huo Yuhao, he not only has a powerful martial soul, but also a top-notch fighting talent. The many self-created soul skills he has displayed are enough for the inner court disciples to learn. In particular, not long ago, Tang returned to Shrek and, with the authorization of the elders of the Sea God Pavilion, announced that the Tang sect would be completely incorporated into the new organization created by Huo Yuhao, the Spirit Pagoda. After hearing that joining the Spirit Pagoda would give them the opportunity to learn the Tang sect's unique skills and that there were no rigid rules like in a sect, many inner court students wanted to join. In particular, the Spirit Transferring Tower was founded by Huo Yuhao, the successor to the Sea God Pavilion's master, and its legitimacy was recognized by the Sea God Pavilion's elders. Now I have to join. The orthodox Shrek is in the Spirit Pagoda. Huo Yuhao, I just mentioned it to Tanya, but I didn't expect her to be so capable. In short, when these inner courtyard descendants began to learn the Tang sect's unique skills, they finally realized the disparity in the world. Let alone creating their own soul skills, it is extremely difficult for them to just learn the self-created soul skills left by their predecessors. This once again strengthened their determination to follow Huo Yuhao to accomplish great things. Let's not mention this matter for now. At this moment, what no one expected was Su Sanchi is one of the best in the entire Shrek inner courtyard, and even among his peers in the entire Douluo continent, and is rarely rivaled. He was actually beaten by this unknown junior high school girl. This extreme chill made everyone present involuntarily recall the horror they once experienced under the control of Huo Yuhao, especially the imperial sword that is exactly the same as Huo Yuhao's. If it weren't for the age difference, everyone would even want to prove that Zhu Di is Huo Yuhao's illegitimate daughter. Even the usually steady senior sister cast a suspicious look towards Huo Yuhao at this moment. Huo Yuhao, who was being chatted with by D. Kidder, felt the complicated looks from everyone, and he had nothing to complain about. Oh no, this time the situation has really turned against Yan Gang. Now Snow Emperor's imperial sword became a fake, and her own became the authentic one. However, Zhu Di had no objection to this, finding that her self-created soul skill alone was not enough to kill the opponent in one strike. She activated the Snow Dance field, preparing to make a final effort and end the assessment early. The Soul Bone skill Snow Hide automatically took effect, and the figure of Snow Emperor disappeared in the flying snow. Feeling the sudden drop in temperature around him, Su Sanchi couldn't help but shiver, and a sharp sense of danger came from his whole body. At the same time, the horrifying fear made him realize that if he didn't reveal his cards, he would lose. If you lose, you lose. It's no big deal. He didn't even think about stopping the schoolmate from taking the entrance exam. However, Su Sanchi once again recalled the great terror he had once felt from Huo Yuhao. It's not like he hasn't practiced with Huo Yuhao in private before. However, even if he activated his bloodline awakening, let alone forcing out the ice soul field, Su Sanchi couldn't even see Huo Yuhao's second martial soul. After his soul power level increased, Huo Yuhao broke through Su Sanchi's defense with just his physical fitness and combat skills, and now, facing the ultimate ice field of leaving no stone unturned, Su Sanchi finally understood how much effort Huo Yuhao had put in before thinking of this. A little unwillingness welled up in his heart again. At the beginning, when he was defeated by Huo Yuhao with 3 punches, he did not try to open his bloodline to awaken, which had become his biggest obsession. Even though I still couldn't win after opening it, at least I had no regrets. And now, facing the new meal replacement, Su Sanchi felt excited. Although it is a bit shameful to be forced to use the Zuanwu awakening by my schoolmate, but he is the best defensive beast spirit in the world. He absolutely cannot be defeated by someone other than Huo Yuhao, who is several years younger than him. Just think of it as a continuation of that original battle. In an instant, the heavy shackles on Su Sanchi broke. Zuanwu awakens. An indestructible and powerful aura emerged at this moment. Su Sanchi's eyes became solemn, and all his reluctance turned into restrained steadiness, as heavy as a mountain, as solid as a rock. The Zuanming turtle shell shield in his hand slammed heavily on the ground. A powerful black halo instantly spread out from the shield, covering an area of 10 meters in radius, like a huge air shield pushing outwards. The Zuanming turtle shell shield in Su Sanchi's hand suddenly shone brightly, and the deep, twisted and sticky dark green light suddenly twisted. Then the entire surface of the shield changed. On the dense and thick tortoise shell, there appeared a dark green snake with bright red eyes. With its appearance, the originally black Zuanming's Hangguang shield suddenly turned dark green. A violent roar sounded, swallowing up the snow dance domain that originally enveloped Su Sanchi. Zuanming turtle shell shield evolved into Zuanwu shield. Although it is not the ultimate, it is better than the ultimate. It can even be said that the quality of the black tortoise shield martial soul has surpassed Biba's blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and is not inferior to Hogua's ice blue emperor scorpion in the original work. When Su Sanchi is in the Zuanwu awakening state, All of his soul skills will be marked with the imprint of the divine beast, allowing his originally low-level soul skills to transform instantly for a moment. The outcome became unclear again, although most people despise Su Sanchi for awakening his bloodline, but we have to admit that Zhu Di's strength has indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. I just don't know if this time's ultimate ice can once again create a sensation like Huo Yuhao did before. End of this chapter. Chapter 233 Wang Danger. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. Come. Su Sanchi, who had broken through the seal of his martial soul, put away the frivolous smile on his face. His muscles swelled, his figure became taller and more muscular, and a green light continued to appear on his short hair. It just stands quietly in the wind and snow, like an insurmountable peak. The moment the words fell, the rich dark green energy around him seemed to boil, and sticky green waves surged, and the terrifying aura of the divine beast burst out without reservation with a complete stimulation of the Zhuanghui bloodline. Although he only has 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, his aura is now far more than that of a 4-ring soul master coupled with the blessing of the divine beast's mark on his soul skills. He was not afraid at all of the opponent's soul ring ratio that crushed his own. Zhu Di allowed the opponent to use the amplifying skills and remain calm. Su Sanchi has now undoubtedly reached the strength of a high-level soul king. It can be said that the strength of the young man in front of him is indeed not weak. But it is just not bad feeling the two opposing and extremely oppressive auras on the martial arts field. All the inner court disciples were amazed. It was not only because he saw Su Sanchi being forced to really open up his Zhuanghui bloodline, but also because of the chill brought by Zhu Di's large-scale domain. Is this really just a battle at the soul sect level? It's actually the bloodline of a divine beast. Seeing Su Sanchi showing his best, Kibor also looked at the battle situation with great interest, and she also felt like fighting. It would be a shame not to use such a nice turtle shell for boxing. I just don't know if this turtle shell is hard enough and whether it can withstand a few of her punches. Huo Yuhao nodded and commented, Senior Su's defense is indeed strong enough and he can take a lot of beatings. While the two were talking, Su Sanchi in the center of the venue moved because of the concealment effect brought by Snow Hidden, combined with the snow dance field. The figure of the Snow Emperor was completely concealed among all the people present. There are definitely only a handful of soul masters who can capture the trace of Snow Empress, and Su Sanchi is definitely not one of them. Although his blood awakening allowed the quality of his soul power and soul skills to transform in a short period of time, his mental strength did not actually improve much. Even if he wanted to activate the advanced Zuanming replacement and teleport his opponent in front of him, it was completely impossible to do so. Now he can only defend passively. However, as a man with rich combat experience, he would not lose his composure. After assessing the current situation, he immediately prepared to launch a defensive counterattack. This is also the most commonly used fighting style by defensive soul masters. Su Sanchi roared to the sky, and the purple third soul ring shone. The power of Zuanming. With the increase of the awakening of the Zhuanghui bloodline, his strength almost doubled in a short period of time. Moreover, the Zuanming power in this state does not just amplify himself, but also affects a large area around him. As the rich dark green light burst out, the huge water elements gathered around Su Sanchi, forming the prototype of a small domain. In this embryonic form of the basalt domain, the enemy's actions will be greatly restricted, while Su Sanchi will be like a fish in water. It's a pity that it's still a little bit behind Zhu Di's real snow dance field. Most of the Zuanming power filled with water vapor has been frozen into an ice crystal world. Su Sanchi tried his best, but could only barely maintain a 30-70 situation with his brows furrowed. He also realized the critical situation, so Su Sanchi raised the basalt shield. Then everyone saw that the first 3 spirit rings on his body flashed at the same time. What was even more astonishing was that the 3 spirit rings actually converged together in an instant and turned into a black spirit ring, which then shone brightly. The dark green snake on the basalt shield seemed to wake up, its tongue slightly raised, and red light blooming in its eyes. A huge turtle snake phantom rose from behind Su Sanchi. Divine beast bloodline talent, soul ring combination. His first 3 soul skills were Mysterious Dark Shock, Mysterious Dark Shield, and Mysterious Dark Power. At this time, the 3 soul skills were combined into one, bursting out with the power of the 10,000-year soul ring. 10,000 years combination soul ring. Black Tortoise Roar. The Black Tortoise shield enlarges to block the opponent's attack and devour it, causing the opponent's soul power to be greatly weakened. At the same time, the Black Tortoise roars, causing the surrounding enemies to lose consciousness for a short period of time, and their bodies are unable to move as if they were trapped in a sticky swamp. Su Sanchi had tried this move on his close friend Biba before. Even if Biba used all his strength, he would still be suppressed by his black tortoise roar for at least 3 seconds. However, what Su Sanchi didn't know was that the Snow Emperor, who was hiding in the wind and snow at this moment, was already thinking about how to show mercy while showing off his certain talents. Because of the appearance of the auspicious beast, Zhu Di inexplicably developed a small desire to win, but she also knew that she couldn't cause any trouble for Yuhao. After all, she is a soul beast that has been rebuilt. Although she has the protection of the secret immortal Gu, she cannot be too high profile. After a moment's thought, seeing that Su Sanchi had also made complete defense, Zhu Di took action. Emperor's Palm. It's cold and snowless. This is not just a single soul skill, instead, it is a soul ring combination similar to the Black Tortoise's roar. Because her soul power level is not high, if she wants to unleash the full power of her unique skills that once made her famous, she now has to rely on the help of soul rings. Endless chill began to gather from Snow Emperor's right palm. Looking at the Snow Empress who appeared openly, Su Sanchi calculated the time precisely, and his black soul ring lit up. The basalt shield instantly grew larger under the black light, and in almost a blink of an eye it expanded to a diameter of 3 meters. As the two of them got closer, Zhu Di's right palm was already completely filled with a creepy azure light. There was no terrifying sound, nor any terrifying power hidden. Zhu Di's palm just lightly fell on the tilted huge shield, instantly separate. A strong sense of danger arose in Su Sanchi's heart. The belated low roar also resounded throughout the venue at this time, just like a divine beast awakening. This roar started from Su Sanchi's body. In the vicinity of the entire martial arts field, all soul masters whose cultivation was below the level of a 7-ringed soul saint had their brains go blank at the terrifying roar, except Huo Yuhao, D-Kidor and Zhu Di. Click. Before the controlled audience could come to their senses, Su Sanchi, who had endured the ordinary palm strike from the Snow Empress, only felt the arm holding the black tortoise shield go cold, and then, starting from his palm, his entire arm quickly lost consciousness under the terrifying cold. Large flakes of ice and frost continued to spread towards Su Sanchi's body, instantly swallowing up the black water waves that protected his body. Su Sanchi, who was still arrogant just now, was frozen into an ice sculpture. Seeing this ending, the whole audience was shocked. After a brief silence, the entire training ground erupted in deafening cheers because of Su Sanchi's dedication. The game that Zhu Di brought to them was undoubtedly more gorgeous compared to the violent beating in the previous game. The inner courtyard students who were watching the match all exclaimed in amazement and could not control themselves for a long time. Aju, turtle, what kind of monsters did the academy attract? Each and every one of them starts with a 1,000-year spirit ring, and the quality of their martial spirits is top-notch, and even their combat power is extremely strong. Recalling the nightmare-like scene he had just experienced, Su Sanchi's body trembled subconsciously, and he complained to Bai beside him. It can be said that he lost with a sincere heart. The old is being replaced by the new. Bai, one of the two new stars in the inner courtyard, also sighed. He also felt sad when facing the defeat of his good friend Su Sanchi. The family knows their own affairs. Although he is now much stronger than Su Sanchi in terms of combat power, that is based on the premise that the Zhuanwu bloodline in Su Sanchi's body has not been fully awakened. Once Su Sanchi bursts out with all his strength, even Bai himself, who has already stabilized the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit, will not be able to take him down. During this period, it can be said that Su Sanchi's talent is at the top level among the soul masters who have entered the school in recent years. The only one who can surpass him in talent is someone like Wang Donger, who possesses twin martial souls. After all, under normal circumstances, the advantages of twin martial souls over ordinary soul masters are too great. As for people like D-Kidor and Zhu Di, they can only be said to be completely out of the question. The two of them are already geniuses who are completely ahead of their time, just like Huo Yuhao. Even if I were to fight Zhu Di, I would have no chance of winning, not to mention facing D-Kidor, who is a 5-ring soul king. The suppression of the martial soul alone made Bai's scalp tingle, and it was difficult for him to exert half of his strength. That is the golden dragon martial spirit. Even if his own martial soul transformed again and reached the level of the holy dragon of light like Elder Mu, he would still be far behind if one only looks at a single martial spirit. Bai even feels that Huo Yuhao's title of Shrek's #1 genius should be given to D-Kidor. It was thanks to Yuhao that he got rid of the extreme coldness of the ice in time. I almost saw my grandmother just now. Speaking of this, Su Sanchi was also a little scared. Sure enough, since entering the inner courtyard, I have become a little inflated. I still need to be humble and not be too arrogant. Hearing this, Bai subconsciously glanced at the three people who were in a harmonious atmosphere not far away. He said hesitantly, Why do I feel that the relationship between these three people is definitely not ordinary, Su? Sanchi rolled his eyes. Isn't this nonsense? The one who just fought with me, I believed her when she said she and Yuhao were siblings. Not quite like it, Bei. Bei looked at the three people and shook his head slowly. Then he couldn't help but glance at Zhang Lexun, who was talking to Du Weilin, and sighed softly. But we really need to work harder. Su Sanchi was confused. What do you mean by work harder? Bei didn't answer, but glanced at him sideways in annoyance. I'm telling you, hurry up and work hard. Don't let Xiao and I down, you. Guy, it's true that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is, Su. Sanchi shook his head and said, just like Yuhao said, too much is as bad as too little. Humph, you are a popular guy, you don't understand or not? Bei, then, Su Sanchi seemed to have thought of something and said casually, by the way, what is the future of the spiritual pagoda we have joined? You ask me? Bei spread his hands and said, the Tang sect has been incorporated into it, and we have all joined it, so what else is there to ask? Su Sanchi explained, I just want to see if your channel has any special news. This is not my idea, but my family's. Do you understand? Then you have to think carefully. This is no longer a small-scale organization like the Tang sect in the past. It is an organization with the Sea God Pavilion as its background. Bei also became serious. He had only heard some things from Tang Yu and Xuanzu. However, for more specific details, we still have to wait for Huo Yuhao to announce and advance them later. However, just hearing those words is enough to make one's heart surge. In any case, the Spirit Pagoda will definitely play a subversive role in the future development of the continent. It is definitely a good thing to join in early, or even invest with capital. This is all Bei could remind you. With the end of the inner courtyard assessment, Dikidor and Zudi no longer need to worry about the rest of the matters. All they have to consider is that Yan Shaos and Xianliner will come with conditions to recruit, robbing them. However, there is basically no suspense. We really can't expect these two soul beasts to be interested in soul guides after they transform. Let's observe a minute of silence in advance for the failure of the soul guidance department. The allocation of the inner courtyard dormitories will have to wait until Zhang Lexun finishes her teaching tasks for today. After all, the two of them entered the school midway through their studies, and were considered transfer students, or they skipped grades and were admitted directly to the inner courtyard. For the time being, the relevant resource distribution and treatment are also subject to discussion. After saying goodbye to Zhang Lexun and the others, the three of them headed towards Huo Yuhao's dormitory. Soon, they saw two beautiful figures waiting outside the dormitory door. Wang Danger, Xiao, why are you here? Because of the appearance of the three people, Wang Danger and Xiao subconsciously raised their heads, and after seeing Huo Yuhao, joy immediately appeared on their faces. Xiao was the first to speak. I heard from Danger that I could eat and drink for free, so I came here together. Facing Wang Danger's somewhat resentful eyes, Huo Yuhao also remembered what he had promised Tang Yu before taking her to recover the lost territory. Not to mention he had forgotten everything. Ahem. Actually, it's because I've been a little bit busy lately. Not long after helping Tang Ya deal with the Iron Blood sect, he received a help request from Zudi, and had to cancel the grilled fish he had promised to Wang Danger, and then I was gone for nearly a month. Even Tang Yu returned to Shrek and helped him promote the construction of the Spirit Pagoda by setting an example herself. Huo Yuhao only arrived late. In fact, he had asked his senior sister to create the Spirit Transferring Tower organization a long time ago. He also recruited some people into it and taught them some appropriate meditation techniques. Small but complete. Even without Tang Ya's generous donation this time, Huo Yuhao was not worried at all about how to attract talents in the future. He believed that no one would refuse the soul contract. Even soul beasts will strongly support it. Huo Yuhao did not want to turn the Spirit Pagoda into a public welfare organization supervised by the other three empires as in the original novel. He wants to keep the Spirit Pagoda firmly in his own hands. Using Shrek as a springboard, radiate to the entire Douluo continent. Yuhao, who are they? Wang Danger finally asked a question that had been on her mind since they met. For some reason, the moment she saw Dikidor, Wang Danger felt a sense of loss in her heart, but this feeling goes away just as quickly as it comes. Now Wang Danger is left with only a precarious sense of crisis. Why are there more and more competitors? After briefly introducing the identities of the two, Huo Yuhao interrupted the subsequent movements and made the long-awaited barbecue invitation. Wang Danger, now that things have come to this, let's eat first. End of this chapter. Chapter 234. Wang Danger wants to join the spiritual pagoda Xianchengguang. Night falls on the Poseidon Island, A cluster of flickering flames suddenly appeared before long. The rich fragrance spread and permeated the mist near Poseidon Lake beside the roaring bonfire. Several stunning girls who had already been captivated by the delicious food were now sitting in a circle, staring at the grilled fish that Huo Yuhao was constantly turning over in his hands. Even Zhu Di, who had never tried grilled fish before, felt a long-lost craving for it at this moment. Thanks to Huo Yuhao's strong mental strength and his ability to multitask, he was able to grill 6 fish at the same time while ensuring their quality. Otherwise, it would be difficult to satisfy these little greedy cats. Soul Masters have huge appetites. It can be said that Soul Masters have completely surpassed ordinary humans and are otherworldly beings when they are weak. Soul Masters can rely on their soul power to speed up the digestion of food and provide better conditions for their own growth. The higher the soul power level of a Soul Master, the more efficient he is in absorbing energy from food. This may also be the reason why people in Douluo continent mature early. When a Soul Master reaches a certain level, he can even practice fasting, cut off his reliance on grains, and instead use the energy of heaven and earth or specific elixirs to maintain his daily needs. Of course, Soul Masters are still human beings and have human desires. The desire for food and drink is an important manifestation of desire. High-level Soul Masters must spend a lot on food, not only for better training, but also because of the pursuit of taste. Just like the Shrek Inner Courtyard Cafeteria, with the guidance of senior food-related Soul Masters and relying on expensive raw materials, it provides strong help for the rapid improvement of the soul power of the inner courtyard students. Huo Yuhao's grilled fish satisfies both of the above aspects at the same time. Not only is it delicious, but it also relies on the high-quality ingredients raised in the sea god lake, plus a little help from the yuanxi. The final product of the grilled fish can be said to be of great benefit to the Soul Master's cultivation, especially for 3-ring Soul Masters like Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao who are still in the development stage. It can be said to be a rare resource for cultivation. This was also because Huo Yuhao's meditation technique had been improved and no longer required the assistance of a large amount of yuan stones as before. Therefore, Huo Yuhao saved a lot of yuanxi. It's not a bad thing to give it to your own people occasionally like this. Another whiff of fragrance entered her nose, and her throat rolled. Perhaps because she was bored with the waiting time and wanted to find something to talk about, Wang Donger looked at Zhang Lexun beside her. Big sister, if Xiao and I want to be admitted to the inner courtyard in advance, what realm do we need to cultivate to? Can you tell us? Xiao, meow meow meow. Why are you taking me with you? In addition to Wang Donger and the other 4, Zhang Lexun also came to distribute dormitory keys and necessities at this barbecue fish party, just enough for a team of 6 today. The reason why Wang Donger was able to block Huo Yuhao by chance was naturally because of Huo Yuhao's fame. Without any deliberate concealment, he was discovered by someone as soon as he entered Shrek, especially since Huo Yuhao returned with a strange and stunning girl. Obviously, it was hard to guess that she would be sent by Huo Yuhao to take the inner courtyard assessment. This caused shock and excitement among students and even teachers in the School of External Affairs. This matter soon spread to Class 1, Grade 2 and was known by Wang Donger. So there was this scene. She said that she came here to fulfill the original agreement on grilling fish, but in fact, Wang Donger came here with great determination. Wang Donger, let me see which thieving cat is this again? Question mark. After seeing Huo Yuhao on the other 2, Wang Donger's detection alarm did indeed sound. In her opinion, there are 3 forces in Shrek that are in Huo Yuhao. The strongest are naturally the senior schoolmates headed by Ma Xiao. They have the strongest strength, the greatest advantages, and the advantage of location, that is, the geographical advantage of living in the dormitory of Poseidon Island. Ever since Huo Yuhao entered school, there have been countless senior students who have set their sights on him, but only 4 of them have stood out: Zhang Lexun, Hanru Oro, Ma Xiao, and Ling Luchen. The one who has made the fastest progress is Ma Xiao, who has already tasted the sweetness. The reason why Ma Xiao was able to get ahead of Zhang Lexun and defeat the strong with the weak was because she was the first to clarify her feelings for Yuhao and took the initiative to attack. And with the help of Dinyan and the excuse of eliminating the evil fire with the right timing and location, this unrepeatable miracle was achieved. Wang Donger believes that the most important factor is the evil fire, but she can't learn it. Moreover, Ma Xiao's martial soul has now reached the ultimate fire, and has become Huo Yuhao's favorite, so he cannot confront her for the time being. Similarly, under Ma Xiao's defense, these senior sisters who have not yet made clear their feelings are actually not to be feared for the time being. The second force is herself and her good sister, dog-headed military advisor, Xiao Xiao had the intention but not the courage to do it, so the most he could do was to give himself some assists. The advantage is mine. However, with the emergence of new forces such as the newly enrolled Kidder and Xiaoxu, it seems that the advantages established by Wang Dongzhi are about to vanish. Let's not talk about Xiaoxu for now. After all, everyone can see that the soul master named Xiaoxu does have a clean relationship with Yuhao, but Wang Dongzhi had a hunch that the thieving cat named Kidder, who was as beautiful as herself, would definitely be her biggest enemy in the future. Especially after learning that Kidder had successfully entered Shrek's inner courtyard, this feeling became more and more obvious now. Apart from being Yuhao's former roommate, the only advantage Wang Dongzhi can rely on is her martial soul fusion technique. However, this advantage doesn't seem to add any points to Yuhao. It's a big crisis indeed. This is why this question arises. What, Zhang? Lexuan was stunned for a moment, then glanced strangely at Huo Yuhao, who was grilling fish seriously without being distracted and focused while being teased by Kidder. This boy is really good at flirting with other girls. After sighing for a while, she explained softly, to be honest, you have to be at least a 4-ring soul sect. Even if you both have twin martial souls, it's not that easy to enter the inner courtyard in advance. Then, Zhang Lexuan briefly introduced the system of the inner courtyard and the requirements of the inner courtyard assessment, and gave some instructions to Wang Dongzhi and Xiao, and finally concluded, in short, Dongzhi, Xiaoxu, don't be anxious. With your talents, as long as you practice step by step, you will be able to enter the inner courtyard smoothly within 2 years. Okay, Wang Dongzhi responded somewhat sullenly. If we wait 2 years, the opportunity will probably be gone, right? Xiao spoke with full energy. I will work hard to practice, senior sister. Just as the three of them were chatting, Huo Yuhao also said, ahem, the grilled fish is ready, let's eat it first. Finally done. Kidder, who was closest, took it first and said, I haven't had your grilled fish for several months. I'm so greedy. Thank you. Zudi nodded, thank you, monitor. Xiao reached out to take the grilled fish from Huo Yuhao with an expectant look on her face, and then handed 2 of them to Wang Dongzhi and Zhang Lexuan beside her. Huo Yuhao smiled helplessly. You calling me squad leader makes me feel a little guilty. I am sorry for bothering you from time to time, Xiaoxu. No trouble, no trouble. As they were talking, the 6 people present had a string of steaming grilled fish in their hands and started to taste it. It was so lively as they ate grilled fish and chatted, looking at Wang Dongzhi, who took a bite from time to time with her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. Huo Yuhao began to think Wang Dongzhi's attack was actually very obvious, and he naturally knew it. After all, the other party was also very beautiful, and with such a lively and lovely girl pursuing him, it would be a lie to say that Huo Yuhao didn't have any fluctuations in his heart. If Wang Dongzhi's identity is just an ordinary young master of the Haoshan sect, then it is not a bad idea to accept it. However, unfortunately, she is related to Tang Sen, the biggest boss of Douluo. Even though Huo Yuhao had feelings for her, he suppressed them calmly. Especially Wang Dongzhi's 2 biggest killer weapons have been ruthlessly weakened in this version. The goddess is vivid in my mind, and the power of Haodong is flowing. Whether it is Hogua's former white moonlight, the martial soul fusion skill of the goddess of light, or the power of Haodong, which is one of the biggest plugins in the original work, they all no longer exist. Therefore, even if Huo Yuhao had a good impression of Wang Dongzhi, it was not much, especially when the opponent is the typical type who is both new and playful. Wang Dongzhi can be described as high in offense and low in defense. To be honest, Huo Yuhao currently treats her more like a younger sister. Give a helping hand to the best of your ability. Besides, Huo Yuhao himself is not a very lustful person. I feel that it is better to practice and study the magic of the dead. Astringency is just a daily seasoning. The construction of spiritual civilization is important, but strength is the foundation of everything. Huo Yuhao didn't want to regret not practicing well one day in the future because of his lack of strength, unless a method that can speed up the practice of dual cultivation pops up one day. He might invest more time in this aspect. Same ever since the spiritual consciousness carrying part of Tang Wutong's soul was shattered, everything seemed to have settled down. But Huo Yuhao knew that everything was just the beginning of a storm. Before this, he had learned from Wang Dongzhi that her 2 elder fathers asked Wang Dongzhi to return to the sect in time. However, Wang Dongzhi postponed her return to the holiday this semester. Niuyan and Titan had no objection to this. Wang Dongzhi also took this opportunity to invite Huo Yuhao. Recalling what happened in the original novel, Huo Yuhao could conclude that it was obviously a Hongman banquet. However, he did not refuse directly. Let's talk about it then. With Ling Xian'ao in his hand, he now has the greatest possible way out and can go wherever he wants. In addition to the gradual improvement of his soul power level, Huo Yuhao's strength has also improved, and he can indeed go to the Haoshan sect maybe. I can take this opportunity to persuade Niu Daoner, who is concerned about my niece, to rebel Tang San's split Xiaoqi soul secretly without telling Xiao Wu. If it were to be exposed, it will definitely deepen the conflict between Tang San and Niu Yuan and Tai Tan, who already have problems with him. It will be interesting to see Tang San obey orders but not announcements. Let's go tonight. It's a fight to the death. After all, Huo Yuhao had been particularly careful when he was connecting with the auspicious beast's attributes at that time. I asked Mr. Yi to record the evidence of Poseidon's crimes, and after some malicious editing, it might be useful of course. The specific plan still needs to be improved. Soon, the topic of conversation shifted to the soul transferring tower created by Huo Yuhao, which has been a hot topic in recent days mainly because of the 6 people present. D. Kidder was eating the whole time, and Zhu Di seldom joined in the conversation, but was mostly listening. Therefore, the topic is dominated by several other people. Wang Donger asked curiously, Yuhao, what kind of organization is the spiritual pagoda that you founded? Huo Yuhao did not hide his thoughts from everyone present. The reason why he built the spirit communication tower so quickly was because he wanted to gain the favor of Lala Zhu Di, the auspicious beast, and the group of ferocious beasts in the starred out great forest. When it comes to the spirit pagoda, we have to talk about souls. Soul? The 5 people present asked in unison. Even Zhang Lexun was quite curious about this as the initiator who helped Huo Yuhao to establish the spirit transferring tower. This was the first time she had heard such a novel term. Moreover, it is most likely related to the name of the spirit pagoda. It's not that Huo Yuhao deliberately hid it from Zhang Lexun. Rather, the big picture he painted at the time was mainly based on meditation techniques, with very little description of the soul. When Huo Yuhao created a meditation method that suited himself, he also deduced a more popular meditation method, the Xianqin Guang, and based on this, derived the enduring topic of innate soul power. As we all know, the reason why Tang San was able to reach the innate full soul power was largely due to the practice of Xianqin Guang. Otherwise, given his nutritional conditions at the time, it would have been difficult for him to reach the upper limit of his talent. He might even have suffered from malnutrition like Hogua, leading to insufficient innate soul power. This version of meditation technique solves this problem with the help of Xianqin Guang. Those who have not awakened their martial spirits can practice in advance, allowing some geniuses who should have been buried to shine as they should. Of course, this does not mean that as long as you practice Xianqin Guang, you will be able to achieve full innate soul power. Instead, by practicing Xianqin Guang, one can reach the upper limit that should have been reached. Those with high comprehension can even use this to change their fate. In fact, the upper limit of innate soul power is different according to each person's talent and martial soul. Even for owners of the same martial spirit, the upper limits are different. It is undeniable that in Douluo continent, soul masters are only a minority after all. Even if most people awaken their soul power at the age of 6, their innate soul power is extremely low due to the limitations of their own bloodline. The Xianqin Guang can also solve this problem to a certain extent. As the name suggests, it carries Huo Yuhao's hope to go against his innate nature. Xianqin Guang is divided into basic version, advanced version and customized version. The basic version, also called the awakening version, is very basic and suitable for those who are under 6 years old and over 3 years old who have not awakened. Of course, if one has innate wisdom, Huo Yuhao will not stop him from practicing in the womb. The advanced version can only be used by soul masters who are of the right age and have successfully awakened their martial souls. It can be used throughout their lives, and its efficiency is only slightly lower than that of the Xianqin Guang. The customized version, also called the deluxe VIP version, is a version customized by Huo Yuhao based on a person's martial soul and characteristics. Its meditation efficiency can be said to be several times higher than that of Xianqin Guang or Shrekin court meditation method. Just like Zhang Lexun, Hongru Oro, Ma Zia Ateo and Ling Luchen, who were the first to join the Spirit Pagoda, Huo Yuhao perfected customized versions of Xianqin Guang for them. It can be said that as the Xianqin Guang becomes more popular, the number of soul masters will increase rapidly. Huo Yuhao called it the Soul Master Popularization Plan. That is why one thing decreases while the other decreases. The number of soul beasts can be said to be becoming increasingly worrying. Huo Yuhao came to resolve the conflict between soul beasts and soul masters, not to intensify the conflict. Therefore, this involves the most critical soul method. Huo Yuhao, who had achieved some results in artificial spirit rings, discovered this. It turns out that the soul method is more reliable. It doesn't feel as convenient as an artificial soul. End of this chapter. Chapter 235. Silver Dragon King eavesdropping on the corner. Soul is another form of existence of soul beast through the soul contract created by Yuao and Huo Yuhao. The soul of a soul beast can be extracted from its body in a special way, and a contract can be signed with the soul master, so that the soul beast can be transformed into a soul master's soul ring without being hunted. The soul spirit can retain the consciousness of the soul beast, can help the soul master in battle, and can provide multiple soul rings and more powerful soul skills. Souls can even continue to evolve by naturally devouring other souls. However, the current 1.0 version of Soul Contract also has shortcomings, just like in the original novel. Although the soul beast saves its life, it loses its physical body and can only live in the body of the soul master, which is tantamount to imprisonment. Even if the soul master dies, the surviving souls can only choose to sign a contract with other soul masters and continue to serve the soul master. It can be said that they will never be free. Soul spirits can change the soul master's existing soul ring system to a certain extent, but it cannot change the fundamental rules of Douluo continent. When a soul beast is killed, it will die in its soul rings, and even soul bones will explode. It can be said that soul beasts are treasures from head to toe, and they are of great benefit to soul masters. The world is hilarious. All come for profit. To put it bluntly, soul beasts are also unlucky. As long as soul beasts are still of any benefit to humans, there will still be people who hunt them. As long as there are interests involved, there will be no shortage of people willing to take risks. It's just like the Dao Sandaosi period in the original novel. Even though human soul masters are already able to create artificial soul rings, soul spirits, and even have the technology to create artificial soul bones, they still cannot accommodate soul beasts. The soul beast clan can only survive on other planets under the protection of Dian and others. But the reason for this result in the original work was that Mr. Yi Young and Ho Gua, who inherited Mr. Yi's academic achievements, failed to improve the soul contract. In addition, Ho Gua ascended to the realm of gods very early, and several forces in Douluo continent were in a mess and failed to properly guide the development of the spirit pagoda. This is why even with the emergence of the soul contract, it still failed to truly stop the decline in the number of soul beasts. For now, Soul is at least on the right track. Moreover, the shortcomings of the soul contract can be improved. Who said that the soul contract cannot be upgraded? With Yuao and Huo Yuhao around, this contract system has great potential for development, and it is hard to say to what extent it can reach in the future. Artificial souls are just one of the ways. With the improvement of the soul contract system, the soul contract master plan that Huo Yuhao once proposed, in which soul beasts and soul masters grow together like Pokemon, is completely feasible. Let's put it this way: if you want to resolve the deep-rooted conflicts between soul masters and soul beasts, you can't do it all at once. You need to make changes step by step, and not rush into anything. However, this is also because Huo Yuhao's current strength is not strong enough. If they are strong enough, they can go to the extreme and let all soul beasts live in a world without soul masters. Soul masters and soul beasts never meet each other, so naturally there are no conflicts. Moreover, both spirit rings and spirit bones are products of the world's rules. If Huo Yuhao's strength was strong enough to change the underlying logic of Douluo continent, then it would be very easy to resolve this contradiction later. You have to eat one bite at a time and not take big steps. The mere proposal of the soul contract is enough to make these primitive people on Douluo continent feel a small shock of the contract. Huo Yuhao simply described the advantages and prospects of the soul contract, but received a huge shock. The girls listened to Huo Yuhao's talk in silence. Their lips curled up, and they were attracted by the big pie he painted. Even the calmest Snow Queen was shocked at Huo Yuhao's ideals and the feasibility of the soul contract. He is obviously just a human soul master. Why would he go to such lengths for a soul beast? Achievement triggered. Achieve Gu Yuna's interesting human achievement and receive the Seoth Gu as a reward. Seoth Gu, 6th rank immortal Gu. When using it, one needs to face a vast ocean and swear an oath. Once the oath is broken, one will turn into ashes and be completely extinct. However, as long as the corresponding ocean is destroyed, the oath will become invalid. People who tell lies have to swallow 1,000 needles. Looking at the comments, Huo Yuhao shook his head inwardly. Are you kidding? I am an honest and reliable young man. He always does what he says. This is his soul path. Huo Yuhao, immerse yourself in the big pie of the capitalists, and go to work in the spirit pagoda. Suddenly, his scalp felt tingling, and he quietly called up the system panel to take a closer look. No, where did this go from me? Is this still Shrek, Silver Dragon King? When did you come? Could it be that the Silver Dragon King was worried about the auspicious beast and followed it secretly, hiding somewhere to monitor anyone who had ill intentions towards the auspicious beast? Huo Yuhao looked at D. Kidor's head with some suspicion, But this caused the other party to look confused and reply, "What are you looking at?" He soon realized that he had been prejudiced after all. There are only a few guys as pure and innocent as Poseidon. Moreover, with the Silver Dragon King's strength of at least a first-level god, there is no need to do this in Douluo continent. Afterwards, Huo Yuhao released his mental power and roughly scanned Shrek City. Still didn't find anything wrong. Just when Huo Yuhao was about to use the Eye of Destiny to investigate, his heart moved and his left eye saw the scene within the next 3 seconds. Reverse time. Future vision. It seems like I saw something from a picture in the future. When Huo Yuhao's spiritual eye spirit possessed the body, the space-time domain instantly expanded. A bell rang from somewhere. The surrounding area fell silent, falling into a strange stillness without any sound at all. At this moment, the world in the field of time and space seemed to have suddenly stopped. The burning flame stopped flickering. Kidor was still looking at Huo Yuhao with a puzzled expression. Zudi frowned slightly as if she had sensed something. The others were still immersed in their previous shock. Huo Yuhao's body also remained motionless, and time on his body was passing at a speed of 1,000th of a second in sync with the outside world. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao stood up, as if he had broken away from a fixed painting. Reverse time. Clairvoyance. This is a spiritual vision space that relies on the space-time domain of the spiritual eye. Time is almost suspended. Only Huo Yuhao's spiritual body and those who are invited can move freely and communicate in it. Huo Yuhao looked in a certain direction and spoke in an inexplicable tone, "Aren't you going to come out and talk?" And just in the direction where Huo Yuhao was looking, ripples appeared in the space, and a white figure slowly appeared and broke into the silent spiritual vision space. "Strange, how did you find out?" The girl spoke first, her ethereal voice carrying a hint of surprise. It was a girl who looked about the same age as Huo Yuhao, with long silver hair that flowed down to her ankles and had a texture like silver crystal. The peerless face had a beauty that could not be described in words. The exposed fair skin looked a little pale against a plain white dress, with a sense of brokenness that made people feel pity. It can be considered as a special ability of the martial spirit, Senior Silver Dragon King. Huo Yuhao responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. He couldn't say that because of the system. He was just short of seeing the other person's underwear, right? Moreover, as a familiar reader of the original novel, he naturally knew that the seemingly weak silver-haired girl in front of him was named Gu Yuna, and was actually a Silver Dragon King with at least the strength of a first-level god. Although she had never seen the other party in person, in Kidor's memory of more than 10,000 years, Kidor had felt the other party's breath several times. Huo Yuhao, who had already completed the memory exchange with Kidor, naturally recognized the other party's unique aura at once. In addition, as early as the attribute guidance event that defeated Tang San's consciousness, with the help of Old Yi, Huo Yuhao also felt the god-level aura deep in the starred out Great Forest. It can be said that the two have been spiritual friends for a long time. Of course, Gu Yuna had been hiding well near Shrek at first. Even if Huo Yuhao used all his strength to activate mental detection, he would not be able to find any trace of her if she did not want to reveal her whereabouts. However, perhaps Huo Yuhao's startled behavior was seen by Gu Yuna, or perhaps his previous remarks attracted the other party's attention in the future that Huo Yuhao saw. It was Gu Yuna who took the initiative to expose her whereabouts and showed that she had no ill intentions, and now, relying on the ability of spiritual vision, Huo Yuhao has turned the tables. At this time, Gu Yuna was also in a spiritual state, or more accurately, in a state of wandering consciousness. Those eyes as bright as amethyst met Huo Yuhao's strange left eye emitting golden light. Interesting. Human beings, Gu Yuna smiled sweetly. It can be seen that the human named Huo Yuhao in front of him is definitely hiding something from him. Although he also has the memories of the auspicious beast, his attitude towards him is like that of a long-lost friend. There is a sense of familiar strangeness. To put it more seriously, it is disrespectful to God. As the half-body of the former dragon god, although there are still sword wounds left by the old Shura on her body, and her strength is no longer as strong as the former God King, with her current strength, she can be regarded as the ceiling in this Douluo plane. And you, Huo Yuhao, why are you so bold? The girl took a step forward and approached Huo Yuhao. Her pair of purple eyes were filled with undisguised curiosity as she stared at him motionlessly, as if she wanted to see through him. Senior Silver Dragon King, Huo Yuhao was puzzled. After a moment, the ethereal voice sounded again. My name is Gu Yuna, so why did you invite me here? Gu Yuna had no intention of delving into the other party's reliance. She would accept the other party's invitation and let her spiritual consciousness descend into this small world. In addition to the other party's relationship as auspicious beast son-in-law, It was more because of the soul's idea. After hearing this, it was Huo Yuhao's turn to remain silent. Sorry, I was so attracted by your beauty that I forgot what to say. Ahem. My name is Huo Yuhao. Okay, I know, because of the kidder, there's an unspoken relationship between the two. Senior Gu should have heard my previous description of the soul contract, right? Huo Yuhao went straight to the point without any hesitation. The girl was silent for a while, nodded slightly, and said, you should also know that with Kidder's relatively innocent mind, some ferocious beasts are worried about her sudden decision to come to Shrek. After hearing the other party's explanation, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but think of the always serious Dion in Kidder's memory. With the expression of a mother worries when her son is away from home, he suppressed his smile and assured, don't worry, Senior Gu, I will protect Kidder and make sure she doesn't suffer any grievances. Gu Yuna rolled her eyes at Huo Yuhao and told him to experience the experience herself, although I am very grateful for your help last time, Kidder, but I think it is quite exhausting for you to maintain this spiritual space now. Hearing the girl's vague threat, Huo Yuhao coughed twice and realized that he was a little too proud. The real boss of the soul beasts agreed to invite me in, so it would be outrageous if I didn't promote the superiority of the soul contract. Huo Yuhao also quickly got into the mood and started talking seriously. The soul contract I mentioned before is actually a technology invented by my teacher. I have not made any false propaganda about its effect. Come on, Cheyenne Meng, show your boss a lesson. Huo Yuhao granted Cheyenne Meng the authority to enter the space, and then pulled the sleeping Cheyenne Meng out of his mind. Tian Meng, with a confused look on his face, lay on the shoulder of Huo Yuhao's spirit body and blinked. Yuhao, what's the matter? Afterwards, Tian Meng seemed to feel the strong pressure from the girl opposite Huo Yuhao, and he subconsciously trembled and shivered. Yuhao, it's the Soul Beast Master, the Silver Dragon King, Cheyenne Meng. What the hell are you talking about? Why did you suddenly get into a fight with a big boss behind the scenes? How many hundreds of years have passed since I slept? After listening to Huo Yuhao's words, Tian Meng's bean-sized brain shrank for a moment, and he didn't know what to do. Looking at the dazed Tian Meng, Huo Yuhao sighed and began to explain. Well, it's my own fault. Afterwards, under Gu Yuna's interested eyes, Huo Yuhao demonstrated with Cheyenne Meng looking shocked. It is a pity that in this spiritual space, with Huo Yuhao's current strength, he is unable to demonstrate the spirit ring. He could only use the dream in heaven as an example and explain it metaphysically until Huo Yuhao finished explaining the benefits of the soul contract to both parties. Gu Yuna then calmly asked back, so, you want to convince me so that the soul contract can be promoted? Huo Yuhao nodded and started talking. Yes, I can gradually try to promote the soul contract among humans. With your help, Senior Gu, we can both benefit from it. Gu Yuna looked at the confident young man in front of her and fell silent. Although he is a human, it's not bad. Kidder was indeed not mistaken about the person. For some reason, she thought of the relationship between Huo Yuhao and Kidder. This guy's main purpose is Kidder, right? As for the soul contract, Gu Yuna was also able to tell that this thing was indeed helpful in easing the relationship between soul masters and soul beasts. However, Gu Yuna finally shook her head and said, I'm sorry, but I can't promise you this yet. I believe you have the strength and ability to improve the soul contract and promote it, but, as of now, the soul system you mentioned is only a semi-finished product. Gu Yuna activated her skill to see through it. Huo Yuhao, you are just making empty promises, right? That's true. In fact, Huo Yuhao has not yet signed a complete soul contract. Cheyenne Meng and Bindi just got on the bus first and bought the tickets later. In addition, their actual age does not have much reference value. Suddenly, Gu Yuna changed the subject, but I can make you a promise now. End of this chapter. Chapter 236. Gu Yuna's gift. I can make you a promise now. After a pause, Gu Yuna continued, as long as the soul contract is indeed as you said, and can be promoted to the general public for use by soul masters, and as long as I can see the progress of the soul contract, I will agree to your proposal and send people to cooperate with the subsequent development of the soul pagoda, because of the familiar aura emanating from Huo Yuhao and the sincerity he showed. Gu Yuna was personally willing to believe Huo Yuhao, but as the leader of the soul beasts, he still needs to be responsible for his subordinates. That is to say, it is necessary to examine Huo Yuhao's subsequent actual practices. She was not worried about the initial development of the soul pagoda and the soul contract, even if only the spiritual consciousness came. With Gu Yuna's strength, she could feel that although the young man in front of her was only a 5-ring soul king, his strength was not weak. and his combat power was also among the best among human soul masters. It can be said that it is second only to the 95 level Super Douluo. In addition to the other party's importance in Shrek Academy, if the effect of the soul contract is as excellent as he said, I believe Shrek will not refuse, and the soul pagoda will soon emerge. Well, this request is reasonable. Huo Yuhao nodded. He naturally didn't think that his charm was so great that he could convince the soul beast leader just by talking, and beyond Meng's demonstration it's great that the other party can give such a promise. After all, in terms of effect, the current 1.0 version of the soul contract definitely gives humans an advantage for soul beasts. Giving up their physical bodies and relying on humans at the cost of freedom is unattractive at present. Generally only those soul beasts that are about to die or are disabled and dying are willing to take the initiative to sign a soul contract. However, this type of soul beast does not account for a large proportion in the soul beast group. And there is no way to meet the needs of a large number of soul masters. Not everyone has the potential to become a god like me. Besides, even if Gu Yuna agreed now, Huo Yuhao currently had no intention of promoting the soul contract among soul masters immediately. This matter cannot be rushed unless certain interests or rights are given up. The soul contract of the Soul Pagoda can currently only be promoted on a small scale within the influence range of Shrek Academy. After all, the three empires are not pushovers. It is not easy for them to break off relations with Shrek openly, but it is absolutely easy for them to disobey Shrek secretly unless, like in the original novel, a compromise is made and each force sends its own representatives to jointly form a council hall to decide all matters concerning the Spirit Pagoda. But Huo Yuhao didn't have such an idea. How can we govern Douluo continent with that group of insects? It can be said that the Shrek in the original novel really only had the idea of protecting himself and had no intention of becoming the best in the world. But Huo Yuhao is different in his opinion. The Douluo continent should undergo a unification of forces. He will take over the unfinished business of the Spirit Hall, especially since the Sun Moon Empire is still watching covetously. A war that will sweep across the continent is brewing. Huo Yuhao, in this world, many demons and gods have risen up. Although I have no intention of competing for supremacy, I know the suffering of the people. I only wish to cleanse the four directions and protect the peace of the world. The future Lord of the Sea God Pavilion, Lord of the Body Sect, and Lord of the Spirit Tower thought so. Gu Yuna has some concerns due to her identity as the leader of soul beasts, and Huo Yuhao also has the ambition to conquer the world due to his identity as the outer demon. As the saying goes, if you are rich, you should help the world. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. The Spirit Tower is just the beginning. Whether it is for the better development of Douluo continent, or to gain the power of faith, or even just for Huo Yuhao's personal thoughts to come true, it is our responsibility to transform Douluo continent. The first step to take now is to store up food and slowly become king. On the premise of improving his own strength, he gradually gained the right to speak in Shrek, cultivated a suitable team, and accumulated the foundation of power. As for becoming a god, it's still very early. Huo Yuhao would only consider visiting the god realm if he could at least survive on Douluo continent and possess the combat power of a god king. Looking at Huo Yuhao's spirit body that suddenly became excited in front of her, Gu Yuna tilted her head to look at him and blinked her amethyst-like eyes. This guy, why does something feel weird? You're just holding on, right? She could see that in this special spiritual space, time was almost still compared to the normal flow of time in the outside world. The two of them chatted here for a long time, but less than a second passed in the outside world. Although what you do here cannot affect the outside world, it is indeed a good place to have a conversation. However, maintaining such a space requires considerable consumption. In particular, although Huo Yuhao's strength is far beyond that of his peers, his current mental strength is only at the tangible but intangible stage. Now we have to use a lot of vitality to barely maintain this spiritual space. Although Huo Yuhao accidentally obtained a small piece of life gold and successfully fused it, it was more than enough to provide the consumption of these vitality. But Gu Yuna still felt something was wrong. Seeing the boy looking weak, she felt that whether for the sake of the subsequent soul contract or as the mother-in-law of the auspicious beast, she had to find time for Huo Yuhao to come to the Lake of Life to replenish his body. Then, let's leave the soul contract as it is for now. As she spoke, Gu Yuna looked at Huo Yuhao meaningfully and said, next time, when your soul power level breaks through again, remember to come to the Lake of Life. Oh, okay. Hearing this, Huo Yuhao felt a little confused at first, but soon understood what the other party meant. It's just a display of the results of the soul contract. I understand. It seems that his sixth soul ring seems to have been found. It is worthy of being the thickest thigh in Douluo continent. Fortunately, because of the memory exchange and the attack of the sea god's consciousness, The relationship between him and the killer is still pretty good. Moreover, during a casual chat with the killer not long ago, Huo Yuhao also knew that this time she was not running away alone to pursue freedom and see the world. The killer went to Shrek as the ambassador of the starred out great forest to find the son of destiny of the Douluo continent and to plan great things together, that is, we unite, practice together, and become gods together. Because Huo Yuhao and she have the power of Haokyu in their bodies, their cultivation is just like Hogwa and Wang Donger in the original novel, and it can be said that they can achieve twice the result with half the effort. D. Kidder, I'm here to help you. Huo Yuhao naturally agreed to this. That was why he wanted to start the construction of the spirit transferring tower. As my wings gradually grow stronger, it is time to set up a force to assist me. But even Huo Yuhao did not expect that the Silver Dragon King had been following Kidder all the time and that they had such a conversation. And looking at her current appearance, it is likely that the other party knew everything about her previous conversation with Kidder. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, Guyuna spoke again. You should also know that as an imperial beast, Kidder carries the fate of the stars, so the fierce beasts don't want her to leave the star forest. But she is stubborn and will not turn back once she decides on something. That's why I didn't force her to transform into a human. You have done Kidder a favor, which means you have done Xingdao a favor. Soul beasts are not ungrateful. I am here on behalf of the star forest to owe you a favor. With this item as proof, you can make a request to me. As soon as she finished speaking, Guyuna raised her right hand. There was a space fluctuation in the palm of her hand, and a silver diamond-shaped dragon scale that looked like it was made of crystal emerged and then flew straight towards Huo Yuhao. This is Huo Yuhao took the dragon scale and his pupils were filled with shock. Isn't this a spiritual space made up of spiritual power? How could there be dragon scales in material form? When your spiritual power reaches the tangible and material realm, you will be able to perform similar operations. After explaining, Guyuna continued, as for what you said to Kidder before, I also heard it, but you still have to make a promise, senior. Gu, please speak. Take good care of Kidder. With Emperor Yan Nilin here, I'm not worried that she will be physically hurt. But the auspicious beast is innocent and simple-minded. You must not hurt her feelings. I promise. Huo Yuhao answered seriously. He promised not to take the initiative to attack the auspicious beast. In other words, so far, Huo Yuhao has taken the initiative to attack few people. They are all system tasks. As for Emperor Yan Nilin, there was indeed an exquisite pendant made of black dragon scales hanging on D. Kidder's chest. Learned from mistakes after the auspicious beast ate 2 bites of Zhuanzi and the dark demon evil god tiger. The black dragon's reverse scale has been upgraded to version 3.0. In addition to the necessary defensive capabilities, now as long as D. Kidder is in danger, D. Tian can descend directly using the Black Dragon's reverse scale as the coordinate. This is much more clever than the previous method of teleporting the auspicious beast back. One more thing, Gu. Yuna turned around, put her hands behind her back and said, with your talent, even the generation that became gods 10,000 years ago is far inferior to you. You even have the help of gods from other worlds. It can be said that in the future, you will definitely have the opportunity to touch the realm of gods. This is also the reason why the Silver Dragon King did not stop Kidder from running towards Huo Yuhao just like the sea god 10,000 years ago. As long as Huo Yuhao becomes a god, he can bring D. Kidder with him to become a god. Even if they are soul beasts, they can have a happy future. What's more, even if D. Kidder were transformed, it would not be a one-time deal. She could change back into the form of the three-eyed golden lion. Even if she got tired of playing outside, she could return to the starred-out great forest and continue to be her imperial auspicious beast. At this point, Guyuna changed the subject. It's just that the sea god 10,000 years ago, Tang San, who possessed dual godhood and had a combat power at the level of a god king, most likely targeted the two of you in order to gain the power of destiny of Douluo continent. Kidder has survived that disaster now, so I'm not too worried about her. But Yuhao, you have to be careful, especially when it comes to the inheritance of the divine throne in the future. You must choose carefully and don't fall into someone's trap. Although the gods in the divine world cannot interfere with the lower world at will, he is a divine king after all, and he has many tricks. Okay, Senior Gu, Huo Yuhao was not at all surprised that the Silver Dragon King could recognize the existence of the sea god's consciousness. Huo Yuhao also accepted her opinion sincerely. In the original novel, the reason why Di Tian tried every means to prevent Hogwa from becoming a god was because the sacrifice of the auspicious beast caused Hogwa to bear the fate of the stars. But now, The situation is completely different, coupled with a threat from the sea god of the divine realm and Killer as the intermediary. The ferocious beasts of the starred-out Great Forest and Huo Yuhao have a relationship of mutual assistance. That's it. Although I can't do anything at will at the moment, if there is anything important later, you can contact me through Dragon Scale. Gu. Yuna waved her hand and prepared to leave. Thank you, Senior Gu. Just call me Gu Yuna, okay? Gukian. Yuna. Feeling a surge of anger, Huo Yuhao quickly changed his words and just watched her figure gradually disappear until the entire spiritual space returned to calm. Then, the spiritual space shattered like a mirror, and the flow of time returned to normal. Looking at the silver dragon scale that suddenly appeared in his right hand, Huo Yuhao was stunned for a moment. I also got better and even got close to the silver dragon king, and he was so generous, which was very comfortable. As for the vitality lost by using his spiritual consciousness, he didn't care at all, as it was soon replenished by the blade of the living being's watch. Fortunately, everyone was still in shock over Huo Yuhao's speech, so they didn't notice his dazed Snow Empress, who had a soul contract, vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Emperor Kidor, relying on her ultimate talent of golden perception, also discovered the changes in Huo Yuhao in less than a second. However, seeing that Huo Yuhao was fine, the two of them remained calm and did not say anything until the dinner is over. Huo Yuhao said goodbye to everyone after Zhang Lexuan, Wang Dongjie and Xiao Xiao left. Zhu Di asked, Yuhao, what happened just now? This is a bit complicated to explain. The Snow Queen should also know that the soul beast leader who has never shown his face in the depths of the stars. Then, Huo Yuhao briefly recounted the conversation that had just taken place in the spiritual space, and took out the silver dragon scale to show off. Woo. Woo woo, the master's dragon scale, she is not so good to me. D. Kidor picked up the pendant on her chest and wailed. Snow Emperor. She couldn't help but look at Huo Yuhao's face in the moonlight and remained speechless for a long time. As the ruler of the soul beast colony, her status is no worse than Dion, so she naturally knows the existence of the soul beast co-lord. If she meets the soul beast leader, even she will have to listen to him because the soul beast master himself represents all soul beasts. Zhu Di also knew what giving away dragon scales meant to the dragon clan unexpectedly. Yuhao's potential was so great that he even impressed the legendary soul beast leader, although there is also a soul contract involved. When Zhu Di said goodbye to Huo Yuhao and was about to return to his dormitory, Huo Yuhao seemed to remember something and said, by the way, Zhu Di, this is for you. Looking at the treasure that suddenly appeared in Huo Yuhao's hands, Zhu Di's cold little face was filled with shock that was difficult to conceal. This is the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237. Huo Yuhao has a bold idea. In Huo Yuhao's hands a dark blue icicle with liquid flowing inside appeared quietly. Even though Huo Yuhao had completely locked its aura with the power of space, Zhu Di still recognized it at the first moment. 10,000 years of black ice essence. This is the peerless Tang sect period, which is the greatest opportunity for ice attribute soul beasts and ice attribute soul masters. It is almost the top existence among the ice-attributed natural treasures. You must know that Dian Meng was able to break through to the unique million-year level on the continent because he swallowed a large amount of 10,000-year black ice marrow according to the evaluation of Zhu Di. In the original novel, this is a good thing comparable to the gold of living things. This shows how precious it is. Such treasures are naturally extremely rare. Even in the vast and boundless far north, there is only the 1,000-year-old mysterious ice marrow cave that Dian Meng accidentally entered. You know, if there are enough 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow, it will be enough to help the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor change their fate and survive the next heavenly calamity. The one Zhezuanbing cave, which Bingdi had been lucky enough to find, was an empty shell that was eaten up by Xianmeng, and the two of them became enemies from then on. Later, Tianmeng even ran to the Xingdao Great Forest and gave his life, so that the opportunities in the far north were finally given to the group of ferocious beasts in Xingdao. This is also the main reason why Bingdi has always been resentful towards Xianmeng. However, with Huo Yuhao mediating, Xianmeng and Bingdi had already made peace. They were not just good sisters who lived in harmony, but also good poker partners who lived in harmony normally. They were either sleeping or playing cards in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, and occasionally they would bring Huo Yuhao's spiritual body along. However, recently, with the opening of the Eye of Destiny, after Yi Lao returned to the spiritual sea from the second sea of consciousness, the two of them took Yi Lao with them more often. Occasionally, Huo Yuhao would be called over to play mahjong with 4 people. As for how Huo Yuhao obtained the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow, that was only due to the natural talent of Bei Mingbing Po's body. In fact, this 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow is not the original one, but a pirated one made by Huo Yuhao using the ice-attributed treasures given by Shrek, combined with the image in Xianming's memory, and his own excess ultimate ice origin. Huo Yuhao had discovered that although the beaming ice soul body had infinite potential, the ultimate ice had an upper limit. The beaming ice soul body actually corresponds to the soul path and the ice and snow path, that is to say, it is an existence that focuses more on mental power and ice attributes coupled with the characteristics of its own martial soul. It also has an excellent physical attribute bonus. This is also the reason why Huo Yuhao's physical fitness improved so easily. In addition to the help of the gold of life, a large part of it is due to the ice soul body, the original martial soul. It is a bit similar to his current spirit eyes martial soul. It is mainly based on mental power, supplemented by the attributes of time, space and destiny. However, soul beasts with spiritual attributes are rare to find, and Huo Yuhao's first consideration is to give them the spiritual eye martial soul. As for the second martial soul, just go for ultimate ice. It feels not bad to cross the river by feeling the fire. It's just that success is due to the extreme ice, and failure is also due to the extreme ice. As the proportion of high-quality ice attribute soul rings in Bei Mingbing Po's body increases, the price of ultimate ice continues to rise. The balance between the second martial soul's main spirit and the ultimate ice was gradually broken, especially when using the chilly immortal goo to absorb the Ice Dragon King's divine origin, and thereby condense the Ice Dragon King's soul ring, and continue to enhance the ultimate ice of the martial soul. This feeling of being top-heavy became more and more obvious. This is nothing, and it will not affect Huo Yuhao's training and strength after all, thanks to his main martial soul's spiritual eyes. Huo Yuhao's mental power is extremely strong and can easily control the growth of his ice soul body. Moreover, Huo Yuhao can use 2 martial spirits at the same time, which to a certain extent ignores the impact of this aspect. However, there is an upper limit to a single extreme ice. In other words, it was Huo Yuhao's own physical configuration that restricted the continued development of the ultimate ice. Now he can only control the temperature to -250 degrees Celsius at most, and cannot continue to lower it to near absolute zero. If you continue to force it to rise, the balance in your body will be completely disrupted. In the worst case, one may become possessed by the devil, and in the worst case, one may be corroded by the uncontrolled ice power, or even risk death. It is a bit like the Beaming Bingpo body, one of the 10 absolute bodies, in the original novel of the Great Love Immortal. The void of its owner is overwhelmed and in danger of collapse and destruction at any time. Practice is needed to alleviate the crisis, and becoming an immortal is needed to completely solve the problem. Although due to the special nature of his original martial soul and the existence of his twin martial souls, Huo Yuhao was not at risk of self-destruction, but his current situation also requires practice to alleviate. To put it bluntly, the level and quality of soul power are low. Even if the martial soul is extremely powerful, it cannot do more things in advance unless you say that you are not a human being. If you have a heaven-defying bloodline like the subsequent Douluo protagonist, you can do more things in advance when your soul power level is low, but doing so would be putting the cart before the horse. The martial spirit is already invincible. Why would it need the help of blood? As long as Huo Yuhao practices step by step now, he will be on the road to cheating. For this reason, it was useless for Huo Yuhao to keep the extra and redundant ultimate ice origin produced during cultivation, so he used the excess cultivation resources to condense them into something similar to the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow. This is the dimensionality reduction attack of the Ice Dragon King's god-level power. In Douluo continent, even the most ordinary priest-level power is a huge crushing blow to the extreme Douluo. The gap between god-level and ultimate Douluo is even greater than the gap between title Douluo and ordinary humans. This is why the only thing left on the road to becoming a god nowadays is the inheritance of the throne. The brilliant first-generation sea god was able to create his own first-level deity status only by relying on the power of faith for nearly 1,000 years, not to mention the Ice Dragon King, who is suspected to be a god above the first level. Even just a wisp of the Ice Dragon King's divine origin would be enough for Huo Yuhao to cultivate all the way to the level of title Douluo, being able to absorb the power of the Ice Dragon King by accident without any side effects. I can only say that the existence of the immortal goo is too amazing. This is the law incarnate. Huo Yuhao's current state is that he is being chased and fed by the Ice Dragon King's original power. Although he can eat it, he cannot absorb so much and can only take it out and store it in the form of 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow. You can call it the ultimate mysterious ice marrow. It may be said that the energy contained in it is not as good as the original version, but the quality of the ultimate ice in it is even better. In other words, soul masters with ice attributes can more easily rely on it to cultivate to the ultimate level of ice. However, Huo Yuhao has only condensed 3 ultimate mystical ice marrows now, and the stock is limited, so he cannot sell them wholesale to ultimate ice soul masters. Following Huo Yuhao's explanation, Snow Empress, as well as Yan Meng and Ice Emperor who were awakened, were also extremely shocked. Yan Meng, I was wondering why I wanted to sleep so much recently. It turns out it's because of the effect of the deluxe version of Ice and Fire body training last time. Bingdi, it seems like becoming a god isn't that difficult, right? With Yuhao's help, wouldn't it be a simple matter to help Zuir become a god? Zudi, no wonder, even though I possess the ultimate martial spirit of Ice and Snow Girl, I can still feel the suppression from Yuhao. This is not a suppression of cultivation, but a real suppression of martial soul attributes. However, speaking of the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow, Huo Yuhao actually knew about a precious opportunity in the original book thanks to his foresight in the original novel. In order to thank He Guo for saving his life, the leader of the Deling sect, Nan Shushu, brought the latter to the cold well guarded by the Deling sect for generations. He Guo found a cave full of Wanzai Zuanbingsu here. Relying on the Wanzai Zuanbingsu, the then immature Soul Snow Emperor recovered her past memories and original appearance before. Huo Yuhao was thinking about entering in advance and seizing the opportunity that Huo Yuhao would have in the future. As his ability to control the force of space gradually improves, he can now take those 10,000-year-old black ice marrows without anyone noticing. But the plans couldn't keep up with the changes. Huo Yuhao discovered that what he lacked now was not the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow, but a further improvement in the attributes of his martial soul. It is not about continuing to improve the ultimate ice, but about making breakthroughs in other attributes. As mentioned before, there is an upper limit to single extreme ice, which is absolute zero. Huo Yuhao roughly estimated that when he reached the soul sage stage and possessed his martial soul's true body, he would most likely be able to achieve the absolute zero soul skill that He Guo achieved with the help of the 4 great soul spirits in the later period of the original novel. It can be said that the road ahead for the ultimate ice has come to an end. If one wants to improve further, he can only wait until he becomes a god and masters the relevant laws. Just like the most important reward that Zudi obtained from the Ice God's inheritance is the improvement of her compatibility with the laws of ice and snow, it can be said that this is the most important prerequisite for her to ascend to her own godhood in the future. Huo Yuhao's current compatibility with the laws of ice and snow is almost at the maximum value. This is the strength of the god-level martial spirit. If there really were gods in the god realm who were powerful enough and possessed relevant attributes, they might have already set their sights on Huo Yuhao. Even if I create my own godhood in the future, I will start in simple mode. But Huo Yuhao's sights were not limited to the ice and snow path, which only had a first-level god at the highest level in Douluo continent. There is a certain hierarchical relationship between the various attributes, just like time, space, and destiny. Why are there no extreme divisions for these special attributes? To a certain extent, it is because their potential is huge. Even ordinary god kings cannot control these attributes and laws well, let alone the humans of Douluo continent. That is to say, Super Douluo can begin to come into contact with the power of space, while time and destiny are attributes that only a few special beings can possess. Huo Yuhao's spiritual eyes acquired these attributes thanks to the properties of poisonous insects and auspicious beasts, and with the help of the hope poison and multiple opportunities, he formed this god-level martial soul. I hope the Gu is still exerting its power. Relying on it, Huo Yuhao's soul master qualifications are slowly improving. And now, Huo Yuhao has a bold idea in the eyes of yin and yang. What was of greatest use to Huo Yuhao was not the magical grass, but the corpse of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, and what was left behind an ownerless god-level opportunity. There are also the 2 soul bones waiting for Huo Yuhao to fuse. Huo Yuhao would not miss such a god-level opportunity as the Fire Dragon King's soul bone. Since the ultimate ice can't do it, then he won't be the ultimate ice. Ice and fire blend into yin and yang, and finally move towards the attribute of chaos. The reason why the dragon god is so powerful is naturally because of its chaotic attributes. The dragon god's original power comes from the chaotic energy at the time of creation. It controls the power of destruction and creation. It can be said to be the most original and core power in the universe. With the help of the Gu Master Achievement System plugin, Huo Yuhao believed that he had a great chance, especially now that he has received the promise and help from the Silver Dragon King with the half-body of the Dragon God here. Huo Yuhao can also practice with the help of the Silver Dragon King. At least there is definitely a chance that the fusion of ice and fire can advance to yin and yang in particular. The innate talent of the beaming ice soul body, derived from its soul path, mimicry, allows Huo Yuhao to continuously evolve himself by absorbing soul rings, soul bones and even blood power. So, is this why you don't practice with me? Kidor looked at Huo Yuhao with a somewhat resentful expression. Not entirely. We can talk about our training later. I may not be able to control the overflowing ultimate ice right now, so it would be bad to train with you. Huo Yuhao nodded seriously. We clearly agreed that you can't take me with you. Kidor paused, looking into the pair of blue eyes that reflected her own figure, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. I'll definitely do that next time. You should practice hard first. Huo Yuhao touched Kidor's smooth golden hair and comforted her. Moreover, Guiyuna warned him not to lead the children astray. Well, 15,000 years old Kid Chuer raised her head proudly and hummed, "It's a deal then. Next time we practice together, don't let me pull you down too far in terms of soul power." Kidor's current soul power level is already very close to level 60, which is a huge advantage compared to Huo Yuhao's level 56. Although she had seen Huo Yuhao's memories, it was difficult for her to see through the disguise of the master of emotional manipulation at this moment, so she did not continue to pester him anyway. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future after all. Yuhao doesn't like this type of people, just like Ningguan and Wu Feng in memory. They were both good looking, but because of their condescending attitude, they couldn't even be Yuhao's friends in the end. Well, when you reach level 60, don't rush to condense the spirit ring. I will take you to sign a spirit contract with a fairy grass, which will allow you to have a 100,000-year sixth ring. Huo Yuhao chuckled. This is why he recently planned to specialize in the fusion of ice and fire. The next time he goes to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, Huo Yuhao plans to use the difficult immortal Gu again to condense the Fire Dragon King Soul Ring. Now, I have to rely on Mazaya Ateo's practice to try its feasibility. After saying goodbye to Kidor, Huo Yuhao quickly arrived at Mazaya Ateo's dormitory. However, he found Ling Luochen in the room. "Sister Luochen, why are you here?" Huo Yuhao looked at her suspiciously. Although the relationship between Ling Luochen and Mazaya Ateo has eased a lot because of my appearance, they are still habitually confronting each other. It's just that Ling Luochen, whose martial soul has not reached the ultimate ice, can hardly gain any advantage over Mazaya Ateo. Seeing Huo Yuhao coming, Ling Luochen seemed to have thought of something. His face turned red, and then he stammered, "It was Zaya Ateo who asked me to come here." Okay. Huo Yuhao's mouth twitched. In fact, this is also a disadvantage of the beaming ice soul body, or maybe it can be said to be an advantage. End of this chapter. Chapter 238. Ling Luochen takes the initiative and tries his first ice snow love. In fact, among the many senior sisters in the inner courtyard in terms of favorability towards Huo Yuhao, Ling Luochen is at least ranked in the top 3. It was not only because Ling Luochen saw the way for his own martial soul to advance to the ultimate ice in Huo Yuhao, but also because this very famous cold and aloof man in the inner courtyard had a bit too good imagination. As early as 2 years ago, not long after Huo Yuhao entered school, Ling Luochen used some clues and his ingenuity to make some shocking guesses. Ling Luochen, it must be that woman Mazaya Ateo who used some unknown evidence to threaten Huo Yuhao and forced him to go back to become the Star Fury Force. When Ling Luochen first met Huo Yuhao, he saw the cruel scene of Mazaya Ateo forcefully kissing her junior. Originally, she didn't want to get involved. At most, she just wanted to accidentally ruin the other party's good deeds and collect some negative information about Mazaya Ateo, which she could use to make fun of the other party in the future. However, when she sensed Huo Yuhao's aura that was suspected to be extreme ice through her martial soul, everything was completely different. Ling Luochen, filled with a sense of justice, decided to intervene in this matter. She first waited for Huo Yuhao to come out near Mazaya Ateo's dormitory the next day to confirm the accuracy of the ultimate ice. Afterwards, the extremely clever Ling Luochen began his secret investigation. Soon, she pieced together the whole story by guessing and guessing. It must be the dean of the Wuhan department, Yan Xiaos, who was behind this. As early as when the new students entered school, Yan Xiaos noticed through the admission information that Huo Yuhao possessed the ultimate ice martial spirit, and then he began to plan for his disciple. After all, Mazaya Ateo needs an ice-attributed martial soul to suppress the evil fire. and the ultimate ice is the best choice among them. As for the Zuanming turtle with water and soil attributes, it is no longer needed. When Ling Luchun thought about how Huo Yuhao had just joined Shrek and was targeted by that evil woman Mazaya Ateo, he felt an indescribable anger, especially after learning that Huo Yuhao had joined the inner courtyard. This feeling of powerlessness made Ling Luchun extremely angry. Shrek, who aids and abets the evil, and Yan Xiaos, who covers the sky with one hand. On the surface, Huo Yuhao's early admission to the inner courtyard was Shrek's special care for him, but in reality it was a deliberate move by Yan Xiaos to make it easier for his disciple to do whatever he wanted to Huo Yuhao. Hell is empty, and the devil is on earth. Yan Xiaos, a beast in human form. Mazaya Ateo is born evil. Huo Yuhao is still just a child. Is it okay for you to exploit him like this? It's impossible that Huo Yuhao met Mazaya Ateo by chance when he was registering for school, and they fell in love at first sight, so Huo Yuhao decided to help Mazaya Ateo get rid of the evil fire. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Which freshman can jump over several levels in succession and suppress the evil fire of the Soul Emperor, even if it is the ultimate ice of genius? It won't work. Afterwards, heartbroken Ling Luchun could only redouble his efforts in daily training and inner courtyard tasks in order to vent the sense of justice that had nowhere to go in his heart. Every time Ling Luchun saw the hint of fatigue between Huo Yuhao's brows, actually caused by his all-day practice, he could only watch and feel guilty, but she couldn't do anything, whether it is to defeat that bad woman Mazaya Ateo or to expose the hypocritical appearance of Li Xiaos. These are secrets that are difficult for her, a mere soul king, to uncover. After all, she was just an ordinary student in Shrek's inner courtyard. Ling Luchun could only chat with Huo Yuhao often as an intimate older sister, expressing her concern for her younger brother and letting him know that there is still warmth in Shrek at that time. Huo Yuhao often couldn't help but murmur in his heart about Ling Luchun's inexplicable gentleness, and felt a little confused, but I accepted it naturally and readily. After all, in the original novel, when Hogwarts was at the sea god fate, Ling Luchun could be said to have chosen Hogwarts without any warning. Now that I am the owner of the ultimate ice with greater talent and better looks, it is natural for me to be loved, pitied, by others. A year passed like this. Huo Yuhao gradually emerged and revealed his extremely powerful strength. Ling Luchun also gradually came to the realization that perhaps things were not as bad as she had imagined. And Huo Yuhao was not treated inhumanely, but the relationship between the two is still as pure as the friendship between gentlemen, and it still remains the relationship between a close senior and a sensible junior. Ling Luchun, I like this kind of training-based junior. Huo Yuhao, I like passive. Just like the various erotic scenes that occurred when he helped Mazaya Ateo suppress the evil fire, it was not Huo Yuhao's initiative after all. Because of the alternation between cold and heat, the clothes on both of them, soaked with sweat, would become somewhat fragile. Bursting clothes is just the norm. After several times, Mazaya Ateo was tired of the trouble and thought that everyone had seen her naked anyway, so she just took off her armor and went into battle. Occasionally, Mazaya Ateo would escape from the boredom of cultivation. Seeing Huo Yuhao's serious and clear-minded look, he became playful and would even take the opportunity to tease Huo Yuhao while removing the evil fire, whether it's being crushed by a truck or a Budnick's shock wave. They're all just small matters. Ripe peaches are very tempting. A normal person would have been unable to hold back, but Huo Yuhao is not a normal person with the forced calming effect of the North Sea Ice Soul domain. Huo Yuhao could only say that this process was not that difficult. It's not that he is chaste and devoted to only one person. The main reason was that he didn't want to indulge in the pleasures of life at that time, which would have led to a significant slowdown in his cultivation progress in the early stages of his cultivation. Due to the influence of his extreme soul power and the backwardness of his meditation techniques, Huo Yuhao could only race against time to practice. Humph, woman, you will only slow down the speed at which I draw my sword. Moreover, the appearance of the ice soul body has been improved. After realizing that he might have the physique of a succubus, Huo Yuhao broke out in a cold sweat. If he didn't practice hard, he would become a woman's plaything. In order to prevent himself from being captured by someone and taken as a concubine, he had to speed up the improvement of his strength. Although everyone in Shrek is still quite friendly now, we still have to be on guard. As for the proactive attacks in the past few months, in addition to allowing Mazaya Ateo to advance to the ultimate fire, it was also Huo Yuhao's first attempt at the Ice Soul body. The reason why he had the idea of advancing to the Ice Soul body Martial Soul again was because in the original deluxe version of Ice and Fire body refining, although the difficult immortal goo mainly absorbed the divinity of the Ice Dragon King, it was also mixed with the remnants of the divinity of the Fire Dragon King. The Ice Soul body's Martial Soul did not reject this, and absorbed it all into the body. There is still some power of the Fire Dragon King remaining in Huo Yuhao's body. Although it cannot support the formation of mimicry, it is perfect for cultivation, taking advantage of the opportunity to fight with millennia-old. The harmony between the two of them could be said to be a small yin-yang, eyes of ice and fire. It is extremely beneficial to the cultivation of both of them. It can not only stimulate and stabilize millennia-old's bloodline strength, but also help Huo Yuhao continue to improve his soul power and physical fitness. Moreover, the Fire Dragon King aura in Huo Yuhao's body also merged with a portion of the opponent's ultimate Fire Phoenix power during this process, subtly improving itself. Now, I can really dual cultivate and upgrade. And for some things, there is only a difference between 0 times and countless times. The two people who opened the door to New World also began to experience some small changes in their mentality. Millennia-old was also very happy about this at the beginning. When she thought that her efforts could help Huo Yuhao cultivate quickly, she felt that she had an obligation to do so, and an indescribable sense of mission emerged. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? For a better future between the two of them, what does it matter if she endures a little bit of hardship? However, millennia-old really underestimated Huo Yuhao's strength. Huo Yuhao's current physical fitness can be said to be on par with that of a titled Douluo. And millennia-old, who was only a soul sage, was quickly defeated. In particular, Huo Yuhao later mastered the corresponding skills, and even figured out the use of the god-level body martial soul, the ice soul body, on the Tyrannosaurus Rex without a teacher, and used this ability in a fierce fight with millennia-old. Millennia-old, whose cultivation was 2 levels higher than Huo Yuhao, was defeated and completely destroyed. Millennia-old, I never expected that I would be the first one who couldn't hold on. She later used the excuse of seclusion to actually avoid Huo Yuhao's thoughts to a certain extent. At the same time, millennia-old's idea of relying on the priority of successfully sneaking away to possess Huo Yuhao alone also disappeared completely. Now she only wants more good sisters to help her bear the pressure from Huo Yuhao, and Ling Luchen was the first ally found by millennia-old. Originally, she wanted to create opportunities for the senior sister, but the other party was always hesitant. Today, she directly rejected her idea on the grounds of assessing the transfer students, so she couldn't seize the opportunity at all. Millennia-old, angry at her son's lack of fighting spirit, had no choice but to give this opportunity to Ling Luchen. Just when Huo Yuhao and the girls were having a joyful fish barbecue party, millennia-old approached Ling Luchen and proposed the idea of exchanging dormitories. Millennia-old, come on, Luchen, I'll leave Huo Yuhao to you tonight. Long before Huo Yuhao took Tang away from Shrek, she had made an appointment with Huo Yuhao to practice together after he returned. As a result, millennia-old accidentally learned about the other party's progress. It turns out that Ling Luchen, who has always been tough on words, is just a tough talker and has never put his words into practice. No way, no way, I was in seclusion for so long. Wasn't there anyone who thought of taking the initiative to attack and escape? Are all of you so bad? Trash. Trash. You are the worst competition I have ever seen. Millennia-old felt secretly happy when she thought about how far ahead she was. Listening to the ridicule of the female ghost, Ling Luchen had something to say. You, millennia-old, were in seclusion, and Huo Yuhao followed suit, and then you went out directly, and brought back 2 new competitors. You are simply a master of time management. Where did this opportunity come from? Seeing the other party's look of a weasel paying New Year's greeting to a chicken, Ling Luchen also realized that the other party definitely had no good intentions. But Ling Luchen also believed that this was definitely the only chance in this life, especially after noticing Zhu Di and hearing the words high-end version of the inner courtyard ice goddess from several inner courtyard disciples. Ling Luchen's heart began to ring with alarm bells. Aroused by her desire to win, she accepted millennia-old's invitation. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. So, Ling Luchen moved into the other party's dormitory wearing the winning underwear. I have been waiting until now. Looking at the young man with a shy smile in front of him, Ling Luchen was a little dazed for a moment with a myriad of emotions in his heart. He hugged her tightly. They looked at each other speechlessly. At this moment, what lingered in Ling Luchen's mind were not only the little things he had experienced with Huo Yuhao in the past, but also the heroic act of saving the damsel in distress during the corpse explosion, the deep blue glory skull that was given to him at the auction, and so on. At this moment, she had only one thought: since I can't repay you for saving my life, I can only repay you with my body, Yuhao. Let's practice further. But the thin clothes vaguely outlined her graceful figure. The delicate and attractive collarbone and the milky white cheeks come into view. Forehead, just As Huo Yuhao was about to speak, Ling Luchen kissed him directly, wrapped his hands around Huo Yuhao's strong arms, and said with a sweet breath, "Don't reject me, okay, Huo Yuhao?" I didn't refuse. He also closed his sea of spirituality out of habit. Yan Meng, who was staring wide-eyed in the sea of consciousness, preparing to observe secretly, suddenly jumped up and down in anger. "Damn! Yuhao, you won't show it to me again, Huo." Yuhao rolled his eyes in response. "Not suitable for children. Don't watch this." Kissing Ling Luchen's soft lips, Huo Yuhao's aura made the other party unable to struggle and could only allow himself to be taken. Ling Luchen, I was the one who took the initiative to attack. How did I end up like this? Something seems wrong. The ambiguous atmosphere and the shyness in his heart made Ling Luchen feel a little dizzy, but it doesn't matter. As Ling Luchen took off his armor, his body, which looked like an exquisite work of art, appeared in front of Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao was suddenly silent. It seems that he really overestimated the rationality of the love continent. Maybe I should be more proactive? Feeling his thoughts gradually slipping away, he couldn't help but scold himself in his heart. Huo Yuhao? Huo Yuhao, how can you be so depraved? Iceberg tastes really good. Compared to the aggressive millennia-old, it is indeed different. In particular, perhaps because they both had ice-attributed martial spirits, Huo Yuhao also gained a considerable amount of soul power in this fight, especially as Ling Luchen's martial soul advances to the realm of ultimate ice. The improvement will be even greater. Am I really going to go further and further down this road? Huo Yuhao pondered as he entered the sage time. Yuhao, can eating this really make your martial soul evolve? Ling Luchen looked at Huo Yuhao with some suspicion. If the ultimate ice could be achieved so easily, there wouldn't be so few people with ultimate martial spirits on the continent, right? To be exact, it's this. Huo Yuhao took out the dark blue icicle. It is the ultimate mysterious ice marrow given to Zhu Di last night. Originally, Huo Yuhao was planning to give it to Ling Luchen when he had time, and it was just a coincidence now. Sister Luchen, let me help you refine it. Yuhao, let me take my time. Achievement triggered. Achieve Ling Luchen's first trial of ice and snow love achievement and receive the reward of My Will Goo. My Will Goo, a 5th turn goo, a wisdom-consuming type, that can produce a special will, My Will. By using My Will to constantly flush yourself, you can effectively guard against the influence of Heaven's will. Evaluation, My Will is God's will. End of this chapter. Chapter 239, millennia-old, who has lost her evil fire, is just like this. My Yigu looks like a scorpion, very small, just like a folded piece of white paper. Its shape is quite special and its uses are also very peculiar. By using the I Will generated by the I Will Goo to cleanse one's body, one can avoid the control of heaven over the user to a certain extent. God's will can be seen as plain consciousness. As for the My Will Goo, it can allow the user to have the right not to be affected by the world's consciousness. Just like introducing new variables into the predetermined future, it can be said that it is beyond the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements. However, for Huo Yuhao, the demon from outer space, the trajectory of his fate had actually changed the moment he arrived in Douluo continent. Therefore, Huo Yuhao had no intention of using My Will Goo hastily. After all, it is a disposable 5th level poisonous insect, which is extremely rare for him now. It's not that I can't afford the poisonous insect, but the killing move is more cost-effective. Besides, the plain consciousness of Douluo continent is actually on Huo Yuhao's side. Even if there's an impact, it is a good one. Not long ago, Huo Yuhao used the chilly immortal goo to fleece a lot of wool from the ancient golden tree where the plain consciousness resided. It can be said that the relationship between him and the plain consciousness is in the honeymoon period, and it is not like in the goo world, where God can use the fate goo to control the established development of the world. The will of heaven in Douluo continent is actually quite lame. It is already in a precarious situation because the God-King Tang has always wanted to take control of the Douluo continent in his own hands. He has been using his authority to secretly infiltrate the Douluo continent. Hogwa, the son who controls destiny, is just the first step. Later on, Tang stopped acting and directly attacked the plain consciousness. This can be seen from the Douluo period of the original work. At that time, the Lord of the Plain was already Tang Hao, and Yin also replaced the plain consciousness and lived in the ancient golden tree. Douluo continent has completely become the Tang family continent, although he had always joked in his previous life that Douluo continent was just a fantasy floor tile level existence. When Huo Yuhao was really there, he could still deeply feel the gap between gods and mortals. If you can't become a god, you are just an ant after all, unable to control your own destiny. Fortunately, there is such an unreasonable mechanism as the immortal goo, Otherwise Huo Yuhao would have to consider a lot more. Yuhao, do you think millennia-old is not good enough in that aspect? After washing up, Ling Luchun wrapped himself in a bathrobe and fixed his hair in front of the mirror, asking as if nothing had happened. Well? Huo Yuhao had never expected that Ling Luchun would suddenly ask this, and he subconsciously looked up at him. Something's wrong with you? Where is my big sister who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside? Seeing the confusion in Huo Yuhao's eyes through the mirror, Ling Luchun pursed his lips and then explained, didn't I say before that the reason why millennia-old and I switched dormitories yesterday was because she said that she couldn't satisfy you by herself. I could also see that millennia-old was indeed very tired during that period. Speaking of this topic, Ling Luchun, who had his back to Huo Yuhao, seemed to be thinking of something, and a blush appeared on his beautiful face that was as beautiful as a glacier. After a pause, she continued, however, I feel that it is quite easy for me. It is not as strenuous as millennia-old said. Huo Yuhao fell silent after hesitating for a long time. He was still a little embarrassed to explain the truth. I can't say that I didn't use my full strength because it was my first time to take care of her and I was afraid of leaving her with an unforgettable trauma. Besides, the reason why millennia-old couldn't bear Huo Yuhao's constant demands was because during the fight between him and millennia-old, it was actually more like cultivation, and cultivation is much more intense than ordinary fighting both in terms of frequency and strength. Although this practice method is a bit weird, it can be said to be very interesting compared to boring meditation. The benefits of blending ice and fire are numerous already. When combined with the remaining divine power of the Ice and Fire Dragon King in Huo Yuhao's body, it can gradually improve the quality of their martial spirits and the power of their bloodlines in a subtle way. Huo Yuhao even had the urge to create a technique for it. Things like this should be done step by step. Huo Yuhao finally chose to be more roundabout and tell the truth. That's it. Ling Luchun asked softly, I see that millennia-old's martial soul has already advanced to the level of ultimate fire, so the problem of the evil fire should have been solved, right? The uncontrolled evil fire has indeed been completely resolved. Huo Yuhao nodded, but what he didn't tell Ling Luchun was perhaps due to some kind of obsession. With the help of the Fire Dragon King's divinity, millennia-old's hidden 10-headed fire phoenix bloodline was gradually activated. Although his martial soul did not evolve again, he successfully awakened an ultimate talent for generating special flames, including evil fire and even lust fire. Well, come see me more often in the future, okay? Hearing this, Ling Luchun finally revealed his true intentions. After she finished speaking, she realized that her intention seemed a little obvious, and she quickly explained, just think of it as a way to advance to the ultimate ice faster, and I also think that the attributes of our martial spirits are more compatible, even though it had been several hours since the last time he took off his armor to fight. But a pleasure that seemed as if his soul was leaving his body still made Ling Luchun's legs go weak. This was much faster and more comfortable than the hugs and sweet moments that Huo Yuhao had used to help him advance to the ultimate ice. It's like heaven and earth. Moreover, it was different from the first experience Ling Luchun had learned about under Huo Yuhao's careful care. Ling Luchun felt so happy that he was dizzy. It can improve soul power, quickly advance to the ultimate ice, and also provide such a great experience. It kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Ling Luchun only regrets that he can't have fun every night. It is said that more haste makes waste, but at this moment, Ling Luchun felt that he should hurry up or I woke up too late. If I had known that this kind of thing would be so exciting, I should have taken down Huo Yuhao long ago. Although Huo Yuhao understood Ling Luchun's meaning to some extent, there was no trace of embarrassment on his face. This is just the novice protection period. You will know my strength in the future. Moreover, yesterday's main purpose was to help Ling Luchun advance to the ultimate ice. He knew what he was doing and didn't do any fancy things, although we have the help of the ultimate mysterious ice marrow. If you want your ice elemental martial soul to advance to the level of ultimate ice in a short period of time, we still need our joint efforts. I will come to see you in the evening. Have a good rest first. Huo Yuhao also planned to support Ling Luchun more recently. After all, we have already started, so it would be bad to give up halfway. Then, it's okay. The corners of Ling Luchun's lips curved up, and although his voice was as soft as a mosquito's, it could not hide his excitement after being suppressed by millennia-old for so long. It's time to show your real abilities. Originally, without dual cultivation, Huo Yuhao would occasionally pass on his ultimate ice origin to Ling Luchun for her to absorb subtly, slowly helping her improve the quality of her martial soul. This would take at least several years. However, With the help of the external force of the ultimate mysterious ice marrow, this period of time can be greatly shortened. However, due to the quality of Ling Luchun's martial soul and the strength of only a soul king, if she didn't have Huo Yuhao's help, it would not be as easy as the Snow Queen to absorb the ultimate mysterious ice marrow alone. It would take at least nearly a year. In fact, the advancement of the ultimate martial spirit is extremely difficult. The reason why there are so few soul masters with ultimate martial souls on the mainland is mainly because the blood in the soul master's body determines the upper limit of the martial soul. To a certain extent, the martial soul is the external manifestation of blood power, and can basically only be inherited and passed down from generation to generation through soul masters. This is also one of the reasons why there is a clear class gap between nobles and civilians in Douluo continent. Some people are born in Rome, while others can only accept their fate as slaves. Of course, some powerful martial spirits cannot be passed down stably. They are hidden in the blood and are not so easy to show up. Bloodline is also one of the talents of soul masters. The better the talent and the stronger the bloodline, the stronger the martial soul will naturally be. This is also the reason why, even though they are the same kind of martial soul, there are differences in innate soul power. A talented person is like Mu Lao, whose martial soul is born as the Holy Light Dragon. As his descendant, Bei Bei, due to his lack of talent, has only the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex with the blood of the Holy Light Dragon as his martial soul. However, it is also due to the fact that his own Holy Dragon bloodline is strong enough. Although it is not as good as the best, it is better than the worst. Therefore, Bei Bei can stimulate his bloodline through external forces and complete the evolution of his martial soul in a short period of time. Even now that he is strong enough, Bei Bei can completely consolidate the spirit of bright blue lightning Tyrannosaurus with the help of Moon. In addition, there are many other cases with the same situation, just like Mazaya Ateo. The reason why she was able to achieve the ultimate fire so quickly, in addition to the help of the essence of the 100,000 years fiery apricot glue, was also due to Mazaya Ateo, who had the bloodline of the 10 fire phoenixes inherited from the first generation of Phoenix Douluo. For soul masters whose bloodline is not strong enough, unless one uses a treasure like the immortal grass that can change one's fate, it would be difficult to cross this bloodline gap. How can your efforts alone compete with the eternal influence left by my ancestors? Of course, cheating does not count. Even Hogwa in the original novel, because of the excellent bloodline of the evil-eyed white tiger, mutated into an extremely powerful spiritual type martial soul, Ling Mao later, with the help of the ice-attributed martial soul bestowed by the million-year-old soul beast Xian Meng, he was qualified to fuse with the ice blue emperor scorpion martial soul, and rose up with the help of the ultimate ice. Ling Luchun's ice elemental martial soul is a typical example of a martial soul with insufficient bloodline strength. The two of them started chatting about the topic of the ultimate martial spirit. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was a crisp knock on the door. Huo Yuhao said, "Please come in." The dormitory door was pushed open, and a flash of fiery red immediately entered the two people's sight. After seeing the energetic Ling Luchun, Mazaya Ateo was slightly stunned and said in disbelief, "How do you still have the energy?" Mazaya Ateo originally wanted to come here to laugh at Ling Luchun. With just one glance, she keenly discovered that the mortal enemy in front of her had indeed undergone a transformation, and the immaturity between his brows had disappeared. It was as if she had grown up overnight, completely completing the transformation from a girl to a woman. However, Mazaya Ateo seemed to have underestimated Huo Yuhao's ability to control his power freely. "I'm not like someone who was unable to get out of bed for 3 days." In the conversation just now with Huo Yuhao, Ling Luchun seemed to have misunderstood and was actually a little inflated at the moment. She thought she might be gifted in this area. Ling Luchun, who has always been superior to Mazaya Ateo in cultivation and talent, is a little proud. It seems that Mazaya Ateo, who has lost the help of the evil fire, is just like this. Feeling the hidden confrontation between the two people's words, Huo Yuhao's expression became a little stiff. "No, aren't you all just sisters on the surface?" Before he could try to smooth things over, Mazaya Ateo, who was well prepared, approached his bed and declared her sovereignty. "In that case, do you want to try it together? I want to see what your abilities are. Don't you see whose dormitory this is? I was so generous to give you the opportunity yesterday, and yet you still come to mock me?" Mazaya Ateo also reacted quickly. It was just like the time when Huo Yuhao had not yet awakened the ultimate fire and had not used his true abilities yesterday. Ling Luchun was also treated with tenderness and care by Huo Yuhao, and she had not yet truly realized the cruelty of cultivation. She couldn't wait to see the final scene of Ling Luchun's complete failure. "Well, how about we go have breakfast first?" Although it was still dark, Huo Yuhao felt that things were heading in a bad direction, so he asked tentatively, Do not want. The proposal to have a meal was rejected by both of them. Come on if you want to fight, millennia-old. I think you've come just in time. Let's see who can last longer. Ling Luchen had no intention of accepting defeat at all. She had given in before, but she missed the opportunity and let millennia-old take the lead in the end. But today, she will not give in. Ling Luchen, the weak me in the past is dead. As he spoke, Ling Luchen's face darkened slightly, and he went straight to sit next to Huo Yuhao. Sister Luchen, this is not good. After all, we just, Huo Yuhao looked at Ling Luchen and blinked, signaling him to stop while he was ahead. Ling Luchen looked at Huo Yuhao seriously, pursed his lips, and also attacked directly. Yuhao, you should remember that I first saw you near millennia-old's dormitory. Although I approached you because of your ice-attributed martial spirit, which was of higher quality than mine. But, having said this, Ling Luchen paused for a moment, as if it was difficult to speak in front of outsiders, but he immediately made up his mind and added, but as we spend more and more time together, I find that I have already fallen in love with you. Hearing this, millennia-old glared at Ling Luchen unhappily. You, Ling Luchen, actually had this plan in mind long ago. I thought you gradually fell in love with Yuhao because of your contact with him during his promotion to the ultimate ice, but I didn't expect that you were harboring murderous intentions. Fortunately, I acted quickly, otherwise, you, an old man who is greedy for young girls, might have succeeded. Millennia-old also snorted coldly. When it comes to my love for Yuhao, I am confident that I am not inferior to anyone else. Besides, you know, I was here first. The two began to argue about their love for Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao found it a little difficult to accept the beauty's kindness. After a moment of silence, he coughed lightly and said soothingly, okay, I know what you mean, Huo Yuhao used his skill, you are all my wings. Followed by a round of gags. Millennia-old, who had always been stubborn, softened and stopped mocking. Ling Luchen also became a little more honest. After all, she just couldn't bear it anymore, so she took a break and continued in the evening. It seems that the relationship between millennia-old and Ling Luchen has also eased a lot. Huo Yuhao was not so shameless as to directly propose a threesome. Instead, he said in a roundabout way, Sister Luchen, after Sister millennia-old and I practice together, we will go to the cafeteria to have breakfast. Do you want to join us? Well, I'll come too. Ling Luchen's face was once again covered with an alluring light pink. End of this chapter. Chapter 240. Huo Yuhao is finally free. Exchange student plan. How do we arrange our time later? What? Huo Yuhao's eyes were somewhat puzzled. No, sister, is it really that serious? If yesterday was not indeed Ling Luchen's first time, Huo Yuhao almost thought he was in a black car. Millennia-old on the side snorted coldly. Humph, what else do you want to do? It's almost dawn. Of course I'm just going to practice with Yuhao and then go have breakfast. Huo Yuhao complained in his heart. I didn't expect that Sister millennia-old was surprisingly innocent. Ling Luchen looked at millennia-old, who came prepared, and smiled coldly. You better be. Under the warm-toned soul guide light, one can see through the exposed part of the inner school uniform. That millennia-old's originally fair skin now has a faint pink color on the hot body. Crystal clear and knotty water droplets flowed down from the neck, slowly falling into the gloomy abyss. Draws a series of arcs that are inspiring. It was obvious that the other party had taken a shower before coming. Even her bare face was carefully made up. Ling Luchen didn't believe that millennia-old came here just to practice. You can tell at a glance that he is definitely not here to do anything good, right? Question mark. Seeing that her original intention was discovered, millennia-old coughed a few times, pretending to be calm, and changed the subject. There is only one bed in my dormitory. If you want to join me and Yuhao in training, you have to come along. Hearing this, Ling Luchen did not refute, but took a deep breath and said calmly, okay, come on then. In just a moment, the bathrobe fell off, revealing Ling Luchen's flawless white skin, and then he took the stunned Huo Yuhao beside him and entered the bed sheets. Even though he knew that the decision he was making might be a bit impulsive, Ling Luchen did not regret it at all anyway. It's only a matter of time. Long ago, she had prepared herself mentally to share Huo Yuhao with someone else, even if that person was her biggest rival. Millennia-old Huo Yuhao hugged Ling Luchen, but he could feel the unrest from the other party's slightly trembling body, which was contrary to his words. Without saying anything else, he hugged Ling Luchen tightly and then kissed him on the lips. It's strange to say, since I've already gotten used to kissing, but at this moment, when he thought about kissing in front of millennia-old, He felt an indescribable sense of excitement looking at the two people whose affection was growing stronger. Ma Xiaotao was stunned and bit her lower lip with her silver teeth. No. How come you are all so skilled? You are such a shameless Ling Luchen. Is this how you play it? I thought that with me watching over them, the other party would more or less give up. Ma Xiaotao even thought of using the evil fire as an excuse to persuade Ling Luchen to retreat. I never expected that I was obsessed with it. Ma Xiaotao, whose desire to win was a little overwhelming, stopped talking nonsense, took off her armor and went into battle, crawling under the small bed sheet Tada is on. Keep touching Tada to open, fight. Keep fighting. The soul guide light switch was turned off under the control of Huo Yuhao's mental power. The light gradually dimmed, and the trio's performance officially began. Although this time the three people who had a tacit understanding did not actually fight directly, but Ling Luchen and Ma Xiaotao also started an extremely bizarre struggle with Xiaoho as the core battlefield. There is still some darkness before the sun rises. Happy time is always short. Soon, it was dawn. Sunlight streams into the room through the gaps in the curtains. After obtaining the consent of the two, Huo Yuhao also began the practice as originally agreed. Of course, it is serious practice. Huo Yuhao was mainly used as a transit station to coordinate the soul power between Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luchen, and to assist the two in entering a meditative state together. This is also because the meditation techniques used by Ma Xiaotao and the other person are customized versions evolved from the advanced version of the Xianxinguang, and they have a certain degree of commonality with the guidance of Huo Yuhao's powerful mental power. Such collaborative practice was achieved. Although the efficiency was naturally much slower than the real dual cultivation, it was better than the effect of individual practice. It can be seen as each adding a buff to improve the efficiency of meditation. The higher the tacit understanding, the better the effect. Huo Yuhao's goal is to enable Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luchen to have the ability to practice together without relying on him. After all, to be honest, it's not a good idea to always have a threesome. It's not that I'm afraid of a bad influence. It's not that I'm afraid that my body won't be able to handle the combined efforts of two people. He is the golden kidney fighter. Even if a few more people came together, they would not be his match. The main reason is that Huo Yuhao also needs to have his own life. It also requires some rest time. Huo Yuhao is usually very busy as a master of time management, but he doesn't want to completely become a woman's plaything and a ruthless pile-driving machine. After all, he is a human being with emotions and desires. Life is not just about the bitterness and cultivation in front of you, but also about poetry and the distance. Therefore, with a consciousness ahead of the mainland version, Huo Yuhao developed the Xianxin Kung Fu, and relying on his advantage of having already used the martial soul fusion technique, he entered the blue ocean of martial soul fusion technique that was rarely developed by soul masters. Coincidentally, Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luchen in front of them are the most suitable two people. Moreover, such collaborative practice can also cultivate tacit understanding between the two people and help eliminate barriers. These two people, one is ice and the other is fire, and their personalities are inherently opposing. Huo Yuhao doesn't want the Shura field plot to really happen later. Apart from anything else, Huo Yuhao now has some understanding of the strange competitive mentality among girls. This can be seen from the actions of the two people who were fighting for the vertical joystick just now without even using his eyes to see. Huo Yuhao could already tell it by feeling under the quilt. An extremely fierce battle was already taking place. It is true that my second brother has been refined by ice and fire. The battle has just begun and it is already so competitive and intense. Huo Yuhao doesn't even dare to imagine what new tricks will be played out for him later. In short, for the sake of their subsequent happy life, the relationship between Ling Luchen and Ma Xiaotao definitely needs to be improved as their collaborative training increases and their tacit understanding improves. After Ling Luchen advances to the ultimate ice, perhaps it is not impossible for her and Ma Xiaotao to truly develop a martial arts fusion technique. Moreover, through such training, it is also possible to achieve the goal of the strong leading to the strong later, so that the quality of Ling Luchen's martial soul will not be dragged down so much by Ma Xiaotao. Ling Luchen can take this opportunity to speed up his progress in absorbing the ultimate mysterious ice marrow because the ice elemental martial spirit has a strong plasticity. This is one of the reasons why Hogwa in the original novel was able to help Ling Luchen temporarily reach the ultimate ice with the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion martial spirit. The interweaving of cold and heat, the fusion of ice and fire, is the best aid for cultivation. Huo Yuhao even gained some insights while helping the two of them achieve this state of cultivation, and it felt like they were about to touch the power of yin and yang. Fortunately, both of them are girls. Otherwise, Huo Yuhao would really feel like he was a third party who had intruded into the situation. Why does it feel more exciting? Retracting his gradually unraveling thoughts, Huo Yuhao stood up and got out of bed after seeing that the two of them were in a stable state and were able to smoothly enter a state of collaborative cultivation. He gave them some instructions through his mental power. Okay, you two try this first and see if you can keep going without my help. I'll go to the cafeteria and pack some food for you. Huo Yuhao, who had successfully gotten rid of the two women's entanglement, showed an expression of having understood his plan. The sky is big and the earth is big, and eating is the biggest thing in order to help Ling Luo refine the ultimate mysterious ice marrow with maximum efficiency. Yesterday, Huo Yuhao paid a lot and needed to replenish his body. Moreover, Huo Yuhao's appetite is becoming more and more exaggerated, and he is gradually getting closer to the human-shaped Zhuanzi. However, Zhuanzi was simply greedy due to a defect in his martial soul. Huo Yuhao wanted to better improve his soul power level and enhance his physical fitness for soul masters. Eating is also a form of practice. Fortunately, the inner courtyard cafeteria is free, otherwise if we continue eating like this, the cost over the years would be a huge amount of money. Of course, given his status, he can eat as much as he wants. Even if he bankrupted Shrek, no one would blame Huo Yuhao. The next night Huo Yuhao finally had time to return to his dormitory. Just last night, Huo Yuhao used his true strength to satisfy Ling Luochun's needs at once, greatly accelerating the time it took for him to advance to the ultimate ice. That's why I have a few free nights. The same is true for Mazaya Ateo. Play is play, joke is joke, don't joke with the original martial spirit. Xiao Hou just enchanted it slightly, and then he became obedient. As soon as Dikor finished her shower and opened the bathroom door, she saw Huo Yuhao fiddling with a special soul guide device at the dormitory desk. She trotted over to his side and asked with concern, "Did Din Xian ask you to come over for a special training this afternoon?" Huo Yuhao shook his head slightly and explained, "That's because in a year and a half, Shrek and the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy will have an exchange program. I went there this afternoon to discuss this with Din Xian. In fact, the specific list of exchange students should have been determined long ago. After all, as early as half a year ago, when Jing Hongchen visited Shrek, the two academies had already discussed the specific guidelines. However, because Huo Yuhao had been very busy in the past 6 months, no one talked to him about this matter in detail until he finally had some free time recently. Half a year ago, the reason why Jing Hongchen came to Shrek in person was, firstly, for the exchange student plan, and secondly, to spy on the intelligence of Shrek's high-level combat power. The Sun Moon Empire has been secretly accumulating resources to start another continental war. The main reason why it has not officially started a war is naturally because it is afraid of Shrek learned from mistakes. After all, in the last continental war, Shrek almost turned the entire war situation around by himself, so we have to be on guard. Due to the intrusion of the body sect, Jing Hongchen's mission of spying on intelligence was unexpectedly accomplished. He observed information about the dragon god Douluo that was suspected to be at the limit, and for a moment he felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Afterwards, in friendly negotiations with Din Xianliner, matters concerning the exchange students were gradually finalized. However, in the end, it got stuck on the selection of dispatched personnel. In order to ensure the safety of his grandchildren, Jing Hongchen unanimously requested that Huo Yuhao, the most talented student in Shrek, must be on the list of exchange students. But who is Huo Yuhao? As a reserve for the Lord of the Seagate Pavilion, even Xianliner could not decide this matter at will and force Huo Yuhao to go to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Xianliner, I would like you to come to my soul guidance department more often to study. Do you think I can do it? Although this is also because Shrek's soul guidance technology is really not that good, it can also be seen that Huo Yuhao is indeed not interested in soul guidance technology, so the situation remained at a stalemate. Afterwards, Mr. Mew had no plans to hide and directly invited Jing Hongchen to enter the Poseidon Pavilion to discuss follow-up plans together. Mew Lao didn't want to tolerate Jing Hongchen, so he gave him a warning on the spot. Let me make it clear. If you use your soul guide to attack Shrek City outside Shrek Academy again, I will visit the capital of your Sun Moon Empire. Now, let's continue talking about the exchange student plan. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongchen was sweating profusely and was terrified. He dared to enter Shrek Academy without fear, of course not only relying on the several Trigger-type 9th level soul guides on his body, but also on the arrangements he made in Shrek City. However, he did not expect that Mr. Mew even knew all these. Thinking back to the strength that Mew Lao had just displayed, he felt fear for the first time since he became the head of Mingde Hall. Mr. Mew, you are truly admirable. After being hit, Jing Hongchen immediately became obedient. People have to bow their heads under the roof. Mr. Mew, I believe in your character. I won't make any demands on Huo Yuhao. If he wants to come, I will welcome him with open arms. If he doesn't want to come, forget it, and I promise you with the honor of Ming Hall that the students of your academy will receive the best guidance during their study at my Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. If they have enough ability, they can even be admitted directly to Ming Hall to study. Regarding the issue of safety, Jing Hongchen also assured, how about this? We will officially start the exchange student program in 2 years, and the exchange study will last for 3 years. When the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Fighting Soul competition starts, the exchange student program will end, and then we will take the students back. Moreover, I am willing to come to Shrek Academy before the competition begins and serve as a hostage in person until the competition is over and the students of your academy return. Of course, if there is any mistake in the competition, it will have nothing to do with our Ming Hall. Elder Mu immediately made the final decision. It's a deal. 2 years from now, you bring your people here, and I will have Xuanzi send people to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy at the same time, including Ningdian. That's right. Under the persuasion of Xian Liner and others, Ningdian actually jumped back and forth again and picked up the Soul Guide to study. After all, it wasn't because Ningdian's talent was bad, but because Huo Yuhao was simply too evil. Putting aside Huo Yuhao, Ningdian is actually the second most talented person in the Soul Guidance Department after He Tao. And this is even before she is distracted by her martial soul cultivation, especially after Shrek chose to vigorously promote the Soul Guidance Department. The Soul Guidance Department has become the pig at the cusp of the storm and has taken off directly. Ningdian also confirmed that his choice was extremely correct and signed up for this exchange student trip in advance. After all, the high-level soul guides produced by Ming Hall are completely different from those of the Soul Guide Department of Shrek Academy. In order to bring the most advanced soul guide technology back to the Jiubeoliuli sect, Ningdian has also made corresponding preparations. Moreover, this is also the detour Ningdian took because he couldn't find a suitable partner in Shrek. Since you can't rely on others, strengthen yourself first. The reason why Jing Hongchen was able to agree immediately was because of Ningdian's existence with the young master of the 9 treasures glazed tile sect. In exchange, he naturally doesn't have to worry about the safety of Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen afterwards. Before Jing Hongchen left, as the first outsider to enter the Poseidon Pavilion, he voluntarily handed in his visiting ticket as expected 9th level soul guide, blessing from the mortal world. And the soul guide is now in Huo Yuhao's hand. It was also one of the conditions for him to agree to temporarily go to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. So, after a year and a half, we're going to separate again? Killer. A short separation is also for a better reunion. In fact, Huo Yuhao agreed to go this time not as an exchange student, but as a team teacher. He would not stay in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy to study like in the original novel. End of this chapter. Chapter 241. Chiuer's thoughts. Return to Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Do we have to go? D. Kidar asked. Yes, there are reasons why I have to go, just like when I went to the far north to find the Snow Queen. You also know that I have a special source of information, Huo Yuhao explained softly. As for the foresight he had shown before, Huo Yuhao usually explained it to Tianmeng and the others by using innate talent or the effects of the poisonous insect. As for the information from the previous life, there is actually no need to divide it too clearly. Isn't this also another kind of innate talent? As a person who possesses all the information of the original Douluo novel, Huo Yuhao can, to a certain extent, be said to be a demon from outer space who traveled from a higher dimension. Perhaps at the beginning, he always looked down on this fake Douluo continent with an attitude of playing with the world, but by now, Huo Yuhao has already acknowledged its reality. Truth is not absolute, but relative. As long as it exists and has meaning, it is real. Then, can't we let others pass? Chiu paused and looked directly at the other person. Although Huo Yuhao had told her about this half a year ago, she couldn't help but feel a little reluctant now. Huo Yuhao shook his head, his eyes revealing a determined look. These things are difficult to entrust to other people, so I have to go there myself. Of course we have to go to the Sun and Moon Empire, whether it was to discover talent suitable for the development of the Spirit Pagoda, or to learn from the most advanced soul guide technology in Douluo continent, or even for the sake of peace in Douluo continent in the future. Huo Yuhao had no reason to refuse this exchange student activity. It can be said that the 3 years of studying at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy in the original novel was indeed the most appropriate time, and was also the plot development that Huo Yuhao was most familiar with. Although now, with a continuous flapping of Huo Yuhao's butterfly wings, The plot of the original work can be said to have been greatly affected. His advantage of foresight was also decreasing, especially regarding the next move of God Tang San, or the plan against himself. Huo Yuhao could no longer get accurate information. However, the impact of the plot on the Sun Moon Empire was very small, almost non-existent. Kidor tilted her head. Is it because of Meng Hongqian? From Yuhao's memory, Kidor learned that Meng Hongqian, a girl with white hair and red eyes, seemed to have a great attraction to him. Coupled with Meng Hongqian's initiative to give it away for free in the last Soul Master competition, Kidor suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Is it because of the influence of these days that you have developed some misunderstanding about me? Huo Yuhao couldn't help but feel helpless as he stroked Kidor's soft golden hair. Although staying out for 2 consecutive nights may be a little problematic, but, Kidor, didn't you stay in my dormitory the whole time? Hearing this, Kidor grunted and retorted, I am also doing this for better cultivation. After saying that, she came up to him, held Huo Yuhao's hands, and started to hug him. As the 4 hands were clasped together, the soul power suddenly began to flow and merge. The soul powers of the two are not the same. Huo Yuhao's soul power is domineering yet restrained, and hides abiding extreme cold. Kidor's soul power is sharp and noble, and her domineering and powerful aura is no less than Huo Yuhao's soul power. At this moment, 2 soul powers with completely different temperaments formed a perfect cycle, constantly flowing in the bodies of the 2 people. Moreover, during the operation, these 2 soul powers have quietly merged, forming a relationship of you and me and you, indistinguishable from each other, without any conflict, as if they were originally one. The power of Heokyu, the accumulation of cultivation efficiency, brings about a terrifying cultivation speed. It can be said that with the Kidor's cooperation, Huo Yuhao's training efficiency in one night has more than doubled compared to the past. After the soul powers merged with each other, Huo Yuhao also took the dominant position. As long as he has a thought and his body is in contact with Kidor, he can unconditionally use the fused soul power to activate his soul skills and unleash even greater power. If Kidor also wants to mobilize this fused soul power, she must get Huo Yuhao's consent and cooperation. Similarly, Huo Yuhao and Kidor also possess the skill of soul fusion, the dragon's roar of destiny. It also has 2 forms, one led by 2 people. Unlike the original work where the 3 martial souls were fused together, they can now only fuse the spiritual eyes and the golden dragon. However, thanks to the power of the spiritualized martial soul nowadays, it can be said that its strength is definitely not inferior to the former. Although the ice soul body seems so out of place, neither Wang Dongjia nor Kidor were able to possess the fusion technique with the ice soul body martial spirit. But Huo Yuhao had a hunch that as long as the ice and fire in his ice soul body successfully merged and underwent another transformation, he might have a chance to join in. However, now is not the time to practice. Seeing Kidor's mind not on cultivation at all, Huo Yuhao explained softly, in addition to the soul guide, it's mainly because that's the base camp of the evil soul masters. I have to prepare for this in advance. It wasn't that the Holy Spirit Church's Holy Son was returning to the headquarters to report on his work. He was going to deal with that group of evil soul masters. Maybe I can take this opportunity to get in touch with the body sect. The fighting skills of the body sect still have certain reference value. Are you going to kill all those evil soul masters? I want to go too. Hearing this, Kidor's eyes lit up, and she was eager to try it. She doesn't really know much about soul guides, but if she talked about evil soul masters, she would not be sleepy anymore. Not to mention that Huo Yuhao already had rich experience in dealing with evil soul masters in his memory. Even during her 10,000 years of life in the starred-out Great Forest, she had watched Chi Wang and his companions deal with several evil soul masters who coveted her bloodline. Kidor, I will never coexist with evil. That was why she was quite interested in the monitoring mission in Shrek's inner courtyard. In Huo Yuhao's words, while traveling at public expense, one can also uphold justice and punish evil. The 3-eyed golden lion, who is full of justice and possesses the ultimate light, thought so. Huo Yuhao, Kidor, you are a little too extreme. After a while, he shook his head. Not all evil soul masters deserve to die, and this matter cannot be easily resolved by killing all evil soul masters. Putting aside the evil soul masters, not everyone in the Sun Moon Empire is seeking death. Huo Yuhao's murderous intent is not that strong yet. Moreover, there are gods watching over Douluo continent. If the commotion gets too big, it might give Tang San a reason and opportunity to go down to the lower world and intervene, which would be a waste of time and effort. Besides, the number of exchange students has been decided and is full. They are going there to learn advanced soul guide technology, not to play. Are you sure you can stand the boring knowledge learning? Huo Yuhao only briefly described the scenes of learning and communication in the past, and he persuaded Kidor, who had mastered 9 out of 10 soul guides, to give up. Although the learning of soul guide knowledge only accounted for a small part of the memories given by Huo Yuhao, it caused a great mental shock to the auspicious beasts watching. There is a kind of beauty that is contaminated by knowledge, but aren't you the team teacher? Can't you assign some people who don't need to study? Besides, Shrek can't control me. Kidor pouted her cherry lips and said, besides, I'm also worried about you going there alone. What if something unexpected happens? Huo Yuhao smiled and touched Kidor's head, saying, okay, don't worry, I can do it alone. You know, with my strength, even if I encounter an existence that I can't beat, can't I run away? That's true. Kidor thought thoughtfully. Huo Yuhao's use of the power of space is at the pinnacle, far surpassing those of his peers. Even compared to the average super Douluo, his skills are much more advanced. That was what Emperor Yuan praised highly. If he really wanted to run away, no one in the entire Douluo continent could stop Huo Yuhao except his master. Thinking of this, Kidor also vaguely understood, or maybe my strength is not enough. Thinking of this, she lowered her head somewhat dejectedly, and said in a deep tone, I'm sorry Yuhao, I don't think I can help you. It's okay, Kidor. You don't have to be sad. Even if I go to the Sun Moon Empire, I won't stay there for 3 years at a time. As a team teacher, I have the right to travel freely between Shrek and the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Huo Yuhao smiled and continued, besides, we still have a year and a half left. We should just cherish this time. Good practice. Well, and when you reach level 60, we will go to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. There is a magical herb there that is very suitable as your soul. Kidor, who was familiar with the memory, immediately understood Huo Yuhao's plan half a year ago. In order to break through the realm of spiritual power, Huo Yuhao went to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire in the Sunset Forest, and performed a deluxe version of ice and fire alchemy body there. Not only did he use Tang San's death to trick those immortal grass beasts whose cultivation was comparable to that of 100,000-year soul beast, he also gave them some popular science about soul contracts before leaving. Half a year has passed, and the immortal herbs should have made a decision. Come on, practice. Emotions came and went quickly, and Kidor was instantly ignited. She secretly vowed to practice well so that she could better protect Yuhao in the future. If she had the strength of Yuan, Yuhao would definitely not stop her, and she could go wherever she wanted. Moreover, as Shangjun said before, as long as you are strong enough, if you like something, you can just grab it. Even if Huo Yuhao continued to flirt with other girls in the Sun Moon Empire, like Meng Hongjun, they were just nobodies who could be knocked down with just one punch. Vulnerable, not his opponent at all. As the incarnation of the Emperor's auspicious beast, Kidor does not need to consume her own essence to form a suitable soul ring for herself as long as she gave the order. The soul beasts that wanted to sacrifice to her would line up in the starred-out Great Forest from the Lake of Life to the core area, and they were countless. Therefore, Kidor originally had the idea of the 6th ring of 100,000 years in Yuhao's memory. This was just a routine operation of the super martial spirit. Huo Yuhao was also looking forward to this trip under his influence. Kidor's strength is much stronger than that of the same period in the original novel. Moreover, in the original novel, her 6th soul ring was just a not-so-fitting 10,000-year-old blood-red baboon king. This time, the soul is made of 100,000-year-old immortal grass that is extremely suitable for the golden dragon martial soul, which is definitely a huge improvement. There is a sense of pleasure in developing a powerful character. As for whether Kidor's 6th soul ring could withstand 100,000 years, Huo Yuhao was not worried at all. First of all, the current soul contract 1.0 is already extremely complete, and with the sealing method of the Xianmeng Eye Silkworm, the soul method is much easier to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring than directly absorbing the soul ring. After all, the intelligence of a 100,000-year soul beast is comparable to that of humans, and it can actively cooperate with soul masters. In addition, Kidor's willpower is also extremely strong, and her martial soul bloodline is of the highest level, so the fusion of them is foolproof. But it's also a sure thing. What's more, Huo Yu is watching beside them. It's very simple. Soon, Kidor broke through to level 60. Originally, she was just one step away from becoming a soul emperor, and with the added power of Heokyu, she made rapid progress. Eyes of ice and fire. After seeing with her own eyes the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire formed by the energy emanating from the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, Kidor's expression became complicated. Although she did not learn the history of soul beasts from Yuan very well, She still had some knowledge about the existence of the Dragon King's level. That was why Kidor looked at Huo Yuhao as if he was an inhuman monster, especially after visiting the scene in person. She found that the ice and fire alchemy bodies escaped from danger, and her memory was simply an extremely crazy act. With her golden perception ability, she is able to sense the domineering power contained in the spring water of the yin yang eyes of ice and fire. It can be said that this is not something that a human soul master can absorb at all. Even if an extreme Douluo came, he wouldn't dare to do this. It can be said that in today's Douluo continent, only the Silver Dragon King can make good use of it. Dragons are often arrogant and domineering. Even if they're dead, their remaining will not allow their power to be easily absorbed by others. Even Moon, who is famous as an ultimate Douluo, suffered a great loss in this regard. Even though he had nurtured the dragon pill for 100 years, he was still careless and was attacked by the evil spirit hidden in the dragon pill, which eventually damaged his origin and ended up with a disability. This dragon pill only comes from a holy dragon of light that is hundreds of thousands of years old. However, the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King in front of him were of the God-level Dragon King level, which was completely different. Even though he had been dead for many years and the energy remaining in his corpse was no longer at the God King level, it was at least at the level of a first-level god. Huo Yuhao not only absorbed it smoothly, he could even rely on the absorbed divinity of the Ice and Fire Dragon King to provide immense help to Mazaya Ateo and Ling Luchan. I always feel that Yuhao has a different style from us. Even a genius like Kidor expressed such emotion. Who is the peak at the end of the soul road? Once you see Yuhao, the road becomes empty. Looking at Kidor's doubtful look, Huo Yuhao touched his head. Hanging on the wall is so unreasonable. Alright, stop sighing. We are here for serious business, Huo Yuhao reminded Kidor, signaling her to quickly recover from her shock. To be honest, I now suspect that you are a god who has been reborn, Kidor complained. It was also at this time that she began to doubt whether the soul master knowledge she learned from Huo Yuhao was really serious. Don't let the sixth ring of the 100,000 years be exposed. That would be terrible. End of this chapter. Chapter 242. QQ Farm. Start. It's about time. You should have thought it through, right? Huo Yuhao cast his gaze over the immortal herbs and examined them. Very good. Everyone looks very energetic. Sensing an aura that was even more terrifying than half a year ago, all the immortal herbs present were shocked and began to sway their bodies. He came. The man who defeated Jillian and convinced Bagua. Tyrant Huo Yuhao. As for the blonde girl next to Huo Yuhao, the immortal herbs expressed no objection since they are people brought by Huo Yuhao. They are trustworthy. What's more, this human girl also gave them a very familiar feeling, which made Xiankao involuntarily want to get closer to her. Hearing Huo Yuhao's straightforward question, Yao Xiankilo Xianpan Yao, who was in charge, took over the conversation and said, Yuhao, we have thought about it. If the effect of the soul contract is really that good, then all of us immortal herbs will leave with you. Over the past 6 months, whether they yearned for freedom or just wanted to stay at home, basically all the intelligent immortal herbs, under the persuasion of the eldest sister Yao, had the idea of leaving the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Of course, this is also because Yao herself is a staunch liberal. Once she left, without the protection of her purple aura that made her immune to all poisons, the other magical herbs in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire would face the ever-approaching threat of the Bilan poisonous miasma. In the face of the matter of life and death, even the most stubborn fairy grass did not disobey the idea of king of fairy grass. Yao is for those who have not yet awakened their spiritual wisdom naturally. The majority must obey the minority, but, Yao Xiang. Kilo paused for a moment and spoke again. Yuhao, although we believe you, the soul contract is just your one-sided statement. We still don't know whether it is possible to stably transform soul beasts into souls, and whether it is a case that cannot be replicated on others. What do you mean? Huo Yuhao looked around and finally looked at Yao. We hope to witness a soul ritual in person. As long as it is feasible, all our immortal herbs will go with you. Yao's body shook and her tone was unusually firm. Of course, as a reward for your help, these treasures created by ourselves will also be at your disposal. After he finished speaking, the pink petals trembled slightly. A cherry-sized purple bead rises from its pistil, crystal clear like amethyst. Inside the bead, one can faintly see a layer of light clouds gently swaying. It is the fragrant Kilo elixir that can restrain all poisons, also called the heart of Kilo. Looking at Yao Xiang Kilo, who seemed to be strong and reserved but actually looked stupid, Kidor and Huo Yuhao looked at each other subconsciously. Although Kidor didn't say anything, Huo Yuhao could understand what she meant from her eyes. Kidor, I can eat and take something at the same time. Is there such a good thing? Huo Yuhao also did not expect that this group of silly immortal herbs would be so generous. The last time I came here, I had to confirm my identity and go through many tests before I could take away 7 herbs. There were also many restrictions this time. He simply got something for nothing. It seems that I am quite charming. Moreover, Tang San's death might also be a great relief for them. Okay, that makes sense. I promise to demonstrate the soul ritual to you live. Huo Yuhao nodded. Okay, Beijiao, it's your turn. Seeing that Huo Yuhao agreed to her conditions, Yao breathed a sigh of relief and then planned to hand over the stage to the 8-angled mysterious ice grass. This guy is a hardcore liberal. If I hadn't stopped him secretly last time, he would have run away with Huo Yuhao. The purpose of demonstrating the soul contract ceremony this time, in addition to dispelling doubts, is also for Yao to fulfill the wish that his #1 general has been thinking about for the past 6 months. This time it's not me who's going to contract the soul, it's her. However, Huo Yuhao rejected Yao's kindness and then introduced, this is Decatur. I brought her here this time because her cultivation has reached the bottleneck of Soul King, and she can just make a soul contract with one of you. You can also take this opportunity to see if the soul ritual I mentioned is true, and whether I am the only special case. The star aniseed ice grass was confused. What about me? Snowflakes are falling and the north wind is blowing. I finally got moved once, but I failed so completely. In response, Huo Yuhao could only give him an apologetic look. There is no other way. If his second martial soul is only of ice attribute, then there will be no problem in contracting it with the 8-angled mysterious ice grass. But the road he has to take is not just the ultimate ice. This would be a bit of a waste of resources after all. The spirit ring he subsequently attached to his second martial spirit would most likely not be of ice attribute. Moreover, the Ice Emperor alone can add more spirit rings to Huo Yuhao. Besides, whether it is Zudi or Ling Lujin, they are both very suitable objects to contract with the 8-angled mysterious ice grass, so it will have something to choose from when the time comes. As for the other magical herbs, they all looked sideways, sized up Kidor with curiosity, and started commenting on her. The blood and energy are good, but the strength is a little weak. This girl is great, I've reserved her. Can such a cultivation level really bear our power? Pure road grass, to be honest, if you sign it, you will harm her, because the perception of plant soul beasts is naturally much stronger than that of animal soul beasts. They can also draw some conclusions from their perception. Yao couldn't help shaking, and concluded somewhat euphemistically, Yuhao, we can see that Kidor has great potential and is a very suitable host for us. However, she only has the cultivation level of a soul king at the moment. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, not all soul masters are as gifted as you are. Which normal soul master can reach the 6th ring in 100,000 years? Question first. Huo Yuhao's mouth twitched. Do you know who you rejected? Don't you know the Dragon King has returned? To be honest, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire are Kidor's own property. These magical herbs can only thrive thanks to the legacy of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. If Kidor revealed her identity as an auspicious beast, I'm afraid everyone would scramble to beg her to take her. And Kidor didn't smile, but snorted coldly. The golden dragon martial spirit possessed the body, and pieces of golden dragon scales appeared. An overbearing and terrifying pressure quickly spread in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Not only that, there was also a layer of faint red gold light that was not very strong and appeared on Kidor's body surface, which flashed away. This caused all the immortal herbs present to shudder and shake. It turned out to be the power of destiny. Now, all the magical herbs knew that they were blind. Everything is silent. The immortal herbs that had previously voiced doubts fell silent, fearing that they would cause trouble and provoke the great devil Yuhao to attack them. You know, Huo Yuhao is a terrifying being who can bathe in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire without even blinking. Even if they join forces to fight, they have no chance of winning. After confirming through eye contact, he is someone they can't afford to offend. Yao wanted to speak to ease the atmosphere, but was beaten to it by other immortal herbs. This is the one that was previously said to be reserved for Kidor's future. In Huo Yuhao's opinion, the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd is one of the 100,000-year-old immortal herbs that is most suitable for Kidor. The only other suitable one is the more common one, the Kirantong Xianju, which is mainly used to enhance the body's ki and blood. After all, the 100,000-year-old immortal grass is not cabbage. It is true that the yin-yang eye of ice and fire can accelerate the growth of immortal herbs, but it can only nurture a dozen or so 100,000-year-old immortal herbs. Among them, there are only a handful of well-known ones. If I'm not mistaken, your martial spirit should be the golden dragon, right? I am the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd. Although my cultivation may not be the strongest among those present, it is definitely the most suitable for you, kidder. With my help, your bloodline power can be improved to a certain extent. Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, I must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is also one of the magical herbs that agrees to go out and find freedom because the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd had long been tired of the monotonous life in the yin-yang of ice and fire. Here, it was very difficult for it to even turn over. Although it didn't know much about the specific situation among human soul masters, it knew even if it just thought about it that the blonde girl in front of it was definitely the best in terms of both talent and potential. It can be said that he is not inferior to Huo Yuhao at all. That is the top-level golden dragon among the golden bloodlines. Even among soul beasts, the golden dragon is the most top-level soul beast. Now it has become the martial soul of mankind. It is truly blessed by heaven. Faced with Dilinjinga's voluntary surrender and self-recommendation, Killer, who has always been decisive and resolute, did not rush to agree to the other party, but wanted to get advice from Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao naturally gave an affirmative answer. What the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd said was not wrong. Although it was not enough to help the Golden Dragon martial soul evolve again, it was a great help in improving the degree of fusion of the golden blood in Killer's body. After all, the human body is still too weak. If one wants to fully withstand the powerful golden bloodline of the Golden Dragon and develop the potential of the Golden Dragon martial spirit, one needs the help of suitable spirit rings and spirit bones. Then, it's decided to be you, Earth Dragon Golden Melon, kidder. Nodded Huo Yuhao, then explained to each man and grasped the precautions in the soul contract, and pulled Yanmeng out to teach her how to seal the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd's own power, in order to be prepared for any emergency. I know everything. Let's start. The Earth Dragon Gourd nodded. Although it looked stupid, it was not stupid at all. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, with this concept in mind, and with active cooperation, it can indeed seal its own power very easily. It feels almost the same as sacrifice. At the same time, the last bit of worry in Dilinjinga's heart also disappeared. Sure enough, just as Yao often mentioned, Huo Yuhao is indeed a good person. It is an existence that the immortal herbs can believe in. Huo Yuhao could have planned something and easily threatened them with his own strength, but at this moment, he went to so much trouble to make a soul contract for them. It can be said that he showed his sincerity to the fullest. With the official start of the soul contract, all the immortal herbs present carefully felt the soul ritual before them. Even Xianmeng and Bingdi are no exception. Huo Yuhao even summoned Alex to provide a safety net, fearing that something might happen to Killer Electrolux. Hey, people in love. This soul contract version 1.0 had already been perfected by him and Huo Yuhao, and could be said to be foolproof. However, Elder Yi did not reject Huo Yuhao's request. It's just right. I can collect the missing plant soul data for 100,000 years. The soul contract process went exceptionally smoothly. A circle of blood-colored soul ring, symbolizing 100,000 years, rose from under Killer. The original body of Dilinjinga also changed into a spiritual form like a soul. Just like Xianmeng after becoming a soul, the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd shrank several times in size. The golden vines were like a small golden dragon, circling and entwining around Killer's right hand. Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, my family, we have a big brother to rely on. The immortal herbs also became visibly agitated. I just regret that I didn't recognize the great man and that the opportunity was snatched away by Dilinjinga. Unlike half a year ago when there was only Xianmeng and a text introduction, everyone is still skeptical this time. The entire soul contract process was completed independently under the supervision of the immortal herbs and witnessed by them personally. Fair, just, perfect and complete. It can be described as totally carefree and easy. This also completely dispelled the last doubts of some immortal herbs. Move now. Although, going out may not necessarily be better than staying in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, but at least, I am relatively free, and I can also see different scenery. Of course, the main reason was that Huo Yuhao's last action gave the immortal herbs a little shock in their hearts. Without relying on any external objects, the physical body enters the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire for cultivation. He is simply not a human being. He is a monster among monsters. This person is much more powerful than the previous one, much stronger. Half a year ago, after Huo Yuhao finished his training and left under Yao's leadership, the immortal herbs also made some progress. Naturally, they had doubted Huo Yuhao's intelligence, but anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Huo Yuhao is definitely a big devil that they cannot afford to offend. The fact that he could sit down with Xianko to discuss terms was already a kind gesture on his part, especially in just half a year. Huo Yuhao became increasingly confused. Just this silent appearance alone made the immortal herbs terrified. It suddenly tore through space without any warning. The last time the violent poisonous miasma moved. It also alarmed some immortal herbs. It can be said that Huo Yuhao's strength has obviously reached a new level. Of course, the most important thing is that the home may be lost. Huo Yuhao's initial ice and fire body refining seemed to have drained away a large amount of ice spring energy from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. And the original balance of ice and fire seemed to be slightly unbalanced, and for some unknown reason, the immortal herbs were unable to work together to mobilize the power of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to fight against foreign enemies. No one knows how long this precious blessed land can last. In addition, there is the threat of poisonous miasma outside, Huo Yuhao's theory of captivity, and the news that Tang San is dead. The immortal herbs, facing internal and external troubles, were all in deep thought. Besides, following Huo Yuhao, a child of destiny, the future can be said to be bright. Since you can't resist, just enjoy it. Looking at the immortal grass that was communicating silently, Huo Yuhao asked calmly, now that a successful case has appeared, are there any other questions? The immortal herbs were silent. Yao, the person in charge, spoke again. We are naturally willing to abide by the agreement. But, do you have any way to take us away with you? Yao paused, and said hesitantly, otherwise, we can only do it one plant at a time, and in that case, it's not that troublesome. Huo Yuhao waved his hand. QQ farm, start. An obscure spell was chanted, and a large number of magic runes appeared and were instantly outlined. The light gate leading to the undead demiplane opened behind Huo Yuhao. Now he can open the door on his own even without Yi Lao's help. The fairy herbs looked a little confused. What kind of skill is this? Huo Yuhao smiled slightly and began to persuade him. This is a demiplane created by my teacher. I have already found a suitable place for you in advance. You can live in it temporarily. Feeling the aura of death behind the light gate, the immortal herbs fell silent again. Where are you coming from? Is this still Douluo continent? This half-plane is obviously not serious. End of this chapter. Chapter 243. Golden Hawksbill Turtle. Turtle, I really have to send it. Of course the demiplane just looks undecent. In fact, in the undead demiplane created by Yi Lao, the strong breath of death is essentially derived from the attributes of light and life. In other words, this chilling breath of death can actually be transformed back into the elemental energy of heaven and earth, suitable for soul beasts to absorb. It is very difficult, especially for the natives of Douluo continent. However, long before the Ice Bear King Xiao Bei moved in, Mr. Yi also specially opened up a suitable living area for it. Also here, there is an area suitable for the immortal herbs to live in that was recently renovated by Huo Yuhao and Yi Lao, with a diligent Ice Bear King, who is temporarily serving as the gardener, guarding the place. It can be said that this is indeed a good place to stay. This? After listening to Huo Yuhao's serious explanation, all the immortal herbs became even more dizzy, and their bodies shrank involuntarily. Why does it feel like I'm on a black car? There is not a single bit of the power of the light element here. It's like the holy land of evil soul masters. Who would dare to enter? However, after several immortal herbs with the strongest perception abilities carefully sensed what Huo Yuhao had said, they discovered that the situation was indeed true. The anxious hearts of the immortal herbs finally settled down a little. Okay, I can only believe it first. If it weren't for the fact that they could feel Huo Yuhao's sincerity, this unique and strange purple sun alone would be enough to dissuade most of the immortal herbs. After a brief exchange, with the consent of the immortal herbs, Huo Yuhao began to transplant them one by one into his own undead plane. The purple sun hangs high in the sky, and the inky black earth stretches as far as the eye can see. Of course, this land actually has boundaries, beyond which is endless darkness and nothingness. Once a creature reaches there, it will be swallowed up. When Huo Yuhao finished transplanting the last immortal herb, he couldn't help but feel the joy of a good harvest. Now, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, the once blessed land of fairy herbs, has become a thing of the past, and what is coming soon is the fairy herbs cultivation base of the undead demi-plane. Of course, compared to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, the latter still has a long way to go, and now it can only be said to be barely acceptable. This is based on the fact that Huo Yuhao, relying on his body that is immune to water and fire, collected some spring water from the yin-yang eye of ice and fire and built a small man-made hot pot in the demi-plane. Although it has lost the effect of accelerating the growth tenfold, it is still enough for these magical herbs to thrive for several years. It's not that Huo Yuhao didn't want to move the entire yin-yang eye of ice and fire away. This was mainly due to the existence of the God-King level corpses of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. For him now, doing so would be a thankless task. Looking at the fairy grass beside the pond, which seemed a little restless due to a variety of complicated emotions. Kidor also smiled slightly. This scene reminded her of the pleasant yet boring time she spent fishing in the lake of life. The artificial yucca here is far less effective than the lake of life otherwise. Next time I go home, I will ask the master if he can move some water from the lake of life in. Anyway, the lake water with such strong vitality is just sitting there, so why not use it to help Huo Yuhao and do something useful? This is also to better promote the soul contract. Even someone as high as D. Killer was extremely satisfied after successfully integrating the 100,000-year-old soul of Earth Dragon Jingu with the full cooperation of the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd. Not only did Killer's physical fitness greatly improve, but the degree of fusion of the golden blood in her body also greatly increased. The strength has been improved by more than one level. This is what Douluo continent is like. The changes that certain spirit rings and spirit bones can bring to martial souls can be said to be earth-shaking. Even for D. Kidor, who was born in Rome, the same is true. Huo Yuhao also thought of the gold of life. In fact, the emergence of this area with extremely rich vitality in the undead demiplane is also due to a certain extent to the help of his Blade of the Living Guardian. If it weren't for the fact that a Blade of Life swatch had already been deeply integrated with Huo Yuhao and could not be easily destroyed, perhaps leaving a small piece of life swatch gold to nourish the immortal grass would be a good choice. Of course, don't underestimate Huo Yuhao's intelligence network. If you want more gold of life, there are currently 2 ways. Bring warmth to the hawksbill turtle and talk about life with the Silver Dragon King. Therefore, Huo Yuhao's target for his next trip to the starred-out Great Forest will be the 100,000-year-old golden hawksbill turtle that stole the gold of living beings in the original novel. Although he and Gu Yuna have now confirmed a relationship of mutual assistance, and the other party even owes him a favor. However, golden tortoise shell is more cost-effective. The words are divided into 2 parts. As early as a week ago, Gu Yuna said goodbye to Huo Yuhao when she returned to the Great Evil Land. She made the next decision while asking Dian to notify all the evil beasts to gather and announce matters related to the soul. She decided to go all in. Ahem, of course, the premise is that Huo Yuhao is indeed, as Gu Yuna thought, a person who knows how to be grateful and has a clear distinction between love and hate. During the brief contact, Gu Yuna could feel that the other party really wanted to cooperate. Therefore, she naturally wanted to tie this son of destiny of the Douluo continent to her chariot. As the saying goes, if you want to get something, you must give it first. Therefore, Gu Yuna will start to slowly place bigger bets. Silver Dragon scales are only the first step in investment. When he comes next time, I will prepare a more appropriate gift for him. From that brief meeting, Gu Yuna analyzed the items that were most suitable for Huo Yuhao at the moment. The gold of life. Both Huo Yuhao himself and the god-level remnant soul in the other party required enormous vitality to practice and heal. Gu Yuna didn't do anything before a space crack leading to the retreat place quietly appeared in front of her. When she came back, she had a green stone the size of a basketball in her hand. If Huo Yuhao saw this scene, he would probably exclaim in disbelief, "How come it is intact? Where is the hawksbill turtle? Save it. Also, why is it so big?" Even old Yu would tremble when he saw such a huge amount of gold of living things with such a size. It is far inferior to the tiny life-watching blade in Huo Yuhao's hand. Moreover, even the piece of gold of life at the bottom of the lake of life can only bow down and marvel at this. If the piece of gold of life at the bottom of the lake was most likely formed naturally in the starred-out Great Forest over hundreds of thousands of years, then the piece in Gu Yuna's hand must have another source, and it is basically impossible for it to be formed naturally in Douluo continent. This is the treasure left behind by the dragon god. This is also what Gu Yuna relies on while she is in seclusion to heal her injuries as the incarnation of the dragon god. Gu Yuna's original strength had indeed reached the level of the God King, but the sword of old Shura could be said to have damaged her origin in order not to attract the attention of the gods, and because there is no higher level fairy power in Douluo continent, Gu Yuna can only use the huge life force of the gold of life to slowly wear away the Shura power, which is extremely inefficient. Although it is time-consuming and labor-intensive, it is safe and stable. It can only be said that the god level is a watershed. The power below the god level and above the god level are completely 2 different levels, with a world of difference. Even if the goddess of life took action to heal Gu Yuna's injuries, it would still take a lot of effort, let alone the gold of living beings below the god level. Of course, even so, the gold of life is definitely a rare treasure in Douluo continent. At this moment, Gu Yuna, who felt something through the gold of life, frowned slightly and turned her eyes to the lake of life. She first put away the gold of life in her hand, and then she stretched out her right hand, and the entire lake of life began to move. Not long after, Another fist-sized piece of green gold rose into the sky along with a column of water carrying a strong breath of life and landed in front of Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna was not in a good mood originally. She was thinking of separating a piece of living gold of a suitable size from the dragon god's relic used for healing and giving it to Huo Yuhao as a gift. Now it seems that we have to postpone it. Looking at the gold of life in front of her, which looked like it had been bitten by someone and was obviously missing a small piece, Gu Yuna's eyes flashed with a cold light. The main source of this piece of life gold at the bottom of the lake was that she separated it from the dragon god's relics, and with the help of the power of the star forest, she used it specifically to cultivate her soul beast. Since this piece is missing, there is only one possibility, that is, there was a thief in the house recently. Gu Yuna knew very well that among the ferocious beasts under her command, even the most foolish bear king would not do such a stupid thing. If you eat the gold of living things directly like this, you will definitely be backfired. Even though what is missing is just a small piece of life gold the size of a stone, the life force contained in it cannot be underestimated. Even someone as strong as Emperor Yan, who had survived 8 heavenly tribulations, did not have the ability to refine it directly. Let alone other soul beasts. The ferocious beasts all use the diluted water of the lake of life. The reason why Gu Yuna considered giving the gold of life to Huo Yuhao was because the other party used his mental power to complete the fusion with the gold of life, and used mental fusion to nourish the gold of life, thereby obtaining feedback from it. It can be said that this method is definitely an extremely brilliant technique. And even Gu Yuna got some inspiration from it, and the vast spiritual power instantly spread out in all directions with Gu Yuna as the center, and in just a moment it swept across the entire Stardao forest. However, most of the soul beasts were completely unaware of this and continued to do their own things leisurely. Only soul beasts over 100,000 years old could vaguely sense the humming sound that seemed to act on the soul, and they felt it was powerful and began to poke their heads out to explore. As soon as the ferocious beasts led by Dian gathered, they felt Gu Yuna's undisguised mental fluctuations and were instantly frightened. Dian hurriedly brought several ferocious beasts with him and rushed over through space. My lord, how? Tian's questioning voice came to an abrupt end before he could even finish. Seeing the calm expression of his boss, Tian could sense a hint of gloom in it, coupled with the incomplete gold of life in front of Gu Yuna. Tian knew that his previous negligence had finally come to light. Thousands of years ago, a thief deceived his perception, snipped into the lake of life, and stole nearly 1/5 of the gold of life in the spring of the lake of life. Tian, I encountered a little thief in the lake of life. His aura was hidden and as strong as a monster. I couldn't find him no matter how hard I tried, so it just ended like that. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement flashed in Tian's eyes. Not only did the Lord not blame him for this, it is also because all of this is finally coming to light under Gu Yuna's god-level mental power. The guy who stole the gold of living things will definitely not be able to escape. That's exactly what happened. Soon Gu Yuna locked onto the target through the breath of living gold. The territory of the Hawksbill Turtle clan as one of the key protected soul beasts. The Hawksbill Turtle can be regarded as a symbol of good fortune among turtles, and is endowed with a beautiful meaning of luck, longevity, and warding off evil and bringing in blessings. Similarly, they themselves also possess a certain ability to turn misfortune into good fortune, especially the king of the Hawksbill Turtle family, the Golden Hawksbill Turtle. Although the Golden Hawksbill Turtle is not like the imperial auspicious beast three-eyed golden lion that can influence the fortune of the entire Stardao Great Forest, it is also known as an auspicious beast. Among turtle-type soul beasts, it is an imperial existence, the king of turtles. At this moment, when the Golden Hawksbill Turtle that was enjoying the sunbath sensed the fluctuation of Gu Yuna's mental power, an indescribable omen of great misfortune directly awakened one of the Golden Hawksbill Turtles that was enjoying the sunbath. Its breath was already a little weak, and its dull eyes were filled with horror. What happened? Before it could use its signature ability to escape underground, it was pinned down by a terrifying pressure and unable to move. Then a silver dragon claw reached out from the air and dragged it in. It was not until the Golden Hawksbill Turtle was thrown out by Gu Yuna and rolled into the encirclement of the ferocious beasts that it noticed the golden creature with the familiar tooth marks in front of Gu Yuna. It finally understood, still with a hint of confusion on its face. It seems that my death is imminent. The theft was indeed unsuccessful. Oh my god, I really want to send it this time. The desperate Golden Hawksbill Turtle was regretting its decision at this moment. Hawksbill Turtles have always been known for their longevity, and the abnormal defense of the Golden Hawksbill Turtle means it has almost no natural enemies in the soul beast world. It can live for up to 100,000 years by just eating and waiting to die. Most of them will not encounter trouble until they have cultivated for 200,000 years. This captured Golden Hawksbill Turtle, although it is about 70,000 years old, looks like a young and strong turtle in the Hawksbill Turtle group, but in fact, It itself is a being with 100,000 years of cultivation. It's also because of greed. Originally, the golden hawksbill turtle had successfully broken through 100,000 years by secretly absorbing the vitality of the Xianmeng ice silkworm. That was why it was particularly sensitive to life energy. Relying on the special nature of its destiny, it was able to conceal its own breath very well. Finally, it expanded and finally set its eyes on the treasure at the bottom of the lake of life, the gold of life. Finally, before being discovered by Dawn, it bit off nearly 1/5 of the gold of living things in one bite and managed to escape and ascend to heaven. The golden hawksbill turtle who survived the catastrophe dreamed of breaking through the 20-year calamity and transforming into a ferocious beast, but the result was tragic as time went by. In recent years, when the gold of life began to devour the vitality of the golden hawksbill turtle, it finally realized that something was wrong. However, in just 2 or 3 years, not only was the life energy previously absorbed taken back with interest, but even its original cultivation base was shrinking, and the situation was getting worse. If this continues, the golden hawksbill turtle estimates that it will soon be sucked dry by the gold of life, and it is afraid that it will die completely in a few years. However, it did not dare to seek help from Brigitte or Dawn, as it was afraid that it would be slapped to death by the other party if the crime was discovered. I have no choice but to keep hiding in my own pond and muddle through until today. He was arrested by the master and returned to the crime scene without even waiting for the ferocious beasts to ask questions. The golden hawksbill turtle immediately realized the situation and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Please spare my life, my lord. I admit that I am guilty. It was my greed. It was me who stole the green metal. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Tian smiled coldly. You don't know that you are wrong. You just know that you are going to die. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Soul Evolution. Gu Yuna enters. My lord, do you want to kill it? A violent look flashed across Dion's golden eyes, and he made a gesture with his right hand, already eager to try this little bastard. Does he realize he is wrong when he's about to die? What have you been doing for all these years? Forbearance, huh? If he had the courage to admit his mistake, maybe he could have left its body intact for the sake of the golden hawksbill turtle species. He even dared to sneak into the lake of life and stole a small piece of gold of life right under his nose. He really deserves death! Exclamation mark. Gu Yuna shook her head and said, since it has cultivated for 100,000 years, I will spare its life for now. The incident I am about to explain happens to require a soul beast as a test subject. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Thank you for sparing my life. No matter what the experiment is, I will do my best to cooperate. The golden hawksbill turtle continued to kowtow and kneel in thanks, wishing he could stick his head into the ground. As long as they can survive, turtles will do anything. After all, even if the master didn't capture it this time, it would be sucked dry to death by the green metal. In the next few years we finally have a chance to take a turn for the better. We will definitely cooperate with any experiments. Gu Yuna didn't say anything else, but grabbed the gold of life in front of her and activated it for a moment. A green light shone brightly, and it was as if a huge intangible life energy was pouring out from the fist-sized gold of life. The breath of life was so strong that all the ferocious beasts present felt some feedback. A soft emerald green light shone everywhere, and under the infiltration of that rich vitality, Dion and the others felt a warmth in their bodies. While feeling pleasantly surprised, they were also absorbing this rare life energy. The energy emitted by the gold of life activated by Gu Yuna herself is much better than the water in the lake of life. It can even be said that it is even stronger than the energy absorbed from the ice silkworm back then. In contrast to the other ferocious beasts, the golden hawksbill turtle had a different feeling at this moment. The gold of life that was bitten off by it in the early years and was deeply rooted in its body suddenly began to respond violently, causing the already weak golden hawksbill turtle to break out in cold sweat. However, as Gu Yuna raised her other hand to control it, the stone-sized piece of living gold was slowly peeled out of the turtle's body. The golden hawksbill turtle was literally in tears, having lost its bone-attaching thorn. It finally felt relieved and continued to grow in size. Also under the infiltration of the green light, the size of the golden hawksbill turtle expanded to 5 meters, and the keratin edges of its shell shone with the golden light, recovering its 100,000 years of cultivation. Thank you, my lord. I will not refuse even if it means death. A hint of joy flashed in the golden hawksbill turtle's eyes this time. Not only has the long-standing worry been eliminated, but there may even be a chance to redeem himself for meritorious service. Isn't this better than living in fear as before? It even fantasized that with this piece of gold of life, it might have the opportunity to become as powerful as Emperor Yuan in the future, leading the Hawksbill Turtle clan and ruling the starred-out Great Forest. However, the arrogant turtle has died, and the one that comes right after is the hard-working working turtle. Peace and safety is a blessing. The golden hawksbill turtle thanks the Lord again for his grace and promises to fight wherever he points, even if it means death. Guyuna ordered, "King Chi, take the golden tortoise away first." "Yes," replied the Red King. He grabbed the turtle crawling on the ground and rushed forward. Guyuna threw the larger piece of gold of life back into the spring of the lake of life, and guided the piece that was peeled off from the golden hawksbill turtle to be rinsed in the lake several times before taking it back. Then, Guyuna looked at the other beasts and said, "Let's get started now. When the Red King comes back, you can help me relay his words." "Yes." Afterwards, Guyuna briefly explained the soul contract and the soul pagoda that she had learned from Huo Yuhao, and gave instructions. "So, from now on, you should pay more attention to the suitable soul beasts in the forest that are injured, dying, or about to die. Try your best to maintain their lives over the years. If necessary, you can mobilize the Lake of Life." The perspective returns to Huo Yuhao. He came to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire this time mainly for three things. One is to add a soul to Kidor, the second is to take away the fairy grass, and the third is to use the chilly fairy goo again to replenish the divinity of the ice and fire dragon king in the body. Now that the first two things are done, the rest is actually not difficult. The process is actually similar to the last deluxe version of ice and fire body refining, although the effect of repeated body refining is far inferior to the first time. Huo Yuhao can currently use the immortal goo with the help of the external force of the golden ancient tree. Even if it is used up, you can still go to the ancient golden tree to get help. Or even go to Guyuna for help. Moreover, this time Huo Yuhao plans to rely on the help of the magical herb. It can be considered as a backup plan he had left before under Kidor's slightly worried gaze. Huo Yuhao took the immortal grass clones he obtained from the 200,000-year-old immortal herbs, fiery apricot and 8 aniseed mysterious ice grass. It is also thanks to the fact that the two of them are the combat power of the immortal grass and the ones who benefit the most from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. They have powerful cultivation and solid foundation, so they can condense clones for ice and fire body refining without harming the main body. However, this can only be done once. If they are squeezed again, their cultivation level will drop by 100,000 years. Jillian, damn it, I really don't have a drop left. Beijio, take it, take it. I'll give it all to you. The herbal jelly melts in your mouth, energy surges into your body, and the fragrance is everywhere. It only took a few breaths and the feeling came immediately under the impact of the two extreme auras of extreme cold poison and extreme heat poison. Red and blue began to alternate on the surface of Huo Yuhao's skin. Severe pain is coming. Although it is said that everything will be fine as long as the ice soul body is activated, but what Huo Yuhao needs to do now is to first use the power of the immortal grass and the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to improve his martial soul. Don't be too hasty. Besides, he is immune to water and fire and is fearless. As long as you can't kill it, then make it die. When the time was right for the drug to take effect, Huo Yuhao jumped into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Not a single splash of water, full marks. The water surface soon returned to calm, with a milky white and red clearly distinguished at the same time. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire were not so peaceful. Huo Yuhao's abdomen was like a small vortex, continuously absorbing the energy of the fiery spring and the cold spring, and under the neutralization of the medicinal power of the two magical herbs, constantly honing his body. This is much slower than the effect of the strength-eating immortal goo. If it relies solely on its own absorption, it will not take a month, but it will at least take several days, as the power of the elixir resonated with the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Extreme cold and heat continued to alternate in Huo Yuhao's body. The next step is to wait for the right time and use the difficult immortal goo again, and then, suddenly, the silver dragon scales that were close to Huo Yuhao's heart in his arms moved, and colorful light spread out. But momentarily the dazzling silver light is like the might of heaven. Kidor looked confused. It seems like the master is coming? The next second, a pitch-black space crack appeared out of nowhere in front of her eyes, and Guyuna walked out of it. Just a pair of purple eyes swept across the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and she immediately understood Huo Yuhao's thoughts. Need any help? Guyuna's tone was serious. Okay. In his spare time, Huo Yuhao used his mental power to reply to Gu Yuna. It may be painful later, just bear with it, I do not mind, Gu. Yuna nodded slightly, and then the aura of the Silver Dragon King was unconcealed in an instant. The entire valley where the yin-yang eye of ice and fire was located began to tremble as if the earth was shaking, especially the two springs, which seemed to be boiling, and the energy contained in them became stronger and stronger under Gu Yuna's control. The space near where Huo Yuhao was in the spring was calm, with only the surrounding energy constantly pouring in and being slowly absorbed by him. Soon, two giant dragon energy shadows, one white and one red, appeared in front of Kidor's throat rolled. Subconsciously she could sense that there was a dragon soul inside the giant dragon with such a big game going on. Can Yuhao really absorb it all? As if she had noticed Kidor's doubts, Gu Yuna explained, it's okay. If you can't absorb it all, just take it away. This will save you the trouble later, as she spoke. Gu Yuna, with the help of two dragon souls that had almost only instinctive consciousness left, condensed the corpse of the Ice and Fire Dragon King at the bottom and most of the energy in the yin-yang eye into two thumb-sized dragon pills, one red and one white. The Ice and Fire Dragon soul separated from the dragon pill and sank into Gu Yuna's body. The two dragon pills fell into Huo Yuhao's left and right hands respectively. Thank you. Huo Yuhao entered the state of cultivation again. Now he only needed to guide the power of the dragon pill to continue refining the medicinal power. It could be said that it was much more convenient and quicker. Looking at Huo Yuhao's skillful movements, Gu Yuna did not give him any more instruction. She also didn't expect that the dragon souls of these two people had not completely dissipated. This was actually a pleasant surprise. However, after this battle, there is no return to this blessed valley. Originally, Huo Yuhao's idea was to absorb the medicinal power and then use the chilly immortal Gu to condense 100,000-year-old Fire Dragon King soul ring, thusly changing his martial soul. Now it seems that we can be bolder. With the help of Gu Yuna and these two dragon pills, the evolution of the Ice Soul Body martial soul is not a sure thing, but it also has a probability of nearly 80%. The labor-intensive immortal Gu is activated. While the storm was being sucked in, Huo Yuhao relied on his powerful mental strength to maintain the balance of ice and fire in his body, gradually merging and blending. Gu Yuna watched Huo Yuhao's actions silently without saying a word, but a hint of shock flashed in her eyes. Is this the immortal Gu? Even someone with her status and strength was greatly surprised at this moment. Perhaps such a future would be much better than she imagined. Gu Yuna was looking forward to it. After Huo Yuhao's ice soul body was possessed by his spirit, the ice blue light and shadow that appeared behind him was gradually stained by red, becoming indistinguishable from the other as time went by. The red and white colors on his skin gradually faded. Immediately afterwards, golden light bloomed behind Huo Yuhao. Gold level second awakening. Similarly, as Huo Yuhao's physical fitness and soul power level skyrocketed, his original ice soul body martial soul also evolved. Ice and fire blend, yin and yang meet at this moment. Huo Yuhao possesses both the power of ultimate ice and the power of ultimate fire, and it strikes a perfect balance. It's a bit inappropriate to call it the ice soul body anymore, so let's just call it the chaos body. Of course, it has not yet reached the level of true chaos, but Huo Yuhao has high hopes for it. It also saves the trouble of changing the name later. Watching the evolution of Huo Yuhao's ice soul body martial spirit at such a close distance, even Gu Yuna couldn't help but feel extremely surprised. Although the gods in the divine world all prefer to take a single extreme path, it is undeniable that this path has an upper limit, especially for elements like ice. Huo Yuhao's choice to expand his attributes was naturally extremely correct. Gu Yuna even felt that she saw the shadow of the former dragon god in his martial soul. Thank you so much. This time, Gu Yuna, after putting on his clothes, Huo Yuhao walked out of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and smiled. How does it feel? Very good, very comfortable. Huo Yuhao's current soul power level has directly risen from level 56 to the Soul Emperor level 60, which can be said to be a huge improvement. Especially the improvement in physical fitness, it feels like it has more than doubled now. If he gave it his all, maybe he could kill a titled Douluo with a single punch? An expert can tell the effectiveness of the move with just one look. He is worthy of being the Silver Dragon King. Of course, the chilly immortal Gu also played a role even during this period. Huo Yuhao also used the power multiplying Gu and the amplified Hoku, and cooperated with multiple functional poisonous insects to greatly promote the evolution of his martial soul. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao handed the two pills in his hand to Gu Yuna and said, "There is still a lot of energy left in them. It should be of some help in recovering from your injuries, right?" After Gu Yuna took it, a strange light flashed in her purple eyes. She looked at the other person deeply and said, "These ice and fire energies are useless to me, but the spirit just now can help me recover some strength." Gu Yuna did not intend to ask Huo Yuhao how he knew that he was injured, but continued, "I heard from Kier that you have a 70,000-year-old evil god bead of the dark demon evil god tiger. Well, if it helps you, then I'll give it to you." Huo Yuhao's consciousness moved, and a dark bead appeared in his hand after absorbing the evil god's wing soul bone. There is actually still a lot of energy contained in this evil god pearl. Huo Yuhao originally planned to use the time and space attributes to reduce the difficulty of condensing the soul core and condense his own soul core in advance. However, with this huge leap now it is very easy for him to condense his soul core, and he does not need any help from external forces. It can be said that the evil god pearl, which is only 70,000 years old, seems to be of no use. Since Gu Yuna needs it, just give it to her. It can be regarded as a reward for her help this time. However, what Huo Yuhao had never expected was, "Wait for me." The moment Gu Yuna took the evil god pearl, she nodded and said something, and then a colorful light burst out instantly along with the power of the ice and fire dragon pill. The colorful light gathered towards the evil god pearl on his right hand, erupting with astonishing soul power fluctuations. No, it should be said that it is the fluctuation of divine power. The light is so bright that you cannot look at it directly. A dragon god bead with all attributes, refined. This is, my lord. Under the shocked eyes of Huo Yuhao and Kitor, the dark evil god bead that originally emitted blue and green colors had now turned into a glittering rainbow of colors. As the bead flew back into Huo Yuhao's hand, "All right, Gu." Yuna's calm voice sounded, but it was clearly weaker than before. This, looking at Gu Yuna, whose face turned a little pale, Huo Yuhao widened his eyes and didn't know what to say for a moment. "Now, it seems that the favors owed to me are getting bigger and bigger." End of this chapter. Chapter 245. Gu Yuna's investment. The evil god pearl, no, now it should be called the dragon god pearl. With the help of all the remaining energy of the ice and fire dragon pill, Gu Yuna separated a part of her bloodline ability and divine power and put it into it, forming a perfect fusion. After being transformed by the master of all elements, it can be said that the dragon god pearl has become a well-deserved treasure. Perhaps because it contained the unformed god-level soul bone of the ice and fire dragon king, the dragon god pearl became a divine weapon similar to the golden dragon spear. Most importantly, this is a growing artifact. It can grow as Huo Yuhao's realm improves. It's a bit like a deluxe version of an external soul bone. Of course, if Huo Yuhao wants to realize the potential of the dragon pearl, he will have to wait until he has the strength to completely integrate it. It is estimated that he will have to wait until the extreme Douluo period to do so. Now he can only establish contact with it step by step. Huo Yuhao discovered just by doing this the current dragon god pearl can not only speed up his cultivation speed, but also help his second martial soul slowly transform into true chaotic attribute, and even has the ability to increase his external strength and elemental control ability at the same time. As his soul power increases, the degree of fusion will continue to increase, and the dragon god pearl can also give him more benefits. It's a bit like the relationship between the living blade and Huo Yuhao. In other words, as long as he has the help of the dragon god pearl, Huo Yuhao already has the conditions to cultivate all the way to the god level without accepting the inheritance of the gods. Whether it was the divine body, divine power, or divine soul, these limitations were not enough to stop Huo Yuhao, allowing him to have the possibility to prove his truth through force without the help of the poisonous insect. Of course, at this stage, in the dragon god pearl, except for the original extremely evil attribute and the ultimate ice and fire condensed by the ice and fire dragon pill, the other attributes have not reached the ultimate level. At this stage it is necessary to absorb high-level spirit rings, spirit bones, or rare treasures to continue to improve. All things are difficult at the beginning. It was already extremely rare for Gu Yuna to allow the dragon god pearl to have this potential. In addition, the other party was already injured and had not yet healed. One can imagine how much the price was. Even Tian Meng, who was watching the show in his mind, couldn't help but sigh. The gap between people is really too big. Yuhao, you don't have to do anything, and there will be people rushing over to give you opportunities, son of destiny. So terrifying. The thought that I can become as beautiful as a goddess without doing anything is so cool. Even the usually aloof Ice Emperor expressed envy, whether it is the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire or the help of the Silver Dragon King. If she had had this opportunity at the beginning, She would not have ended up being completely stuck by the 400,000-year heavenly tribulation even if she could have snatched some of the Wanzai and Bing Sui that Xianmeng hadn't finished consuming. I believe the ending would have been completely different. However, if the Ice Emperor could successfully survive this catastrophe, he might not have agreed to the God-creating plan proposed by Huo Yuhao and Tianmeng. Is this what Yuhao meant when he said, "Misfortunes often lie within the shadow of blessings"? Huo Yuhao didn't have the intention of pouring cold water on the two of them. In fact, for him, becoming a god might just be the beginning. In particular, Tang San's existence is very likely to be an enemy that Huo Yuhao will have to face after becoming a god. Although, with the help of Elder Yi, Huo Yun'er's soul had been safely called back by Huo Yuhao and was being nurtured in the undead demiplane. In the future, Tang San will no longer have the ability to use Huo's mother to control the princes, but the conflict between Huo Yuhao and Tang San is not limited to this. But let's leave these things for later. Telling them this now will only add pressure to those who believe in themselves. It's incredible to say, please. Tang San is one of the 5 great gods and a member of the God Realm Committee. He has the responsibility to judge the gods and maintain the rules. Could it be that he would knowingly break the law and deliberately target a small soul master from Douluo continent? It is simply the opposite of Xiangang just try to become a god. Could it be possible that the pure and innocent God-King Tang would secretly do something bad in the process? He really knows how to do it. Huo Yuhao believed that Tang San was fully capable of obstructing the inheritance of the gods, just like in the later part of the original novel. The reason why Guo was able to accept the divine inheritance from Rong Nianbing, the god of emotions on the one hand, it was because of his outstanding talent that Rong Nianbing was attracted to him, and on the other hand, there was Tang San's plan. If Guo doesn't get Rong Nianbing's favor or is not loyal enough, under Tang San's arrangement, Guo might not even be able to get the first level god, and the ending will only be more miserable. It can be said that Tang San is playing a chess game of 10,000-year plan. And Douluo continent has long been regarded by him as his own backguard, and Huo Yuhao now even felt that Tang San had secretly blocked the Douluo continent, making it so that no gods had been able to cast their gazes on the soul masters for such a long time. After all, there are many people in history whose talents and personalities are not inferior to Tang San. Why is none of them chosen? Even in the subsequent Tang family continent, only Tang San's own family could become gods on Douluo Star, and the rest were rejected. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao looked at the slightly weak Gu Yuna and thanked her again solemnly. "Thank you very much." Although Gu Yuna obviously didn't know Tang San's ambition, he would always remember this timely help. "You're welcome. Just consider it as my investment in you, Gu." Yuna said slowly, "If you can really change the situation of soul beasts in the future, then this will be a reward for your kindness." "Well, I'll try my best." Huo Yuhao nodded. He was not an ungrateful person. "Throw me at papaya, and I will repay you with a jade." Although the achievement system has been of great help in getting me to where I am now, it is also inseparable from the help of soul beasts such as Xianmeng, Bingdi, and Kihor. Now I owe Gu Yuna such a huge favor just for the sake of the soul beast. Huo Yuhao will have to fight with Tang San in the future. Ahem. It seems like it wasn't just Tang San's fault that the soul beast ended up like this. In short, Huo Yuhao will take action. Chuer also said firmly, "I will do my best to practice for the rise of soul beasts." "Go for it. By the way, Gu Yuna, you can take a look at my results now. Kidor has just successfully signed a soul contract with a 100,000-year-old fairy grass." Huo Yuhao signaled to Kidor with his eyes, and she responded with a look that said, "Put it on me." Afterwards, Kidor showed off her skills to Gu Yuna. It seemed that this was within Gu Yuna's expectations. She was not too happy about it. She simply praised Kidor and said calmly, "Okay, let's go." "Let's go together?" For a moment, Huo Yuhao was unable to react. "Let's go to Shrek. Didn't I tell you last time that I would send someone to assist with the development of the Spirit Pagoda? It just so happens that I have some free time now, and I also want to see the human world today." Gu Yuna nodded seriously. She decided to bring her talent to the Spirit Pagoda. After saying that, Gu Yuna thought for a moment and added, "Of course, this is also because you and Killer have already undergone attribute conversion, and your fates are now closely related. For your safety, I have to follow you." Huo Yuhao's brain was in a state of interruption. He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. "What should I do if I'm being targeted by the Silver Dragon King?" "Of course, lie down with this god-level bodyguard. Huo Yuhao can do whatever he wants. It just turns on the mode of not eating beef." The evil emperor and the demon king are not even a match for Gu Yuna. However, Gu Yuna's words quickly dispelled Huo Yuhao's thoughts. I'm still a little weak and can't attack casually. Staying by your side, I can not only protect you but also heal my wounds. Then, let's go together. Although Huo Yuhao always felt that something seemed strange, he still agreed somehow he could tell one thing from the eyes of the beautiful girl in front of him. Yuhao, you shouldn't refuse the request of a wounded person whose injuries have worsened for you, right? Why do I feel like I have committed a heinous crime for some unknown reason? Kidor was extremely happy about this. Great, the master is here too. By the way, you should have collected the other magical herbs from this yin-yang eye of ice and fire, right? Gu Yuna looked at Huo Yuhao. Okay, I'll take you to see it. Huo Yuhao nodded, entering the undead demiplane again. Gu Yuna's eyes flickered for a moment as she looked at the miniature version of the Mandarin duckpot and the vibrant immortal herbs. Under Huo Yuhao's shocked gaze, she took out the basketball-sized piece of life gold and separated a small piece of life gold the size of a broad bean and put it into the Mandarin duckpot without the corpse of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire were now a thing of the past. Huo Yuhao's small Mandarin duckpot, relying on the spring water that had been ferried over earlier, could not last long either. Therefore, Gu Yuna simply solved the problem once and for all. Nothing else, just wealth. Soon, the whole tangerine pot was filled with a faint green light, and the rich breath of life captured all the immortal herbs. The immortal herbs all threw the nice guy card at Huo Yuhao on the other two. Even those immortal herbs that had not yet fully awakened their spiritual intelligence were swaying their branches in gratitude. Although the effect of such a small amount of life gold is not as amazing as the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire that accelerates growth tenfold, it at least increases their growth rate several times. Moreover, this rich life attribute is more popular, and the effect it brings can be said to be more suitable for all immortal herbs than the simple power of ice and fire. I owe you more and more. Huo Yuhao blinked, not knowing what to say. Is this how a rich woman keeps you? It smells so good. As long as you know. Gu Yuna also blinked and said, your evolved second martial spirit may be able to help me heal my wounds. Then, let's try it at night, Huo Yuhao suggested. Alright, Gu Yuna nodded. Let's go. Let's go to Shrek first. Huo Yuhao had no objection if he could help Gu Yuna heal her wounds and allow her to recover some strength. It would be a great thing. At the same time, this would explain why the other party wanted to follow him. He had previously thought that Gu Yuna was just talking about healing. I didn't expect it to be true. A space crack opened up, and Gu Yuna and the other two entered it. Soon they returned to Poseidon Island, Huo Yuhao's single dormitory. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao had the idea of buying a house. Shrek's bachelor apartment seems a bit inconvenient. Before, because he was alone and practicing on Seagoat Island had certain benefits, Huo Yuhao had no intention of buying a house in Shrek City now. Because of Haokiu's power, Kidor often comes to visit her at night, and with Gu Yuna's words, it seems that there are indeed not enough points. Soon, it's time for science popularization. After explaining some basic common sense about the human world, Huo Yuhao took out a storage ring and handed it to Gu Yuna. Take this. It contains a collection of common sense about human beings that I prepared. This was something Huo Yuhao had prepared for Zudi in advance. At the time, he thought that Chuer would most likely come to see him, so he prepared a few more copies, and now they were just in time to be used. Gu Yuna did not refuse. She took it and put it on. Of course she knew about the Soul Guide storage device, but she had never used it. Moreover, Gu Yuna left in a hurry after sensing the movement of Nilin, and she came back with Huo Yuhao on a whim, so she really needed this thing. By the way, do you want to join Shrek? Ah, then. You still need a martial soul. As he spoke, Huo Yuhao revealed his spirit eyes. Martial spirit 5 soul rings, 3 purple and 2 black, slowly rose because this accidental increase in soul power to level 60 was not in Huo Yuhao's plan. He had not yet decided what a 6th soul ring would be, and was not in a hurry. Chuer interrupted the conversation. Yes, just like my golden dragon martial spirit. What level do you have among humans with your spirit ring configuration? Gu Yuna took a look at Huo Yuhao's spirit ring configuration and asked. Of course it is the best one. Huo Yuhao gave a direct answer. Even among those spirit masters who possess the secret method to increase the age of their spirit rings, he is definitely number 1. Huo Yuhao has submitted the intelligence report. That's it. Gu Yuna nodded in agreement. Then 6 soul rings, 3 purple, 2 black and 1 red, rose up under his feet. Huo Yuhao nodded. It was reasonable. Very reasonable, although it is basically impossible for a normal soul master to achieve the 6th ring in 100,000 years if we don't count the improvement in the deity assessment and the sacrifice of soul beasts. This can be said to be the first case in Douluo continent. Even those as powerful as Dubusi and Niudian only have 3 red rings, but Huo Yuhao also had something to say. Tang San obtained the 100,000 year 6th ring because of Xiao Wu's sacrifice. Then it is reasonable that the 3 of them can do it through their own efforts anyway. With my own foreshadowing, everything seems so normal. Besides, there are souls. It's just 100,000 year spirit ring. Can one compare to Huo Yuhao's? Huo Yuhao was able to kill evil soul masters at the soul Douluo level when he was only in his 3rd or 4th ring period, and possessed the strength to compete with title Douluo. It's outrageous just to think about it. Not to mention, Shrek is famous for his carelessness. In addition, considering Huo Yuhao's identity, there is no problem at all. Although this will attract the covetousness of some people, with their strength, they are not afraid of this. There may be some troubles, but isn't this the meaning of the existence of power? Whether it is Shrek or the Spirit Pagoda, especially the latter, Huo Yuhao had already planned to fire the first shot of the soul contract. Let's start with Kidor's unconventional 6th ring of 100,000 years. Even if other people do not have Kidor's physical fitness and mental willpower, it is not difficult to absorb a 100,000 year soul in the 7th or 8th ring period. Of course, an extremely suitable 100,000 year soul like the 100,000 year immortal grass is definitely something you can only come across by chance. Huo Yuhao also only intended to use it for his own people. For outsiders, a 10,000 year soul is enough. However, before starting with this soul, let's give Shrek a little shock of school admission first. Zudi and Chiwer's records are not unbeatable. I just don't know which unlucky guy will get beaten. End of this chapter. Chapter 246. Huo Yuhao is not unsurpassable. Want to apply directly for the Shrek Inner Academy? Xianliner looked at Guyuna with great surprise. Are all the freshmen nowadays so wild? Oh, it was brought by Huo Yuhao, so it's okay. A few months ago, she learned that Yan Xiaozi had approved 2 owners of ultimate martial spirits to enter the Shrek Inner courtyard. During that period, he was laughing so hard that he couldn't stop, and he spoke much louder. The 2 new girls had a good relationship with Huo Yuhao. Therefore, Xianliner secretly approached Huo Yuhao to ask if it was possible to recruit someone from their soul guidance department. There is no way. Shrek is such a big company, but it has 3 ultimate martial spirits and only half of the soul guidance system. How can this be justified? If Huo Yuhao was the only one with the ultimate martial spirit before, the soul guide department, would not be able to say anything and could only accept it, but now, there are 3. It is also reasonable to allocate 1 to the soul guidance department. Huo Yuhao was helpless in this regard. There was no way out. Zudi wanted to cultivate only because of the ice god inheritance, and Xiu was a father-in-law who knew nothing about soul guides. Under the repeated requests of his cheap senior sister Xianliner, Huo Yuhao reluctantly agreed to allocate more of his time to learning soul guides. It is also to prepare for the subsequent visit to the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Thanks to his current powerful mental strength and his already outstanding talent for soul guides, Huo Yuhao has made rapid progress in the study and production of soul guides. However, within just a few months, Huo Yuhao, who was no longer burdened by the extreme individual soldier plan, was able to easily produce a 5th level soul guide device and became a genuine 5th level soul guide, and the best one at that. Afterwards, he took Kidor to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire again, met Guyuna, and brought her to Shrek. Looking at Huo Yuhao and Guyuna beside him, Xianliner couldn't help but sigh. Her good junior brother finally remembered their soul guidance department. Just a few short months thanks to Huo Yuhao's efforts, they achieved a feat that the Shrek admissions office had been unable to achieve in hundreds of years. First there was Xiaoxa, who possessed the ultimate ice and snow female martial spirit, then there was Kidor, who possessed the ultimate power golden dragon martial spirit, and now there is another good sister? This kid really lived up to his good looks. I can only say that you were born when I was already old. If she had been born a few decades later, she might have also been attracted to Huo Yuhao. Ahem. Let's get back to business. Xianliner looked at the stunningly beautiful Guyuna. A horrible thought suddenly came to her mind. Could it be another owner of an ultimate martial spirit? Generally speaking, excellent martial souls and bloodlines will affect the appearance of soul masters. Judging from Guyuna's stunning beauty alone, she must have extraordinary talent. Thinking of this, Xianliner smiled and shook her head. It shouldn't be such a coincidence that it's another ultimate martial spirit. Although she had always wanted the martial soul department to assign an ultimate martial soul to her, at this moment she hoped that Guyuna did not have an ultimate martial soul. After all, the soul guidance department does not have the ability and resources to teach. Of course, Even if we put aside the ultimate martial soul, the girl in front of him is at least at the soul sect level. The assessment requirement for Shrekiner Court is soul sect cultivation. The 13-year-old soul master is indeed a rare genius, although the initial grade of admission does not mean anything. Just like Dai Huobin, who has already dropped out of school, he had the cultivation level of soul venerable when he entered school at the age of 11, so he had a good chance of cultivating to the level of soul master at the age of 13, although rare. It has occurred in previous years. If we really have to talk about a monster, it has to be this kid Huo Yuhao. When he entered school, he was only level 27, but in just 2 years, he leaped to Soul King and even jumped to nearly level 30, which was simply terrifying. It is said that the ultimate martial spirit will greatly reduce the speed of cultivation, but such a shortcoming is not manifested in Huo Yuhao at all. The ultimate martial spirit. For a moment, Xian Liner became worried and anxious. It seemed that he had noticed Xian Liner's doubts. Huo Yuhao reminded him, Din Xian, although Gu Yuna doesn't have an ultimate martial soul, she is very talented, both in martial soul and soul guide. It can be said that her talent in soul guide is not inferior to mine at all. That's right, Gu Yuna plans to bring her talent to the soul guide. It can also be considered as a way to pass the time. After all, she is not a serious soul master and does not need to spend time on cultivation. Gu Yuna can display any level of soul power she wants, fortunately. It should be said that it's a pity, Xian Liner nodded. It doesn't matter if it's not the ultimate martial spirit, since Huo Yuhao strongly recommended it. She had absolutely no reason to refuse. As for his soul guide talent, it is comparable to Huo Yuhao's. Xian Liner was skeptical. Thinking of this, her expression turned strange, and she quickly checked the information that Huo Yuhao had brought. First, check the other party's composition and what level of soul master he is. Suddenly, she seemed to have seen something horrifying, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Soul elementalist, soul power level 65, soul ring color purple black red. He spoke out a series of information with some stuttering. Xian Liner couldn't hold it in any longer. She raised her hands and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. You call this 13 years old? There are monsters every year, but there are especially many this year. Although, with the examples of Xiaoxu and Kitor before her, she had higher expectations for Gu Yuna's strength. After all, he is a transfer student brought by Huo Yuhao, so he must have some special skills. But even Xian Liner didn't expect this. It's so exciting. After confirming the authenticity of the information with the two of them again, Xian Liner looked at Gu Yuna's scarlet soul ring and couldn't help but gasp. It's not an illusion, it's real. What is this? This is simply a monster among monsters. It seemed that for thousands of years, the talents of all Shrek disciples were completely insignificant in front of her. At this moment, Xian Liner had only one thought in her mind. The new god has arrived. Killing Xiaoxu explosively and being on par with the Kitor, Huo Yuhao is not impossible to surpass. It's not just because of the opponent's age and soul power level, but also because of this amazing soul ring configuration. As someone who is extremely close to being a super Douluo, she is well aware of the value of a 1,000-year-old first soul ring, not to mention the 100,000-year sixth soul ring. Looking at the history of soul masters, apart from the sea god who achieved the sixth soul ring of 100,000 years because of the sacrifice of his beloved, there is probably no other person like him. This is a 100,000-year spirit ring. Not to mention the 4 deans, even for the elders of the sea god pavilion, a 100,000-year spirit ring is absolutely extremely rare. Being able to obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring at the 9th spirit ring can be said to have already stepped half a foot into the realm of super Douluo. Even someone as strong as Mu Lao only has 300,000-year spirit rings. Gu Yuna's 6th soul ring can absorb energy for 100,000 years, which means that her subsequent 7th, 8th, and 9th soul rings can also absorb energy for 100,000 years. There are 4 in total. Originally, the top leaders of the Sea God Pavilion all agreed that only Huo Yuhao could absorb the 6th soul ring for 100,000 years and achieve an achievement that surpassed Mu Lao. Even D. Kitor, who had just entered school and possessed the golden dragon martial spirit, found it difficult to do so. But now, today, the extraordinary existence Gu Yuna appeared before her. Xian Liner felt like she was witnessing history. She was simply too excited to control herself. I wonder if the dean can allow her to join the inner courtyard of the Soul Guidance Department? Huo Yuhao coughed a few times and asked about the main business. Of course. No need to take the test at all, Xian Liner said in a decisive and excited tone. Assessment? What the hell? He is not as pedantic as Yan Xiaozu, you know. A soul emperor with a 100,000-year soul ring is qualified to graduate from the inner courtyard. If she lets such a genius get away, she would never forgive herself and would even slap herself a few times when she wakes up in the middle of the night. Although, Xianliner also had doubts, is this kind of peerless genius in martial arts really suitable for learning soul guides? Obviously, the other party had no experience as a soul guide, so how did Huo Yuhao say that the soul guide had similar talents? Did he really not know the value of his own talent? But it doesn't matter, just get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. Even if Gu Yuna's talent for soul guides is not good, Shrek has no reason to treat her unfairly because of her talent and potential in martial soul cultivation. Thinking of this, Xianliner looked at Gu Yuna and said solemnly, "Welcome to join the Soul Guidance Department's inner courtyard, Gu Yuna." Gu Yuna answered calmly. She didn't care whether to join the Soul Guidance Department or the Martial Soul Department anyway. She came here to protect Huo Yuhao and heal his wounds at the same time. However, after Huo Yuhao's advice, she finally chose the Soul Guidance Department by joining the Wuhan system. What she could obtain was nothing more than the fully equipped spirit bones and 100,000-year spirit rings that Shrek promised, but she doesn't need any of that. It would be better to choose to join the Soul Guidance Department and help Huo Yuhao get some rare medals and satisfy his own curiosity. At the same time, it must be said that Huo Yuhao's 9th-level soul guide, Red Dust Blessing, did indeed arouse Gu Yuna's interest in these ingenious devices. Soul guides are indeed very convenient. Moreover, the future that Huo Yuhao talked about, although Gu Yuna had doubts about the future where one could kill gods with the help of soul guides, she was also very interested in it for a time. The guests and hosts enjoyed themselves. Although Huo Yuhao was a little upset that no unlucky guy got beaten, he quickly put it behind him. Then, Xianliner talked about the treatment, especially the choice of the subsequent 100,000-year spirit ring. Xianliner said to Gu Yuna earnestly, "In short, Xiao Gu, if you are able to continue to absorb 100,000-year spirit rings in the future, the Academy will do its best to help you configure the remaining vacancies with 100,000-year spirit rings. If you need anything, you can always find me. Of course, you can also seek help from the elders through Yuhao, and I believe they will not refuse." With Huo Yuhao officially taking over as the successor to the Sea God Pavilion, all of Shrek's resources will be tilted towards him. After all, Boss Mew's time is up. Huo Yuhao, Zhang Lexun and Ma Ziaotao alone may not be able to stabilize Shrek and take on the main responsibility. More helpers will still be needed in the future, whether it is one of the Shrek 7 devils, or a soul master like Ling Luochen who stayed in Shrek after graduation. There are also the new students Kidor and Xiaoxu, or Gu Yuna in front of her. Although Shrek didn't know the background and personalities of the last 3 people, it didn't matter. After all, they are all close to Huo Yuhao, and Shrek will provide corresponding assistance to Huo Yuhao's future team. Moreover, it will take some time for these people to become titled Douluo. Now that they have joined Shrek, maybe they will know. After a while, time reveals a person's true character, just like Huo Yuhao back then. As if she had thought of something, Xianliner solemnly reminded, "However, when hunting for a 100,000-year spirit ring in the future, if you want to seek help from an elder, it is best to find a more reliable one. Yuhao, you should also know about the problem with Elder Zhuan. Because of the defect of his martial spirit, the old man has been sick more and more frequently recently. This old man Zhuan, who was once highly regarded by Shrek, now that he has retreated behind the scenes, the power of the deputy head of the supervisory group has gradually been transferred to Zhang Lexun. As long as Zhang Lexun breaks through to the titled Douluo realm, it will be Master Zhuan's turn to officially retire. The greatest help he can give to everyone is to eat, drink and have fun in Shrek." Because of the terrible events that happened in just a few years, one was that Huo Yuhao went to fight with Scarlet King without caring about his safety, and the other was the explosion of the Death Messenger. In addition, the former inner court disciple encountered the death of a 100,000-year-old soul beast in the starred-out Great Forest. Everyone realized that Master Zhuan was probably terminally ill. There is no hope. The illness of Master Zhuan in the past few years has been really alarming. Although no one has said anything, they have long doubted his abilities. Even as a team leader, he can cause so many troubles for Shrek. We really can't expect him to guide Shrek's development in the future. If the other party really becomes the leader of Poseidon Pavilion, then we are really doomed. Fortunately, the timely appearance of Huo Yuhao gave Shrek another choice. It can be said that this has injected a shot of adrenaline into Shrek today. In just 2 years, Huo Yuhao rose like lightning, created countless miracles, and impressed almost everyone in Shrek. It can be said that with the talent, comprehension and strength that Huo Yuhao has shown now, he only needs to become a titled Douluo, and and there is a high probability that he will have strength close to that of an ultimate Douluo, which is enough to intimidate all forces. I see. Huo Yuhao understood. To be honest, there is indeed something strange about Xuanzi. After completing 4 tasks on him and obtaining the difficult immortal Gu, Huo Yuhao also kept a proper distance from him. The main reason is that there has been no update for subsequent tasks. I'll talk about it later. Achievement triggered. Achieve Xian Liner's achievement. The soul guidance device has also become better and receive the wind chasing Gu as a reward. Wind chasing Gu, a 4th level Gu insect, a moving Gu that can make the Gu master as fast as the wind. Evaluation: just follow the wind and keep an eye on what's behind you. That night, a crisp knock on the door sounded in the dormitory. Huo Yuhao looked at the moon outside the window, which had just risen not long ago, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Isn't it a bit too early? Soon, he reacted. Today we are not here to eliminate the evil fire for Sister Xia Ateo, nor to help Sister Luchan advance her martial soul. If you get treatment, it's normal to get it earlier. When he opened the door, he saw Gu Yuna in a long white dress. Judging from the water droplets on her skin, she had obviously just finished taking a shower. Come in, make room and close the door. Huo Yuhao did not have any intention of offending this person at all. However, since today was his first time helping Gu Yuna heal her injuries, he was naturally a little nervous. Huo Yuhao hadn't felt this way for a long time. I have something for you, absorb it first. As Gu Yuna spoke, a small, crystal clear stone that looked like green jade appeared in her right hand. The gold of life. And this shape and size, it's a bit like what happened in the original book, when the unlucky golden hawksbill turtle stole the food. Although this transaction caused Huo Yuhao to have a sense of deja vu and felt that something was wrong, he did not mean to be polite and directly took it and thank you. After all, I have to heal Gu Yuna's injuries next, so it's only right for me to get some benefits. End of this chapter. Chapter 247, Sword of Life, sleeping in the same bed. Gu Yuna looked at Huo Yuhao and said slowly, just absorb it. That's great. I'll help you watch it. Huo Yuhao was not the type to drag his feet, so he nodded. It is good, because he got the blade of life swatched through Shrek's channels in advance. Huo Yuhao is now extremely familiar with it. The blade of the living guard contains a vast and pure life force. Not only can it give vitality to the host, but it can also deprive various metals of their vitality through its own judgment effects. However, the vitality in the gold of life is not infinite. In addition, the blade of the living guardian has always been dismissive of external energy and is extremely arrogant and picky. Even if judgment is used to absorb the vitality of various rare metals, it will dissipate on its own and will not be integrated with its original power. In this way, if it is not replenished, no matter how much vitality you have, it will eventually be exhausted. Especially for Huo Yuhao, who consumes a lot of vitality, whether it is the secondary awakening ability of the main body martial soul, or the use of life energy to achieve rapid improvement in physical quality. The consumption of vitality is extremely huge. Of course, this was also because Huo Yuhao knew that he could later get a supplement of the gold of life from the golden tortoise shell in the original novel. Since he had a hidden backup energy source, he was naturally lavish in using it. Wouldn't it be painful for his son to sell his father's land? And this is also the necessary price for cross-level combat. The gold of living beings can be said to be the most critical opportunity for Hogwa in the original novel, and it is the foundation for his becoming a god. The same applies to Huo Yuhao. Before the help of the living beings watch, if Huo Yuhao wanted to jump several levels in battle, he had to rely more on the cooperation of the poisonous insects and take the opponent by surprise. After obtaining the gold of life, Huo Yuhao embarked on the path of crushing others in an upright and open manner, especially in improving physical fitness. A soul saint's 7th soul ring is usually only 30,000 to 40,000 years old. The reason why Huo Yuhao was able to absorb more than 50,000 years of energy with his 4th soul ring was not only due to the effect of his 2nd martial soul, but also because he had a good teacher who helped him absorb the treasure, the gold of life. In advance, it is also thanks to the fact that Mr. Yi relied on his spiritual consciousness to watch over the living beings and combined his own characteristics with the power of the living beings, that the difficult-to-replicate judgment effect was born, making it the nemesis of all soul guides. This is the value of the Holy Death God. Although the current situation is somewhat different from what we imagined, Huo Yuhao got this piece of life gold by living off others, but he didn't mind after all. He didn't sell his body for money. This is an exchange of favors. It's human nature to be reciprocal. Huo Yuhao was also somewhat tempted by the basketball-sized piece of living gold that Gu Yuna had taken out from the undead space before. Build a good relationship first, maybe. Ahem, that's a story for later. At this moment, Huo Yuhao was delighted, and he quickly pulled out the blade of living beings watch in his spiritual space and slowly merged it with the one given by Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao was very skilled at doing this for the second time. In addition, after being nurtured by his powerful mental power and the effect of the Eye of Destiny, the Watch of Living Beings has become more spiritual and gradually turned into his innate magical weapon. Although it is not as good as the Dragon God Pearl and the Golden Dragon Spear, it can also be said to be a prototype of a divine weapon that can grow with Huo Yuhao. As the turquoise light surged, rays of green light emanated from the blade of living beings watch. At this moment, the dissipated life energy instantly filled Huo Yuhao's dormitory, making people feel relaxed and refreshed. Its concentration was far beyond that of the Lake of Life, and even made Gu Yuna, who felt it up close, have the illusion that her injuries were slowly recovering. Her crystal purple eyes flickered. I have learned this skill again, Yuhao. What secrets are you hiding? While feeling happy and curious, Gu Yuna did not forget to help Huo Yuhao cover up. The noise caused was much louder than the last time she stimulated a gold of life to resonate in the Lake of Life. If it is not covered up, it will probably become known to the inner courtyard. Gu Yuna just raised her hand lightly, and invisible spatial fluctuations spread from the room, blocking out all sounds from the outside world, as if the room they were in was separated from the world. Sensing Gu Yuna's proactive attack, Huo Yuhao also dispersed the simulated soul skills and then focused on the fusion of the gold of life. Gradually, the Watch of Living Beings completely devoured the gold of living beings, and they became one and the same, indistinguishable from each other. The original life watch was only the size of a carving knife, but with the integration of this piece of metal, it has turned into a short-blade sword of life. With a thud, the living being watch flew back to Huo Yuhao. The emerald green short blade is about 9 inches long and looks more like a small flying sword compared with its original form. It looks thicker, with a crystal clear blade that is fresh and juicy, and a strong breath of life that is endless. Moreover, the blade of living guardian can now switch between the two states of living knife and sword of living being at will. The green light watched by all living beings shone in all directions again, and the feedback of the source of life began, and an unprecedented comfort spread throughout the body. The incomparable and vast life energy is like a clear spring, cleansing every corner of the body from the outside to the inside and nourishing the sea of spiritual. Huo Yuhao felt for the first time in a long time that the tangible life energy was flowing through his limbs and bones, and it was rare that it reached the upper limit of his body's saturation. Not only that, as the Watch of Living Beings turned into a green light, it returned to the Eye of Destiny amidst the flickering green light. Huo Yuhao seemed to be sublimated and entered a state of emptiness and purity. This almost tangible life energy stimulated his spiritual power, which was in a tangible and intangible state, to grow at a very fast rate and steadily advance towards the tangible and substantial state. Of course, the tangible and material state is not so easy to achieve. This is the state that Yan Meng has been striving for but cannot achieve. It is estimated that at least after Huo Yuhao condenses his soul core, that is, after obtaining the 6th ring, there will be a chance to officially achieve it. Maybe we will need the help of high-quality spiritual skills. The fusion was completed quickly, and Huo Yuhao felt his whole body unusually light, and his mind seemed to become much clearer in an instant. The rich qi and blood exude vigorous vitality, which improves the body and spirit in all aspects. It is a pity that although Living Watch has 2 forms, the limitations of judgment still exist and it cannot devour the life energy of living things. What are you thinking about? The ethereal voice pulled Huo Yuhao out of his thoughts. He grinned, looked at Gu Yuna, and said, I was thinking, it would be great if my blade of living beings watch could have both the effect of judgment and the characteristics of Kitor's golden dragon spear. 1. Of the properties of the golden dragon spear is its ability to replenish the host by absorbing the life force of any living creature. It can be said that in terms of effect, it is complementary to the Watch of Living Beings when he was experimenting with Kitor on the martial soul fusion technique. Not long ago, Huo Yuhao took the opportunity to use the Golden Dragon Spear several times and figured out how to coordinate it with the Life Watch. The Golden Dragon Spear can devour the vitality of living beings and refine it. Although the high-quality life energy obtained is not as good as the gold of living beings, it can also be recognized and absorbed by the living beings' watch, and can replenish their life energy because the Golden Dragon Spear, like the Dragon God Pearl, although has the potential to be a super artifact, it still needs to slowly grow with a host. The living watcher can extract life force from various rare metals. Although it itself does not need these, it can use this life force to nourish the Golden Dragon Spear and slowly improve its quality. With a powerful combination, Living Watch can undoubtedly accelerate the process of strengthening the Golden Dragon Spear, achieving a 1+1, 2 cooperation. In this way, Huo Yuhao naturally had an idea. If these 2 mutually beneficial characteristics can be combined, wouldn't it be invincible? After listening to Huo Yuhao's thoughts, Gu Yuna said meaningfully, I also have a silver dragon spear here. The swallowing effect is weaker than the gold dragon spear, but its other abilities are more suitable for you. Do you want it? Huo Yuhao was stunned for a moment, and was a little moved at first. Then he laughed and shook his head. Forget it. I don't have the blood of a silver dragon or a gold dragon, so I can't really hold the dragon spear for a long time. He was able to use the golden dragon spear for experiments before because of a trick. It was because of the martial soul fusion technique that he was able to hold the golden dragon spear for a short period of time. Even if Gu Yuna gave him the silver dragon spear now, it would be useless. Seeing Huo Yuhao's expression, Gu Yuna glanced at him and said teasingly, what a greedy human being. For some reason, from Gu Yuna's indifferent eyes, Huo Yuhao saw 3 parts of contempt, 3 parts of casualness, 4 parts of indifference, and 90 parts of calmness. It's like looking at a little idiot who doesn't know what treasure is in a mountain of treasure. Huo Yuhao also felt that he seemed to have overlooked something. Could it be the dragon god pearl? There was some surprise in his tone. She's smart enough to react, Gu Yuna explained. The main function of the silver dragon spear is to amplify and devour all elements. These 2 effects are also contained in the dragon god pearl I gave you. As for the ability of the golden dragon spear, you can also complete the missing golden dragon bloodline part of the dragon god pearl during your joint training with Kidor, and then you can use similar abilities. After all, whether it is the essence of the remains of the 2 god kings, the ice and fire dragon king, or the evil god pearl that is only 70,000 years old, they are definitely top-level materials that can be used to make artifacts with this as the main body. Combined with the power of the silver dragon king, the dragon pearl is definitely the top artifact among all. In fact, Huo Yuhao did not absorb too much ice and fire energy during his last martial soul evolution. Most of it was condensed into the dragon god pearl by Gu Yuna due to the limitations of his cultivation and time. Huo Yuhao can now only control the superficial aspects of the dragon god pearl's abilities, which is why he has fallen into this state of knowledge and understanding. Gu Yuna, do you want the right abilities? I've already given them to you. Go find them. I've put everything in the dragon god pearl. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao felt warm in his heart with such a rich woman. What more could you ask for? Then, let's heal our wounds. After a pause, Huo Yuhao asked, however, what is the process of healing? After all, you know my current soul power level. Huo Yuhao only knew a little about Gu Yuna's injuries, and knew that they were left by the old Shura of the previous generation, but more specifically, he didn't quite understand without the help of the immortal Gu. Huo Yuhao cannot deal with the existence of the god level now. As for using the labor-intensive immortal Gu, Huo Yuhao didn't have such a suicidal idea. Can this thing be eaten casually? The Shura god is in charge of killing. This thing has nothing to do with Huo Yuhao's martial soul, so he can't eat it at all. Well, you just have to cooperate with me. As she spoke, Gu Yuna once again took out the dragon god's relic, the gold of life, and placed it on the bed. How to cooperate? Seeing Gu Yuna's actions, Huo Yuhao blinked and said bluntly, you don't want us to sleep together, do you? It's not that I dislike Gu Yuna, but it feels a little wrong, right? Is this really proper healing? Hearing this, Gu Yuna fell silent. He nodded as if he understood, and then just stared at Huo Yuhao without any emotion and remained silent. There was an inexplicable atmosphere spreading between the 2 of them. Although there was no verbal communication, Huo Yuhao, who was proficient in emotional management, knew that he had most likely said something wrong. It's over. Why did I subconsciously put myself in Xia Ateo and Luochen's shoes? At this moment, Huo Yuhao's brain began to overload, thinking quickly about what he should say to ease the awkward situation. Soon, he coughed twice and said, well, any cooperation is fine. Let's just start healing right away, right? Huo Yuhao chose to withdraw his previous remarks in his mind, pretending that nothing had happened, and expressed no opinion. That's a bargain for you, Gu. Yuna's tone was calm. Then, before he could finish his words, Huo Yuhao suddenly felt a flash before his eyes, and an overwhelming force hit him. When he came to his senses, he was already pinned down on the bed by Gu Yuna. Of course, this is not the point. The key point is that during the close contact with Gu Yuna, Huo Yuhao sensed a special aura martial soul fusion skills! Exclamation mark. Just as there is a martial arts fusion technique between his Lingmao martial arts soul and Qi, or his chaos body martial soul also has a martial soul fusion technique with Gu Yuna. The case has been solved. It turns out this is the method of healing due to the difference in strength between the 2. This martial soul fusion technique is not yet perfect. At the moment, it is being carried out with Huo Yuhao as the material and Gu Yuna as the leader. As Huo Yuhao and Gu Yuna embraced each other, colorful flames danced and thousands of lights shone, and their figures were covered by a thick breath of life filling the soft body in his arms. Huo Yuhao knew what to do. He began to cooperate with Gu Yuna, mobilizing the living beings watch and the dragon god Pearl, drawing on the golden power of the basketball-sized living beings around him afterwards. It was used to help Gu Yuna slowly eliminate the cold aura of murder in her own origin. During this period, Huo Yuhao also gradually understood what benefits Gu Yuna was talking about. His two great artifacts continued to strengthen while helping Gu Yuna heal her injuries. Soul power is also constantly accumulating. It can be said that it kills 3 birds with 1 stone, although its cultivation efficiency is slightly lower than Heokyu's power. It has other advantages. As for the current training posture, neither of them was too focused to take it too seriously. Ahem. Is cultivation so inconvenient? Although, there is no need to hold each other when using the martial soul fusion technique. Not far from the dormitory, the blonde girl was tossing and turning on the bed, hugging her pillow. Killer naturally knew about Huo Yuhao helping Gu Yuna with her treatment kit, or felt a little disappointed because she couldn't practice with Huo Yuhao today. However, she quickly recovered. After all, the master's healing only seems to be once a week, so it won't have any impact. The advantage is mine. End of this chapter. Chapter 248. Once I met Yuhao, I was ruined for life. Wang Danger, I can't tell the difference. The inner court. What is being conducted at this moment is an advanced course on soul beast knowledge. Since there are not many students in the inner college, and the culture of meritocracy prevails, most people are not interested in purely theoretical courses, especially this kind of theoretical courses, which are not very helpful for soul masters to practice and improve their strength. What's more, the value of this kind of purely theoretical course is not very high, and most of them are taught by senior teachers from other colleges. The cultivation level of some senior teachers may not even be as good as that of the inner courtyard disciples. Moreover, these theoretical courses will basically be taught in the outer courtyards, and those that should not be taught can be learned by oneself from the inner courtyard library. Therefore, in the entire classroom, there were only a few soul masters who came to listen to the class. With only about 20 people sitting scattered around, the most eye-catching among them is the group consisting of Huo Yuhao and his 4 companions. As the topic turned to the classic Douluo continent's 10 fierce beasts combat mechanics, Huo Yuhao, who was sitting in the middle, had a serious look on his face, but in his heart he yawned out of boredom. In fact, he had not originally planned to come to this class. Just kidding. As the Douluo king, no one understands the combat mechanics of ferocious beasts better than him. The strongest soul beast is of course Emperor Tian. With a magical skill like the light of time and space, the evil emperor also deserves the title. If we only look at the cultivation level, the demon emperor has been patiently lurking for many years and has the highest cultivation level, so it's not impossible. If we can take advantage of the far north, the snow emperor may be able to fight against them. Fuck, who is Xianmeng? I silkworm? Xianmeng in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness woke up from his sleep. Why did he inexplicably feel a sudden malice? Zudi, who was chatting with Bingdi's spirit, also suddenly felt cold. If Zudi knew the truth, she would only sigh. I don't even have the confidence to fight Tian on equal terms. How come Yuhao and Bingdi, 2 snowblowers, believe in themselves more than I do? Well, if we really have to say who is undoubtedly the strongest, it would naturally be the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna, who is sitting on Huo Yuhao's left-hand side. Even though she was carrying the injuries left by Shun and had to support the entire Soul Beast race single-handedly, Gu Yuna was still invincible in the world. The one arriving now is the true T0 combat power of Douluo Star, Gu Yuna, who is learning Soul Guide. If she really were to study the knowledge of the 10,000-year-old Soul Guide device diligently, wouldn't it be a simple matter for her to kill gods afterwards? However, this strongest person in modern times, in addition to being interested in the knowledge of soul guides, is also currently interested in teaching in other areas of Shrek, so he pulled Huo Yuhao over to attend the class. So Huo Yuhao also dragged Kidor and Zudi into the water anyway. With the talents of the 3 of them, one night of meditation practice is enough. Too much is too little. Don't roll. Most of the soul masters who came to attend the class also came with the idea of relax your body that has been ravaged by intense practical combat or monitoring tasks, and listen to some fun to broaden your horizons. Some people even came here specifically for the lecturers. Coincidentally, today's teacher is an acquaintance of Huo Yuhao. Hongru Oro is an 8-rank controlled type soul Douluo. His status is second only to the inner court senior sister Zhang Lexuan. He is powerful and knowledgeable, and now he is also teaching in the inner court, perhaps influenced by her good friend Zhang Lexuan. Hanruo has very high standards for choosing a partner, and it can be said that she has never been in a relationship since entering school. The popularity of the gentle, intellectual, elegant and beautiful Hanruo in the inner courtyard is second only to that of the senior sister Zhang Lexuan, so it is not surprising that some people would have this idea you can't wait until the Poseidon fate begins before you start cramming, right? However, in the original novel, because of the relationship in the love continent, after Poseidon, Wang Yan and Hanruo were inexplicably paired together. It's hard to comment. Fortunately, Huo Yuhao intervened. There wasn't even a hint of this before it was completely ruined. It is said that Wang Yan seems to be in love with Kangaya, the black-level auctioneer from the Starlight auction who he met during the last Soul Master competition, even though there are only 20 or so people coming to attend the class. In fact, there are already quite a lot of such people. The number of applicants for some theory courses does not even meet the minimum number requirement for the course. The teaching in the inner courtyard is actually a bit like the elective courses that Huo Yuhao took in his previous life at university. Shrek will regularly arrange for powerful soul masters who are proficient in different fields to conduct courses on advanced skills and knowledge in the inner courtyard. Some are purely theoretical, some are practical, and some are half theoretical and half practical. These courses are not as long as those in other colleges. Apart from the necessary practical courses, other courses generally have less than 10 classes in a semester. Whether you can gain any understanding from them depends entirely on your luck. At the beginning of the school year, inner court disciples can sign up for these courses in advance and wait for the subsequent classes to start before going to study. This is the elective system of the inner college, and the main idea is that you can come if you want or not. Of course, if there are inner court disciples with excellent talents, clean backgrounds and who are devoted to Shrek, there will be Shrek masters who will teach them more advanced skills, or even directly accept them as disciples, but it's very rare. Such students are usually selected through the Shrek 7 Devil system, which is held every 5 years. It is already great if 1 or 2 soul masters can stand out in 5 years. For someone as extraordinary as Huo Yuhao, senior sister Zhang Lexuan was specially arranged to come and teach him. Kidor, Zudi and Guyuna, the 3 inner courtyard transfer students, originally received the same treatment. However, because of Huo Yuhao's relationship with the 3 people and his strong learning ability, Shrek gave him this task. Huo Yuhao, that's what I wish for, mainly because it is not necessary. Don't you even look at the backgrounds of the 3 transfer students? To be honest, although Huo Yuhao has now learned most of the advanced combat skills in Shrek Inner Court, but it seems not good enough in front of Zudi and Guyuna. Zudi herself is a max level rebuild. Although her system has changed from a soul beast to a soul master, they are ultimately the same, and one method can apply to all methods, not to mention Guyuna at most. Kidor needed Huo Yuhao's hands-on teaching. For this reason, Huo Yuhao had often practiced actual combat with Kidor during this period of time, which was also the fastest way to learn. It was not until Guyuna joined that the current scene came into being. At this time, Hanruo, the teacher, was also absent-minded. Although the age gap is a bit big, it doesn't matter. I have to go if I have to, otherwise there will be more people looking at Huo Yuhao, who was surrounded by girls. Hanruo was thinking secretly in her heart while teaching. She is about to turn 30, and although she is not in a hurry to get married, she still has some fantasies about love. In fact, her conditions for choosing a spouse were not as strict as the rumors in the inner courtyard said. She just wanted to find a person of the opposite sex who shared the same interests as her. It can be said that Huo Yuhao is very consistent with her view on choosing a partner, whether it was her talent and appearance, or her love of reading. They first met in the library, and Yuhao fell in love with her at first sight. There are so many reasons to fall in love with someone as early as when she first saw Huo Yuhao in the inner courtyard library. Hanruo was amazed and had already developed a liking for this little junior brother who suddenly appeared. In subsequent exchanges, Huo Yuhao often accompanied her to the library, which repeatedly confirmed the tacit understanding between the two. Not to mention, the 8th soul ring was obtained by Huo Yuhao and Zhang Lexuan with her help, and later Huo Yuhao even resolutely fought against the evil soul master for her. And after she joined the spirit pagoda, Huo Yuhao specially researched a customized version of Xianchen Guang for her. It's hard not to be fond of it. Coupled with his world-renowned talent and extremely superior external conditions, Hanruo believed that no woman could withstand such continuous attacks, including herself. Once having seen the best, the rest is not worthwhile looking. Compared with Yuhao, the others can be said to be far inferior. Hanruo believed that she would not regret it. She would rather be one of them than choose to be the only one for someone else. And now, the presence of Zhang Lexuan, their good friend, is the main reason for them to stand between them. It can be seen that Zhang Lexun actually has a good impression of Huo Yuhao, so Han Ruoro feels a little embarrassed to have an affair with him without telling her. After all, first come, first served. Moreover, she also tried many times to bring Zhang Lexun and Huo Yuhao together. You can't just stab your best friend in the back like this, right? In short, take your time. There is still a lot of time. It can only be said that in the love continent where strength is respected, Huo Yuhao truly has the advantage. The course ended quickly. Yuhao, a familiar shout was heard, and Huo Yuhao subconsciously looked over, only to see a Wang Dongzhi appear not far away. She said directly, "I have something I want to talk to you alone. Are you free now?" "Forward, then. We'll leave first." As if they saw that Wang Dongzhi did have something urgent to do, the others took the initiative to say goodbye and left before Huo Yuhao could even speak. Although Killer didn't say anything, she blinked before leaving, as if to remind Huo Yuhao not to forget their appointment to practice together tonight. "Huo Yuhao, I haven't forgotten. If Gu Yunai agrees." Following Wang Dongzhi to a secluded place on Poseidon Island, and confirming that there were no other people around, Wang Dongzhi spoke hesitantly, "Yuhao, I haven't actually told anyone about this. You may not believe it, but in the past, there was sometimes another voice in my mind that made me subconsciously do something against my will, just like soul guides. Actually, I had always resisted using them before because of the voice in my head, but then I don't know why, and I didn't even understand what was going on." "Well, does that voice still sound recently?" Huo Yuhao's eyes flashed, and he waited quietly for Wang Dongzhi's next words. Seeing that he accepted it so quickly, Wang Dongzhi blinked and nodded subconsciously without reacting. "It's been better recently, and the voice hasn't sounded again. Especially a few months ago, I almost fainted during a class, and since then I've felt refreshed like never before. However, something has been wrong with me again in the past few days." "Something's wrong?" Huo Yuhao knew that it was time to get to the point. Before, after shattering the sea god's consciousness, he asked Wang Dongzhi to be more careful, and if there was anything wrong, she could come to him for help unexpectedly. Something unexpected happened? Wang Dongzhi lowered her eyes slightly, thought for a while and then continued, "Just a few days ago, when I was meditating, a series of strange memories suddenly appeared in my mind. I also consulted my teacher, who said that I was in good spirits and healthy. It might be because I have been practicing so hard that I have such random thoughts. I need to rest, so I took a nap yesterday. As a result, in yesterday's dream, I saw a more complete memory. After waking up, I forgot most of it and was confused for a long time. But I found that it seemed to be the memory I had lost before the age of 10. Yuhao, I seem to have another name, Tang Wutuang. I do know something about this matter. Do you want to hear it?" The sudden words made Wang Dongzhi stunned for a moment. She subconsciously raised her head and met Huo Yuhao's sincere blue eyes. "But I don't know if you can accept this cruel truth. If, before she finished speaking, Wang Dongzhi had already made up her mind and said firmly, "I want to know the truth." Afterwards, Huo Yuhao also revealed to Wang Dongzhi the true source of the voice in his mind and who Wang Dongzhi's parents were, too. "Be honest, I have sensed a divine aura from your sea of spirit before. Combined with your identity as the young master of the Haoshan sect and some memories obtained from others, I can be sure that you are the daughter of the sea god Tang San 10,000 years ago." Then, Huo Yuhao took out a spiritual crystal and played a memory scene for Wang Dongzhi. This is an edited version of the memory of the sea god's consciousness taking Tang Wutong's soul and taking over the auspicious beast. It was also thanks to Elder Yi's help that these materials were obtained from Tang Wutong's shattered soul. I saw a light curtain showing the following light and shadow. A few months ago, when Wang Dongzhi was attending a lecture, a strange blue-gold light, which was the consciousness of the sea god, took Tang Wutong out of her mind. Afterwards, the blue light crossed through many spaces and arrived at the starred-out great forest, and came in front of Huo Yuhao, who was conducting attribute conversion with the auspicious beast. The next moment, the sea god's consciousness, carrying Tang Wutong's soul, attacked the auspicious beast. Then it was shattered by the power of fate. After a scream, the consciousness was directly destroyed and started burning, turning Tang Wutong's soul into thousands of fragments. This is not a malicious editing, although it was Huo Yuhao, who was acting as Yi Lao's substitute, who shattered the sea god's consciousness. Huo Yuhao concealed the truth for the sake of safety and put the blame on the power of destiny, or even the Silver Dragon King behind the scenes. Is that also a white lie? I believe that when we see Neutron and Titan later, We will have a good imagination. Wang Donzhi was stunned. This soul is Tang Wutong. So who am I? Huo Yuhao continued to explain. I am also involved in this. At that time, I was conducting attribute conversion with the auspicious beasts in the starred out great forest, and then this happened. These are also the memories I found from those broken souls. Moreover, I think that there may be more than one soul of Tang Wutong in the hands of the sea god. So, I was an imposter all along? There was a bitterness in Wang Donzhi's mouth. She finally understood why her elder and second uncles had been urging her to go back recently. It turned out that it was because their long-cherished daughter was missing. I am really scared. As she spoke, Wang Donzhi involuntarily grasped Huo Yuhao's right hand, as if she had grasped the last straw, and said sadly, Yuhao, tell me. Am I Tang Wutong or Wang Donzhi? I can't seem to tell the difference. Wang Donzhi felt extremely relieved as the warm touch came from her palms. The uncomfortable feeling of being in someone else's shoes receded like the tide. Huo Yuhao used his free hand to pat her back and console her. Don't worry, I'm here for you. No matter what happens, you will always be the greedy little cat Wang Donzhi that I know. Hearing this name, Wang Donzhi's fair face turned slightly red. End of this chapter. Chapter 249. There is no such thing as Tang Wutong. I have always been Wang Donzhi. While comforting Wang Donzhi, he slowly explained the truth. Originally, Huo Yuhao had no intention of revealing the truth so early. His previous plan was to accompany Wang Donzhi to Haoshan Castle during the vacation of this semester to persuade Daming and Erming with both emotion and reason. If the principle cannot be explained clearly, then we can only talk about physics. Now he is protected by the Silver Dragon King, so he is not afraid at all. As for Wang Donzhi, let her continue to have good fortune. Huo Yuhao believed that he and Wang Donzhi had only known each other for less than 2 years and the bond was not deep enough. If he rashly revealed these facts, it might only have a counterproductive effect. On one side were the memories of the 2 years they had spent together, and on the other side was the close bond of blood being thicker than water. He naturally knew which was more important. Although Wang Donzhi is obviously an independent personality and cannot be equated with Tang Wutong at all, she and Tang San are currently just strangers. However, when Huo Yuhao saw the I can't tell mission above Wang Donzhi's head, he finally softened his heart. Plans changed. This is also because, with the cooperation of Wang Donzhi, Huo Yuhao discovered the backup plan that Tang San left on her. As mentioned before, Tang San divided Xiaoqi's soul into 2 parts, one main soul, Tang Wutong, and one secondary soul, Wang Donzhi, and then the main soul was divided again. Eventually it was divided into 3 after Xiaoqi came to Douluo continent. His body was occupied by Wang Donzhi, and the seal of the sea god's consciousness in his mind contained a part of Tang Wutong's soul. Wang Donzhi's secondary soul did not have the original memory of Xiaoqi in the god realm, so Tang San filled it with some false childhood memories. But even if it was a false memory, Wang Donzhi deeply trusted it until the plan to take over the auspicious beast failed. The sea god's consciousness and Tang Wutong's soul in his mind were all eliminated. The backup plan that Tang San left behind, those false memories, took effect and began to affect Wang Donzhi. Of course, Huo Yuhao stopped there and only told Wang Donzhi these. As for the Poseidon conspiracy theory, there is no need for that. Firstly, things like the Sun of Fortune and the 10,000-year plan are too deeply involved, and it is difficult to explain the source of the information, and it is also a bit troublesome to explain. Secondly, this is just his one-sided statement and foresight. If there is a chance in the future, it might be better to let Wang Donzhi understand it herself. After all, people are more willing to believe the truth they find with their own hands. In fact, Wang Donzhi is just a fool, not stupid. It's not that she didn't think about some things, but that she deliberately avoided the truth. After Huo Yuhao's comfort and answers, and seeing the truth about the spiritual crystal with her own eyes, she quickly accepted her multiple identities, whether it is the young master of Haoshan sect, the daughter of the sea god, and most importantly, Wang Donzhi, who is studying at Shrek. However, she is just Tang Wutong's secondary soul. It was also at this time the confusion that had been lingering in her mind was also answered. Why is it that all the direct descendants of the Haoshan sect have the surname Tang, but she has the surname Wang? She can even become the young master of the Haoshan sect. Why are my memories before the age of 10 so vague that I can't even remember what my biological parents look like? Why am I affected by the voice in my head? It turns out that it's because she has a good father in the biological sense. This is the biological father who abandoned his daughter, split her soul, and even forged her memory. He has never looked at her in all these years, and his love for her only exists in the descriptions of her elder and second fathers. Looking at Huo Yuhao, who was comforting her in a gentle voice, Wang Dongjie suddenly felt a little confused. She felt that her body was so strange. Although Huo Yuhao did not say it explicitly, it was obvious that Wang Dongjie already knew that this body did not belong to her, but it belongs to the main soul named Tang Wutong. The so-called home and family actually all belong to Tang Wutong. She, the secondary soul, is just an outsider. It is even possible that the one that the eldest and second dads truly favored was not Wang Dongjie, but the girl named Tang Wutong. My eldest and second uncles urged me to go home. Was it really just because they missed me? Did he sense the death of this part of Tang Wutong's soul and prepare to get rid of his existence as a cuckoo in the magpie's nest? They even kept saying that they could bring their friends back. There's a high probability that it is directed at Yuhao. If they found out that Yuhao was responsible for Tang Wutong's death, they might really take action. And then there is that biological father whom I have never met, Siga Tang San. What on earth does he want to do? Thinking of this, Wang Dongjie lowered her eyes and whispered, Yuhao, I believe everything you said. So, I'm sorry, I may have to break my promise to invite you to my house this time. At this point, she forced a smile and said, don't worry about me. Although I'm not the real owner of this body, I believe that I will be safe when I return home this time. Avoiding will not solve any problem. Wang Dongjie had studied in the outer courtyard for so long that she was very clear about the value of the title Douluo. Coupled with the huge power of the Haoshan sect, it was definitely not something that Yuhao could resist alone. She didn't want to implicate Huo Yuhao as for what would happen when she returned home, whether good or bad. She would accept it. Just consider it as the price for occupying Tang Wutong's body for so long. Huo Yuhao glanced at Wang Dongjie unhappily, and said with some regret, Wang Dongjie, why are you so sissy now? Wang Dongjie was about to retort, but Huo Yuhao stretched out a finger and flicked her forehead without even looking. Hey, why did you hit me? Wang Dongjie rubbed her red forehead and complained, besides, I'm a girl. What do you say? Ho Yuhao leaned forward slightly, put his hand close to Wang Dongjie's crystal earlobe, and said with a smile, you don't trust my strength, brother? How? I am very dissatisfied with your attitude. Wang Dongjie's earlobes turned red, and she couldn't help but snorted. Why, are you good at fighting? My two elders are more than just ordinary title Douluo. We can fight, but is it necessary? It wasn't me who shattered Tang Wutong's soul. It was the sea god's consciousness that wanted to take over the emperor's auspicious beast, but was attacked by the beast's destiny power. In the end, it was even the explosion caused by the burning consciousness that led to the death of Tang Wutong's soul. Having said this, Huo Yuhao spread his hands and continued, in fact, the identities of your two elders are the azure bull python and titan giant ape, who had a close relationship with the sea god's wife Xiao Wu 10,000 years ago. As former 100,000-year-old soul beasts, they definitely know the importance of the emperor beast to the starred-out great forest, and even the entire soul beast clan. It can be said that they are most likely unaware of the truth of the matter and have been kept in the dark by Tang San. What they care about is you, Wang Dongjie. You don't think that everything you feel is false, do you? But before he could finish his words, Huo Yuhao interrupted him decisively and said in a shocking voice, no buts. Wang Dongjie is Wang Dongjie, and Tang Wutong is Tang Wutong. Ever since you left the God realm, aside from being occasionally influenced by the voice in your head, haven't you made all the decisions as Wang Dongjie? These 3 years of experience are all yours, not Tang Wutong's. So, don't be sad, look forward, and don't do anything that will make yourself or the people who care about you regret it. Hearing this, Wang Dongjie suddenly felt that she was not feeling so bad anymore. After all, the guy in front of me who cares about me is real. My good friend Xiao is real. Everyone in Shrek is real. Even the concern of the big dad and the second dad for me is real. These are all valuable experiences that belong only to Wang Dongjie and not that Tang Wutong's. Wang Dongjie finally made up her mind. Yuhao, do you have any ideas? Of course there is a way. It's very simple. Just let Neon and Tai Tan watch this VCR. After all, Tang San is at the level of a god king. Even if Huo Yuhao has a certain advantage in foresight, he cannot ignore the current gap in strength and act recklessly. But since there is such an opportunity, he will not give up easily. After all, doing this is not only for Wang Dongjie, but also for Huo Yuhao himself. Those who gain the way help more. Those who lose the way help few. It's not about directly instigating Neon and Tai Tan to rebel against Tang San. As long as these two guys who care more about Xiao Wu can see Tang San's true face, no matter whether he pretends to be friendly, turns to the light, or fights to the death, It can cause considerable obstacles to Tang San's subsequent actions, having lost these two nominal brothers but actual subordinates. Tang San can arguably cause even less interference to Douluo continent. Titan and Niudian secretly went down to the mortal world at Tang San's instruction. If we make too much noise and the god of destruction really catches us, then we will be in for a real show, of course. This is just a delaying tactic. 1 day in the divine world and 1 year in the lower world give Huo Yuhao a few more years to develop. When he has the strength to truly jump out of the chessboard, all problems will be much simpler. Sharpening a knife does not stop chopping firewood. Why confront Tang San head on now? However, what we need to do now is to resolve the impact of the false memory in Wang Donger's soul. After obtaining Wang Donger's consent, Yi Lao and Huo Yuhao, two experts in the soul and spirit, directly brought the person back to life. The false memories that Tang San had filled in were completely taken away on the spot. Afterwards, Huo Yuhao asked Wang Donger, "Are you sure you don't want to look at those memories?" In this false memory, in addition to the fabricated false experiences of Wang Donger and Douluo continent before the age of 10, there are also some third-party perspectives on Tang Wutuang's real experiences in the God realm. It is most likely the Xiao key in Tang San's memory. This may also be the reason why Wang Donger's previous memories were intermittent. After a brief silence, Wang Donger chuckled and shook her head. "I won't watch it anymore." Taking a deep breath, Wang Donger shouted from the bottom of her heart, "There is no such thing as Tang Wutuang. I have always been Wang Donger." Achievement triggered. Achieve Wang Donger's achievement. I can't tell the difference and receive the Justice Goo as a reward. Justice Goo, a 5th level goo worm, humane, can greatly enhance itself. To activate this goo, the Soul Master needs to firmly believe that he is the righteous side. Evaluation, evil, show your true colors. Amidst the clouds and mist, Haoshan Castle stands on the top of the towering mountain in a hall in the Haoshan sect. Two middle-aged men with extremely strong builds were sitting opposite each other in front of the dining table. They are the two elders that Wang Donger mentioned, and are also the two current leaders of the Haoshan sect, Niutian and Titan. At this moment, Titan, who had short hair as fine as steel needles, had already drunk can after can of wine and was very drunk. He said his true feelings in a somewhat depressed tone. "Brother, I'm so tired. Tell me, what exactly did that person mean? He asked us to keep an eye on the seal, but then he removed it on his own. If he hadn't guaranteed that Xiaodong was fine, I would have just..." Hearing this, another Niutian with long green hair shook his head and said with a smile, you are drunk again." Shaking the wine glass in his hand, Niutian's eyes were shining and his eyes were slightly narrowed. To be honest, he also couldn't understand Tang San's true intention. A few months ago, he and Titan sensed that there was a problem with the seal in Wang Donger's mind. They thought that something had happened to Xiaodong and wanted to break through the space to find her, but he was stopped in time by Tang San. "Don't worry about the seal. I'll be watching over Xiao Qi. She won't be in danger. Just continue to help me take good care of her in the future." After hearing this, the two gave up the idea of leaving the sect, although Tang San didn't explain the reason, but Niutian knew that it was Tang San himself who lifted the seal. That seal is made up of a wisp of the god's soul, and no one in Douluo continent can break it. They naturally knew that the divine consciousness in Wang Donger's mind sealed her memories of the divine world, and also served as her trump card for protection. However, isn't this seal and then lift it just like taking off pants to fart? Niutian and Titan had no objection to this. Memory doesn't matter, as long as Xiaodong is safe. Not being able to protect Sister Xiao Wu at the beginning is a lifelong pain for them now. "I must protect my eldest niece in particular. You must keep an eye on that lucky brat named Huo Yuhao, who is suspected to be Xiaodong's lover." The last time Wang Donger returned to the sect, she not only planned to change back to her true appearance, but even wanted to move away the 10,000 years old ice jade bed. It can be said that these actions scared the two of them. She looks just like a little dancer in love. It's simply carved out from a template. He also said things like, "It's nothing and just ordinary friends." Weren't Xiao Wu and Tang San just ordinary siblings back then? Didn't it get bad later? Therefore, Niutian and Titan had already made a decision. Huo Yuhao must pass their test before he can become Xiaodong's lover later. Tang San gave them new tasks to help with. Coincidentally, this matter is related to Huo Yuhao. Tang San wanted them to call Wang Donger back to Haoshan sect, and it would be best if they could bring Huo Yuhao along at the same time. Tang San also specifically gave them the opportunity to assess Huo Yuhao's strength and character. Titan naturally agreed quickly. He had wanted to do this for a long time, but the attentive Niutian heard a hint of other intentions from the somewhat ethereal voice. After all, Niu Tian had already secretly asked someone to inquire about Huo Yuhao's specific information. Do not check. I don't know, I'm scared. Just from the information available on the surface, it can be seen that Huo Yuhao is a person with infinite potential. End of this chapter. Chapter 250 Tang San's decision. You can't catch a wolf without a child. In the last session of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition with the soul power level of a soul sect, Huo Yuhao led Shrek to win the final championship and stole the show with his extraordinary individual strength. He crushed the teamwork of several favorites to win the championship. It was truly terrifying. This is much stronger than the original Tang San. Although it is not advisable to blindly compare the past and the present, the Soul Master's initial lead does not mean anything, and it is still unknown who will have the last laugh. But be aware, Huo Yuhao also has twin martial souls and has unlimited potential. His second martial soul is the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, which possesses ultimate ice power. Compared to Tang San's second spirit, the Clear Sky Hammer, it is even slightly better. Of course, no matter how talented, brilliant, or powerful you are, without the inheritance of gods in Douluo continent, you will eventually turn into a handful of dirt. The only way to surpass the Soul Master's lifespan of just a few hundred years is to become a god. Could it be that Tang San has taken a fancy to this kid Huo Yuhao? Thinking of this, Niu Tian asked tentatively, "You want us to specially test that boy? It seems that he has great talent." In fact, Tang San had long ago instructed the two brothers not to interfere too much with danger, let her make her own choices, and just grasp the general direction. Therefore, Niu Tian originally had to focus on only two things about Huo Yuhao. One was his own character and ability, and the other was his attitude towards Xiaodong. Now it seems that the situation has changed. Judging from Tang San's tone, he's going to increase the strength of Huo Yuhao? Very strange. Hearing this, the eager expression on Titan's face eased a little. Although he didn't think as much as his elder brother, he could sense something was wrong after hearing what his elder brother said originally. Titan was still thinking about how to use his strength to give Huo Yuhao that kid a few blows to vent his anger. How dare you touch our little cotton padded jacket? Who are you? Of course, you can't be too heavy-handed or too light-handed. After all, she is the person Xiaodong likes. If she has enough strength and character, as an elder, he can only bless her. He didn't want his girl to cry. Now it seems that Tang San had already noticed Huo Yuhao approaching Wang Danger, right? His talent is indeed not bad. That kid's talent is not much inferior to mine back then. Plus, given his relationship with Xiaoqi, I plan to train him to be my successor in the future. What? Titan and Niu Tian both widened their eyes in shock. Although they were resurrected in the God realm, their strength barely reached the level of a priest and they were released back to Douluo continent. In order to avoid being discovered by the god of destruction, their original priest cultivation was suppressed to the level of extreme Douluo. But both of them understood very well the value of the throne. Even the lowest level of godhood can allow a soul master to become a third-level god and defeat these priests. It can even be said that in the world of gods, only gods who possess the throne are considered true members of the world of gods and can possess certain powers. Although priests can live in the divine world, they are just servants. When they were resurrected, Tang San explained to them with an apologetic look that since soul beasts could not become gods, they could not be given the status of gods. The brothers didn't have any ambitions, so they didn't think too much about it. In addition, it was indeed boring to stay in the god realm, and in order not to embarrass Sister Xiao Wu, he agreed to go down to the world to help Tang San manage the Haoshan sect. And now, Tang San actually plans to train a successor, especially since Tang San possesses both the Sea God and the Azure God. No matter which one Huo Yuhao inherits, as long as everything goes well, he will be guaranteed to become a first-level god. It can be said to be a great opportunity. What a lucky boy. For a moment, even if they were open-minded, they felt a little resentful. This seems a bit wrong. When did Tang San become so generous? As if anticipating the shock and confusion of the two, Tang San predicted his moves in advance, sighed helplessly, and explained, "Duming, Erming, all of this is for my Xiao Wu. You all know how boring the God realm is, right? Xiao Wu came to me more than once for this reason, wanting to travel the world with me, but I have never been able to fulfill her wish, and I have felt guilty for a long time. As the law enforcer of the God realm, I have many unspeakable responsibilities. Moreover, before the two great God Kings of good and evil left their thrones, they entrusted me with the power of the God realm. Over the past few decades, I have worked hard day and night to develop the God realm, and I often ask myself, have I fulfilled my responsibilities? Now, even if I want to step down from my position, I still have to find a suitable successor to manage the God realm for me. and Huo Yuhao is the most suitable successor I have found. Although his talent and potential are sufficient, considering his age, experience, and relationship with Xiaoqi, I think he still lacks the necessary training. At this point, Tang San paused, then revealed his true intentions. So, I hope you two can help me hone his strength and character in advance. And then, at the right time, I can test their love. After all, this is related to Xiaoqi's future happiness, Titan. And Niu Xiangsha looked at each other subconsciously and fell silent. That makes so much sense. Instead, they judge others by their own standards. But, isn't this the successor you designated? Why do we two brothers have to take action? Is it difficult to conduct a divine test? Forget it, I'm used to it for the sake of Xiaodong's future happiness. It's not impossible for them to play the bad guy. Finally, Niu Dian said hesitantly, of course you can. But how do you test love? The two brothers are not in love. Well, they have never had love, so how can an outsider give advice to insiders? Tang San smiled calmly and said, I have my own plan. Just follow my instructions. No matter what, that kid must first pass the Acacia Heartbroken Red test before I can really rest assured. Spirit World. Just a few hours ago in the Divine World time, through the monitoring artifact, Tang San observed the intersection of the fate of the Son of Luck and the three-eyed golden lion, and then he made a prompt decision to activate the hidden hand left in Xiaoqi's body. In the end, this decisive attack failed, although he couldn't see the more specific situation, but through the help of the artifact and the severe pain transmitted from his soul, Tang San knew that his spiritual consciousness was forced to launch the last resort, and his spiritual consciousness burned. It can be said that he lost not only his daughter but also his army. Fortunately, most of Xiaoqi's soul is still in his hands. As long as it is properly nurtured in the future, it will not be difficult to complete the soul. As for the damage to his soul caused by the burning of his spiritual consciousness, it was a bit troublesome, you know. Once the soul is damaged, even if only a tiny part of it is missing, it would be extremely difficult and long to recover, especially for someone like him whose strength has reached that of a God King. After all, the authority to heal has nothing to do with his two divine positions. However, although this precious spiritual consciousness was lost, but it brought us more important information. This failure not only once again made Tang San realize the resistance of the plane's will, but also the existence of the suspected Silver Dragon King hidden behind the scenes. Exclamation mark. In the following time, Tang San conveyed new instructions to Daming and Erming in the lower world, while secretly exploring the information of the Dragon God and the Silver Dragon King recorded in the God Realm. Tang San actually discovered some clues. The key point is that the Silver Dragon King, as the half of the Dragon God, has at least the strength of a God King. Therefore, it seems that there is no need for me to provoke him for the time being. It's not that he's afraid of the other party, it's just that Tang San is constrained by the God of Destruction in the God Realm and can't go down to the world in person. Now he even has some difficulty interfering in the lower world openly. This also made Tang San completely give up the idea of continuing to seek the auspicious beast Golden Dragon bloodline or something like that. Is not something that I really need. If I really need it, I can actually make a plan from the Golden Dragon King suppressed by the God Realm, which is not a big problem. It's a pity that the Golden Dragon Spear, which has the potential to be a super artifact, is wasted. Even though Tang San's current strength has reached the level of God King, the only super artifacts in his hands are the Sigurd Trident and the Shura Sword. They are all relics of the older generation, but it's enough actually for Tang San. What he lacks is actually a powerful God-level combat force that is loyal to him and can be used by him. There was no way. His old rival, the God of Destruction, had 7 subordinates, the gods of original sin, who were extremely obedient to his orders. This was very enviable. The people on his side were the former Shrek 7 devils, but this is far from enough for Tang San. Therefore, Tang San set his sights on Douluo continent and plotted against the Son of Destiny, hoping to force him to join the Liangshan bandits. Not only can you attract talents, but you can also gain the power of luck. Isn't it wonderful to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? In order to capture the Son of Destiny, Tang San even sent out his own daughter. I can't bear to let the child catch the wolf. He is just a Douluo native. Why don't you just be a son-in-law of the Tang family? If everything goes well, Tang San really wants to pass on the throne of God, because it is better to keep it within the family. As a result, so many unexpected things happened, and even the Silver Dragon King was involved. Tang San could be sure that after the attribute reception, even though he used the magic weapon to strengthen the connection with Douluo continent, he still could not observe the Son of Luck and the auspicious beast. It's definitely because of the Silver Dragon King's action. It couldn't be that Huo Yuhao did it all by himself, right? Only a ghost can believe it. The auspicious beast, Silver Dragon King, has been saved? Tang San had nothing to say. After all, he was indeed in the wrong in this matter, but the Son of Luck obviously has nothing to do with your Soul Beast clan, so why does he want to force his way into this matter? It's really a way to die. This also made Tang San feel very confused. Isn't the Silver Dragon King afraid of revenge from himself, the God King? Or was there an unknown deal reached between the Silver Dragon King and the will of the plane? What a clan of soul beasts that are born evil. Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Without monitoring, how can we guide the correct growth of the Son of Destiny? He never expected that his careful planning of the auspicious beast would put him in such an unfavorable situation. It's not just about exposing your own existence, and what is certain is that the Silver Dragon King has most likely realized from the sneaky behavior of his spiritual consciousness that he cannot interfere with the lower world in a big way. Otherwise, why would the Silver Dragon King blatantly cover up the guy's fate right under his nose? After all, even his spiritual consciousness had been dealt with, but he, the God King, had not responded at all. Doesn't this prove that it was true? After being annoyed for a while, Tang San felt a sense of pleasure of having met a worthy opponent. Now that the matter has come to an end, we can only look forward. He is worthy of being the embodiment of the wisdom of the Dragon God. It was only during this risky attempt and contact that I realized my limitations. He even turned the tables and concealed the fate of the Son of Destiny, but unfortunately, Tang San is determined to get the Son of Destiny. Since he will not be able to take over the body of the auspicious beast later, he may as well start the fusion earlier and synthesize Tang Wutuang, and concentrate on the plan of capturing the Son of Destiny. He still has this winning trump card. Tang San firmly believed that as long as the God King's daughter launched an attack, everything would be fine. Of course, there is no rush for true soul fusion at the moment. This is a big move and cannot be used casually. We need to wait until Xiaoqi returns to the sect and let Daming and Erming confirm the progress between each other and Huo Yuhao, and then we can proceed slowly. Now Tang San no longer had the idea of sealing Xiaoqi's consciousness. If I were to do such an unnecessary thing, I would most likely be discovered by the Silver Dragon King, and I would be completely passive. After all, it was he who made his spiritual consciousness appear on its own last time, and the burning of his spiritual consciousness perfectly destroyed all traces. So no one would associate it with Xiaoqi at all. As for Xiaoqi's safety, there is no need to worry. It is enough to ask Daming and Erming to send out protectors from the Haoshan sect. As long as Tang San waits for Huo Yuhao to fall into the trap, he will have 10,000 ways to control him. Something like Xiaoqi has a hidden illness and needs to be treated with magic herbs is just the simplest method. The most important thing is that sooner or later Huo Yuhao will realize that relying on soul beasts is a bleak future. Only by obeying yourself can you have a bright future. In fact, Tang San has become the one who has the final say in Douluo continent. Now with him watching here, no god in the divine world can secretly pass on the throne without his knowledge. If you want to become a god, you can't avoid Tang San, the monopoly of the throne. This is what Tang San really relies on if he wants to go one step further and become a god. It all depends on his own will. This is the unlimited power of being a law enforcer in the divine world. Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't help but feel emotional. No matter how wise the Silver Dragon King is, you will still be seen through by his amazing wisdom and controlled by his power as a law enforcer. Even with the existence of the Silver Dragon King, the Soul Beast clan is still just a candle in the wind. Soul beasts cannot become gods. This is not just talk. This is the underlying logic of the divine world today. Tang San, who had made up for the history of the god realm, also smiled with a confident look on his face. Make plans behind the scenes and decide the future. Why not be patient for now and take a step back? His eyes had already seen the destined future. This disobedient soul beast clan will face his reckoning sooner or later. What Tang San has to do now, besides waiting for the news from Daming and Erming in the lower world, is to let his mother Yin find an opportunity to go down to the lower world, replace the core of the plane, and destroy the will of the plane. It just so happens that I have suffered a spiritual injury now, so I will go and see the goddess of life to see if there is any way to speed up my recovery. At that time, it will definitely attract the attention of her husband, the god of destruction, and draw all his attention over there. Therefore, this can create a good opportunity for the mother to descend to the mortal world. It can be considered as joining the game with one's own body. I did what I said and quietly informed my mother of the follow-up plans. Afterwards, Tang San pulled Xiao Wu along. Going out for a walk can also help Xiao relieve her feelings of missing Xiaoqi. End of this chapter. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.